Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Dumbledore stood frozen, his eyes locked on the hulking figure before him, a stone demon radiating a sinister green flame. He could feel it, raw, unrestrained power, the kind that could threaten even a seasoned wizard like him. Luo Lin, is this your final safeguard? Dumbledore asked, voice low with awe. Luo Lin nodded calmly. Yes, this is the flame stone demon. It should deter most wizards who dare covet the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's lips twitched. Most? That was a serious understatement. Based on what he sensed, only a handful of the world's most elite wizards would even stand a chance against this monstrosity, and that was assuming they had the perfect tools and spells. In a straight fight, the Flamestone Demon would win, easily. You've done well, Dumbledore finally said, beard quivering ever so slightly with each approving nod. No one's getting through this chamber, not without paying a very steep price. He had expected great things from Luo Lin, a powerful necromancer with unconventional methods. But this surpassed even his most optimistic hopes. If anything, he now worried not about theft, but accidental student deaths. He made a mental note. At the start of term meeting, warn all staff. Absolutely no students should wander down here. Seeing the look of satisfaction on Dumbledore's face, Luo Lin gave a slight smile. I'm glad I could meet your expectations. With the security measure in place, the two left the chamber. Dumbledore invited Luo Lin for a celebratory drink in Hogsmeade, but Luo Lin declined. He had been indulging too much lately. The charm of alcohol and poker had faded, or so he thought. The next day, apparently, word had spread. Professor Flitwick arrived at Luo Lin's quarters with a grin and a deck of cards. Come on, he said cheerfully. This time we'll play in my room. Reluctantly, Luo Lin followed. When he entered, he found Dumbledore and Hagrid already there, looking suspiciously casual. He immediately understood. So it was Dumbledore who told everyone I was free. No escape now. Flitwick, clearly excited, asked Luo Lin to set up the room. After all, he'd seen him summon furniture from thin air before. With a resigned sigh, Luo Lin conjured a full poker setup, tables, chairs, even a compact bar, and brought out a dozen bottles of wine from his spatial storage. The trio promised to bring more wine next time as repayment, and Luo Lin agreed, albeit with a warning. My stock isn't endless, you know. We need to pace ourselves. Flitwick, grateful and slightly embarrassed, promised to bring some of his best vintage in exchange. With that, the games began. Over the next 10 days, Luo Lin returned to his old habits, wine and poker. But this time with discipline. Poker only in the afternoon. Mornings were sacred. He used them to diligently study the defense against the dark arts curriculum. He wasn't alone in his addiction. The circle of poker players expanded, rotating daily. Yet two constants remained, Professor Flitwick and Luo Lin himself. Despite being a daily player, Flitwick's poker skills improved rapidly. By the end of the 10-day stretch, he had only a handful of magical paint marks on his face. Others weren't so lucky. Dumbledore looked like he had walked through a color explosion, his face covered with dozens of streaks, too many to count. And Hagrid? Poor Hagrid had become a walking canvas. With his large face and endless losing streak, his magic markings had begun to overlap and merge, eventually forming a solid black patch on his forehead. Even he seemed a little embarrassed. The rules were clear. If you lost, you got marked. And they had 2 full weeks to go. McGonagall only came once and had long since cleansed her face. Whenever she saw the others, she would purse her lips, lift her chin, and lecture them sternly about setting a poor example. No one listened. The day before term begins, Luo Lin stood before his mirror, staring at his face. It was a riot of colors, second only to Hagrid. He sighed deeply. Why couldn't I resist? Tomorrow was the grand opening banquet. All the professors would be there, and so would Harry Potter. The thought made his stomach twist. How could he face the students like this, especially when trying to make a respectable impression as a professor? He tossed and turned in bed that night, haunted not by nightmares, but by regret and glittery paint. The next morning, the first day of term arrived, and Hogwarts had never seen such a colorful faculty. Luo Lin had gone to sleep embarrassingly late the night before, so when he finally woke, it was already close to noon. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one bearing a face covered in multicolored magical markings. That alone made it easier for him to walk into the Great Hall for lunch without feeling completely humiliated. Sure enough, the moment he arrived, he spotted Professor Flitwick cheerfully digging into his meal. He looked far too happy for someone in such a state. Luo Lin suspected it had everything to do with the fact that Flitwick's face bore only a few marks, unlike his own, which resembled a cursed rainbow canvas. Still, Luo Lin's mind wandered darkly. Why does he get to walk around smugly while I look like a failed art project? Then he caught himself. Why am I thinking like this? Shouldn't I be happy for my colleagues? But another voice whispered in his head, it's fine if they're doing well, just not better than me. That was the kind of honesty Luo Lin could live with. Unaware of Luo Lin's envious inner monologue, Professor Flitwick warmly invited him to sit and eat. The Great Hall was already in the process of being decorated for the evening's welcoming feast. Floating candles hovered higher than usual. The house banners were being dusted off by enchanted cloths, and the long tables gleamed, freshly polished. Flitwick mentioned that the feast would be a formal, lengthy affair this year, and dinner service wouldn't begin until around 8. You should eat well now, Flitwick advised. Wouldn't want you fainting from hunger halfway through the headmaster's speech. Luo Lin, taking the advice to heart, piled his plate high. He may have been a necromancer, but hunger still had a way of humbling the best of wizards. After lunch, the professors returned to their quarters. There would be no card games today, and likely none during the school term. Hogwarts professors, while fond of mischief, didn't know when to focus. Luo Lin returned to his room, having already reclaimed the poker furniture and wine stash he'd loaned to Flitwick. Now, all he could do was wait for the arrival of students, old and new alike. This was a formal event, so attire mattered. Fortunately, Luo Lin had an excellent wardrobe. He settled on a wizard's robe of deep midnight blue, embroidered with silver runes. A classic pointed hat finished the look. In the mirror, he looked every bit the refined English gentleman. If only not for the marks on my face, he sighed internally. His familiar, black, perched atop his cage, tilted her head as she observed him preening. Is Master getting vain? She wondered. He didn't used to fuss so much over appearances. Could this be a Hogwarts side effect? Or some delayed necromancer syndrome? Luo Lin, of course, had no idea what Black was thinking. He simply kept adjusting his collar, trying to find courage. In truth, this self-admiration was just a pep talk, an attempt to boost his shattered confidence before facing the student body. Forget the professors, he thought. They're all just as painted up as I am. But the students, they're ruthless, especially the first years. Wide-eyed, judgy. He winced, imagining Harry Potter's reaction. He'd worked so hard to appear mysterious and dignified in front of the boy. Now, one look might ruin it all. Cards. Bloody cards. Why'd I let myself fall for that trap? There was no changing the past. All he could do now was power through and hope the students had short memories. Later that evening, Hogsmeade Station. Twilight settled over the hills as the Hogwarts Express whistled in the distance. At the platform, Hagrid stood, waiting with visible excitement. Today wasn't just the return of another school year. It was the day he'd finally meet Harry Potter, the son of Lily and James. He'd never seen the boy in person. Curiosity gnawed at him. The train screeched to a halt, smoke hissing from beneath its red frame. On board the train, in a rear compartment, Harry Potter sat surrounded by Ron, Hermione, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Oddly, none of them were seated properly. Instead, they all hovered around Harry, listening intently. On his shoulder stood a peculiar skeleton-like creature, sniffing Malfoy, a necromantic pet who spoke with far too much confidence. Uncle Malfoy says you can't let that brat call himself Malfoy, the skeleton declared proudly. It's an insult to the name. Harry sighed. His name is Draco Malfoy. That is his name. Yeah. Well, not anymore, Sniffing snapped. From now on, only I get to be called Malfoy. You can call him Draco, or better yet, don't call him at all. Ron and Justin, still starry-eyed from the earlier scuffle, nodded solemnly. No problem, Uncle Malfoy. We got your back. Yeah, Justin added. He's just Draco from now on. Earlier that day, Draco Malfoy had strutted into their compartment upon hearing Harry Potter was aboard. He was pompous, rude, and condescending. Everything Harry disliked in a person. Harry had rejected his offer of friendship. Draco retaliated by provoking Ron and making jabs at Hermione. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Sniffing Malfoy had launched himself from Harry's shoulder and given Draco a harsh, humiliating lecture, complete with a name downgrade. Even Crabbe and Goyle, who stepped in to defend Draco, were knocked down by the tiny skeleton in a magical flurry of bones. The trio had retreated, stunned and humiliated. Ron and Justin were floored. Not only had Sniffing Malfoy won the fight, but he'd done it with style. Now, there were his #1 fans. Harry, on the other hand, was beginning to worry. With a necromancer for a professor and a skeleton claiming to be an uncle on his shoulder, what kind of school year was he walking into? Ron and Justin adored Malfoy. Hermione was more curious. The reason why she appeared in this carriage. At first it was because he wanted to help Neville find his toad. But the toad was not found. Then she was attracted to the sniffing skeleton next to Harry. Of course Hermione had met Black and Longbottom, even taking Longbottom to Diagon Alley. So see Malfoy. She instantly realized that this was Luo Lin's undead servant. Then she learned Harry's identity. This time, everyone in the carriage was focused on Harry and Malfoy next to him. Hermione didn't have any bad feelings with Ron and the others. But Hermione kept asking Harry questions. It still made Ron, a scumbag, a little uncomfortable. Harry is okay. He answered all Hermione's questions he could. Hermione was filled with envy after knowing that Malfoy was what Rowling had specially left for Harry to accompany him. How she wished she could be Harry. What a wonderful experience it is to be included in a book and receive special care from professors. She was determined to study hard and become a great wizard after entering Hogwarts. When the time comes, let your name appear on various books. As for the conflict between Malfoy and Harry Ron just now, Hermione watched the whole thing. I also think Malfoy is too annoying. Moreover, it was Malfoy and the others who provoked them first and almost took action. So although I'm a little afraid of getting into trouble, Hermione still firmly stood on Harry's side. This also gave Harry and others a good impression of her. Several people are basically friends. The train is still moving, but at an extremely slow speed. Harry and the others realized that they were almost at their stop. No more surrounding Malfoy. Harry and the others also had to change into robes. By the time they had changed into their robes, the bus had arrived. It was completely dark by now. The passengers in the car were pushing and shoving, and they were all rushing towards the door. Harry's side didn't feel crowded, because Malfoy directly separated them from others with soul power. They can move forward slowly in their own small space without worrying about being pushed aside by others. Malfoy was riding on Harry's neck, like a general on a war horse. Harry walked forward, while he waved his hands with the aura of pointing out the country. He was actually commenting on the pets of those around him. That's a stupid cat. You can tell from the looks of it that its soul power is pitifully weak. This owl is not bad. The bones are much better looking than that idiot Blake's. Wow, that is such a beautiful owl. If the owner hadn't allowed it, I would have brought back its bones and dedicated them to the great owner. Listen to Malfoy's comments. Harry's head is so big. Mr. Malfoy, how about we keep a low profile? Low-key? What is low-key? Do I need to be low-key too? You kid, you underestimate me. Malfoy said arrogantly. Harry felt a little headache, but during this time he had figured out how to get along with Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, if you keep doing this, you will get the professor into trouble. After all, The professor is teaching at Hogwarts. Really? When he mentioned Rowling, Malfoy immediately calmed down. Since it's related to the master, it's not impossible for me to keep a low profile. Malfoy lowered his voice and felt a little unhappy. You humans are troublesome. It's better to be humans in Azkaban, where we can be free. Azkaban. It's Azkaban again. After this period of getting along, Harry had heard countless stories about Azkaban from Malfoy. At first he didn't know what Azkaban was, but he still listened to it with great interest. I think the place where Professor Rasmo worked last was very unique. Later I read a book and learned that Azkaban is a wizard prison. Harry found that he could no longer look directly at what Malfoy said. Is life in prison that rich? How did the professor get along so well with those prisoners? Also, he had thought that some of the things Malfoy said were exaggerated. Now that I suddenly know that Azkaban is a prison, I suddenly realize that it is not necessarily an exaggeration. Is Azkaban really that weird? Harry thus developed a little interest in Azkaban, but more sympathy for those in Azkaban. If Mr. Malfoy wasn't lying, those prisoners are also blessed. Harry and his group soon arrived on the platform. The dark platform made it difficult to see clearly. The weather was also a bit cold, and Harry couldn't help but shiver when the cold wind blew. Just then a light appeared above everyone's heads. A rough voice sounded. First-year students, come over here." In a sea of people, countless people began to see the giant with the lamp. Under the illumination of light, the image of the giant is extremely strange. Even if he has a lot of beard, his face is actually painted colorfully, and his forehead is still black. If there is someone from a mysterious eastern country here, I will definitely comment on the previous sentence as the hall is darkened. Hagrid's image at this time was indeed a bit scary. So after he shouted it again, not even a few students dared to walk towards him. Harry and the others are a special case. With Malfoy's soul film protecting them, they could easily come to Hagrid. Hagrid immediately noticed Malfoy, and then also noticed Harry, who was regarded as his mount. He didn't bother to greet other freshmen, and said hello to Harry first. "Hello, Harry, I'm Hagrid, Rubius Hagrid." Harry was stunned for a moment, then responded, "Hello, Mr. Hagrid." He didn't realize how kind Hagrid was to him. He just thought it was a normal greeting. Harry now has a certain understanding of his popularity in wizarding society. He will no longer feel strange when others greet him. After saying hello, Hagrid did not continue talking. His current duty is to take the new students to Hogwarts. As a conscientious worker, he naturally has to complete his work first. "Come here, first years? Come here quickly. I will take you to Hogwarts." Shouted again. The crowd just started to flow this way. Hagrid smiled and reminded, "Be careful, first-year students, don't slip." Harry and others followed Hagrid. Ron knew Hagrid and told everyone about Hagrid's situation. But they didn't pay much attention to Hagrid. Instead, look into the distance. Because they had turned a corner and passed the end of the narrow path. Saw the Black Lake. There's also a castle standing on the high hillside on the other side of the lake. There are countless spears on the castle, and countless windows shine in the moonlight. That's Hogwarts. A moment of seeing Hogwarts. Rowling's figure appeared in Harry's mind. All over Hogwarts. Harry only knew Rowling. Wrong. There is also a Professor Quirrell, to be exact. But Harry's impression of Professor Quirrell was not very good. So I subconsciously ignored Professor Quirrell. Harry was now looking forward to meeting Rowling. He wanted to express his gratitude to Rowling. Rowling summoned Malfoy to accompany him, making him happy for a month. During this month, Malfoy did a lot of things. It also brought Harry a lot of fun. It can be said that Malfoy fulfilled the duties assigned to him by Rowling very well and accompanied Harry. Except for his slightly unique personality, Harry thought Malfoy was simply perfect. Without Malfoy's company, Harry couldn't imagine how boring he would be this month. Thinking back to the scene when he returned to Privet Drive, Harry still felt a little uncomfortable. Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley all but ignored him. To be more precise, I should say stay away from him and don't want to have anything to do with him. Even the meals are prepared for him alone. But compared to before, the Dursleys have also changed. At least the meals prepared for him taste much better than before. At this moment, Harry could somewhat understand the mood of his aunt and uncle, so I didn't pay much attention to it. It's just that being ignored all the time makes him feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Malfoy is there. Malfoy's bad character is most evident in the Dursleys. Except Harry, so to speak. Others are nothing at all in his eyes. If Harry hadn't been persuading him not to do anything too extreme, which might affect Lorraine, Malfoy might have turned the Dursleys into bones. Thinking of the experience during that time, Harry couldn't help but want to laugh. After laughing, I felt a little uncomfortable. He actually didn't want to get along like this with his aunt and uncle. Deep down, he still longs for family affection and the care of his elders. But why can't his uncle and aunt give him any tenderness? Whenever Harry saw his aunt and uncle's love for Dudley, he couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. This was why he wanted so hard to escape from the Dursleys. Physical pain Harry could care less about, but the sadness in the soul cannot be erased. Notice that Harry was feeling a little down. Malfoy slapped him on the head. "Kit, what's wrong? Are you thinking about that broken family again? What's good there? No one cares about you at all. It's better to come to Hogwarts. There is a great master here. If you become a master's servant like me, you will understand how supreme the master is," Malfoy said with feverish eyes. Harry came back to his senses and couldn't laugh or cry when he heard his words. "Mr. Malfoy, you are truly loyal." "No, that loser Black and Longbottom are definitely not loyal to me. Master will definitely understand my loyalty." Malfoy looked very proud, and then added, "By the way, when you see the master later, remember to say more good things about me, so that I can take care of you for so long." "No problem, Mr. Malfoy. Thank you very much for this time." Harry nodded seriously. Malfoy laughed loudly. "Kid, you're actually very good. After you die, I will definitely suggest that the master converts you into a soul servant. Then we will serve the master together." Harry twitched his lips. "Mr. Malfoy, you are really thinking too far, but if that day comes, I should be very happy." "That's right. That is my master, the supreme master of the undead in the endless world," Malfoy shouted. At this time, they were walking towards the lake. Harry's voice was still relatively quiet and was masked by the noise around him. Malfoy was different. His voice was so loud that almost all the freshmen following Hagrid heard him. Some of them knew Harry's identity, while others who were better informed knew that Malfoy was Rowling's undead servant. The news quickly spread throughout the community of young wizards. Then Harry and his group received a lot of attention. Harry and others were a little uncomfortable. Although Ron and Justin admired Malfoy, they were still children, and how could they withstand so many inquisitive and curious eyes? They lowered their heads and walked in a hurry, not looking out at all. Hermione was a little better. Although she was not used to this scene, she was very envious of it. It's just that this time, everyone's eyes are not focused on her, so she didn't show too much excitement. What she thinks is that if she achieves great success in the future and thousands of eyes will focus on her alone, then she will definitely hold her head high to accept the attention of everyone. Harry was the center of attention. His choice was the same as Ron's. Both of them kept their heads down. Malfoy still goes his own way. Not only did he accept everyone's attention, he even waved his bone claws from time to time. If Luo Lin saw him doing this, he might pick his toes in embarrassment. How come there is such a conspicuous package among my soul servants? Obviously, he is so low-key. Hagrid walked in front. Naturally, he also heard Malfoy's words. He didn't pay much attention to it, but secretly sighed. He is worthy of being Professor Rasma's soul servant. This character is really special. The freshman team became lively. The center of the excitement was Harry and his group. But soon they came to the river, got on the boat. For people in a boat arrived under the castle in a short while. Hagrid held up a lantern to illuminate the road ahead. The little wizards followed him up from the underground pier and finally arrived on the grass in front of Hogwarts Castle. Then climb up the stairs, arriving at the huge oak door. This is the gate to the castle. Hagrid raised his fist and knocked on the door 3 times. The door opened instantly. Professor McGonagall, a black-haired witch wearing an emerald green robe, appeared in front of Harry and others. Professor McGonagall looked quite serious. Harry felt that this serious professor must be difficult to deal with, and he became nervous unconsciously. "I brought the first-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. Leave the rest to me." Professor McGonagall opened the door, revealing the first floor of Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid did not leave immediately. Instead, he came to Harry. Looking at the bearded giant approaching, Harry was a little confused. "Mr. Hagrid? What can I do?" "No." Hagrid shook his head honestly. "I just wanted to see more of you. Last time I saw you, you were still very young. You look like your dad, but your eyes are more like your mom's." Harry understood that the relationship between the man in front of him and him was unusual. "Do you know my parents?" Harry couldn't help but ask. Hagrid nodded. "Of course, Lily and James, they are heroes, and I was the one who sent you to Privet Drive in the first place. I just didn't expect those two muggles to go so far." Harry knew that the two muggles Hagrid was talking about were Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. He did not answer this sentence, but asked another question. "Then do you know Professor Razma?" Harry asked about Rowling, which made Hagrid a little surprised, but thinking that Harry was the one who sent the notice from Rowling, he thought it was normal. "Of course I know Professor Razma. He is our famous person now. There is no one in the school who doesn't know him." Hagrid smiled, but compared to others, the relationship between Professor Razma and I is relatively close. We are very good friends. He seemed a little proud when talking about this, and then pointed at Malfoy riding on his neck. "Is this the undead servant of Professor Razma?" Harry hasn't answered yet. Malfoy had already answered. "Yes, I am the sole servant of the great master. Since you are the master's friend, you can also call me Malfoy." Malfoy. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. He suddenly recalled the names of Luo Lin's other undead servants. Black Longbottom Malfoy. No matter how slow you are. Hagrid has also understood the logic of Luo Lin's naming. This is to take the names of all the 28 clans. Does Professor Razma have 28 soul servants? Hagrid couldn't help but think. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." After coming back to his senses, Hagrid said hello to Malfoy. Malfoy nodded with satisfaction. "Kid, this big guy only has good intentions for you, so you can rest assured." A flash of surprise flashed in Harry's eyes. He believed Malfoy's words. Malfoy showed his specialness some time ago. What impressed him most was Malfoy's ability to vaguely sense the good intentions and malice of others. Like Draco Malfoy before him, although it started with good intentions. But when Harry rejected his kindness, good intentions turned to bad intentions in an instant. Malfoy told him this. That's why Harry disliked Draco so much. No one will like this kind of person who will be malicious when others don't follow him. According to Malfoy, he is a naughty child who must be taken care of. Although Harry didn't quite understand why such a person would be called a naughty kid, he had to agree with it. A disgusting person like Draco needs someone to discipline him. Since Malfoy said that Hagrid was completely kind to him, then what Hagrid just said should also be true. Hagrid was also a little surprised. This was the first time he knew that Luo Lin's undead servants had this special ability. But with his character, he doesn't really care. Hagrid and Luo Lin are good friends, and they also know their parents. Harry unconsciously became closer to Hagrid. He felt that Hagrid should be his second acquaintance at Hogwarts. Hagrid wanted to say something else. Professor McGonagall is already about to leave. Seeing this, Hagrid waved his hand towards Harry. "I'm leaving to find Professor Razma first. I'll go to the auditorium later. We'll meet again at the opening banquet." After speaking, Hagrid left. A flicker of anticipation flashed in Harry's eyes. "Will I see Professor Razma in the auditorium soon? What a great news." Ron, Hermione, and others had already heard the story about Rowling and him from Harry. Harry was not surprised that he wanted to see Professor Razma as soon as possible. Hermione even envied Harry a little. Why is Professor Razma so nice to Harry? She remembered that when Luo Lin came to deliver her the notice and take her to Diagon Alley, he didn't give her any special treatment. Is it because Harry is a legendary child? If Rowling knew what Hermione was thinking, I will definitely tell her that she is thinking too much. In fact, his attitude towards young wizards such as Hermione, Harry, and Justin is basically the same. Maybe because Hermione and Harry are the protagonists, they will pay a little more attention, but it does not affect his attitude. The reason for being so nice to Harry, it's because Hermione and Justin already live a happy life, and their parents are healthy and supportive of them. Llewellyn has no meaning in helping them in such a happy life. Harry was different. Harry's experience was so tragic. Instead of a happy life, he had to face endless suffering. Llewellyn is a school teacher. You must help your students. At least until Harry was able to handle it on his own, he had a responsibility as a teacher. This responsibility may not be obvious enough in the UK, but for Llewellyn, that is the most basic responsibility. He would not go out of his way to help Harry. Just let Harry not be as miserable as before enrolling. In fact, Harry even had the help of Rowling. Life is far worse than Hermione and others. But because Malfoy is here, Harry is definitely much better than before. Professor McGonagall sets off. Harry and others followed her. Professor McGonagall took the first-year students to a small empty room, and everyone was crowded together. Malfoy originally planned to rush to find his master after arriving at Hogwarts. But just now he heard Hagrid say that he could meet the master at the opening party, so he wasn't too anxious anymore. Prepared to follow Harry and show his master the results of his mission. Harry doesn't have to be bullied these days. He eats much better than before and has gained several pounds. For a child, it seems more obvious. Malfoy felt that if Llewellyn saw this scene, he would definitely praise him. And he has completed the task assigned to him by his master very well. And he must be better than that idiot Blake. Malfoy imagined the scene of being praised for a while, and it was hard to stop dancing. Harry endured a pile of bones moving around on his shoulder, causing a slight pain in his shoulder. Mr. Malfoy, could you please be quiet for a moment? I have some pain in my shoulder. Harry couldn't help but said. Malfoy stopped for a moment. Of course, no problem. As long as you say more good things about me to the master later. Malfoy brought it up again. Harry reluctantly reassured. Of course. Malfoy said nothing. Harry and others were protected by the film of Malfoy's soul power and did not feel the crowd around them. But that's exactly why they received greater attention. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but look at Harry and the others a few more times. Needless to say about the rest, the envy in my heart is almost overflowing. Ron and Justin noticed the envious looks from the people around them. He immediately raised his head, looking a little proud. Harry felt that it was too noticeable and was a little uncomfortable with it. Wait until all the little wizards have entered the room. Professor McGonagall spoke. Welcome to Hogwarts, everyone. The opening banquet will begin soon, but before you go to the restaurant to sit down, you must first confirm your branch. Sorting is a very important ceremony. When you're at Hogwarts, the college is your home. Professor McGonagall then introduced the 4 major colleges: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. She told everyone that every college has a glorious history. Then he explained the Academy's points addition and subtraction rules, and a student with the highest score at the end of the year can win the Academy Cup. Finally, I encourage everyone to bring glory to the college. This is a very standard leadership speech. Llewellyn might fall asleep if he heard this. Harry and the others listened very carefully. Just take the opportunity to learn about Hogwarts. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held. You will go to the auditorium and be sorted into different schools in front of the entire school. All eyes will be on you then. I suggest that you look energetic and tidy up while waiting. Professor McGonagall said and glanced around below. Then the focus stopped on Harry's side. Mainly Harry's robes and hair that were messed up by Malfoy and the dirt on Ron's nose. Noticed her gaze. Harry suddenly became nervous. Professor McGonagall looked really serious, and he unconsciously wanted to do what Professor McGonagall said. So he discussed with Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, can you get off me now? I need to tidy up my clothes and hair. Malfoy was very tolerant of Harry. Hearing Harry's thoughts, he floated in midair. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, then straightened out his wrinkled clothes and smoothed his hair vigorously. Ron was still clueless about the dirt on his nose. Everyone's attention in the car, just now, was on Malfoy and Harry. No one even reminded him that there was something dirty on his nose. To Professor McGonagall's gaze. On the contrary, Ron seemed a little eager to try. He held his head high and wanted to express himself. Professor McGonagall didn't look much at it. Instead, he continued, "Just wait here for a few minutes. Preparations are being made over there in the auditorium. I will come to pick you up when it is ready. By the way, please stay quiet while you wait." After saying that, Professor McGonagall left the small room. The serious Professor McGonagall left. The sound of breathing came one after another throughout the house. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Harry was curious about how the sorting worked. But when he asked Ron, Ron wasn't sure. Harry was a little panicked now. When it comes to theoretical knowledge, Harry is not that bad now. It's not like he did nothing during this time. No longer suffering the abuse he suffered before, Harry basically spent his free time every day reading the textbooks he bought. Have a very basic understanding of things in textbooks. But in terms of practice, he doesn't know any magic at all. If he were to test the release of magic later, he would definitely be embarrassed. Except him, the others were also nervous. Because of some unspoken rules. Those who know how the houses are sorted will not tell the little wizards how to sort the houses. Even those pure-blood families. They don't know much about the branch. It can be said that this is a kind of bad taste that arises spontaneously among students. So far, no one has broken this unspoken rule. Harry's nervousness continued. But thinking about being able to see Professor Erasmus soon, he was not so nervous. I have entered the magical world. It doesn't seem to matter which college I'm assigned to by then. It's unlikely that he will be asked to drop out after admission, right? Harry was very satisfied to be able to stay in school, learn magic, and become a wizard. Not to mention that there are good people like Professor Rasma in the school. Harry just wishes he could study here for a few more years. Suddenly, Harry heard someone screaming behind him. Harry was startled, turned around, and his eyes widened instantly. More than 20 ghosts appeared on the wall behind. These ghosts are translucent and glow with a pearly white color. After they appeared from the wall, they shuttled around the room, whispering to each other from time to time. As Harry listened to their words, his fearful mood suddenly became a little strange. They were actually talking about things related to Professor Asma. "Oh God, we have the courage to show up here, just a few walls away from that monster. We are amazing," said a chubby monk ghost. "This is something we must do every year. How can we be stopped by evil people? If possible, I even want to enter the auditorium." Another younger ghost spoke. The person next to him quickly covered his mouth. "Shut up. You are risking your life. You don't know how terrifying that Rasma is. As long as we get a little closer to him, our power will weaken and be absorbed by it. That's a ghost-devouring devil." The ghost next to him nodded repeatedly, with a look of horror on his face. Even Bloodman Barrow lost half of his finger when he tried to get close to him. "If we get close, he will eat us up. Then are we going to scare these little wizards this year?" With the evil presence of Rasma, the little wizards will probably be frightened even worse after they enter school. The chubby monk ghost couldn't help but say. The rest of the people agreed very much. Yes, that kind of evil power should not appear in Hogwarts at all. Dumbledore doesn't know what he thinks. This place has simply become a hell of ghosts. Right? Do you think we can send Peeves to that devil? Peeves will definitely become honest by then. There are ghost proposals. Immediately, a ghost retorted, "No, although Peeves has done a lot of mischief, he is not worthy of death, so we should expel him." The ghosts suddenly discussed whether to expel Peeves or send Peeves to Luo Lin. Harry listened to their conversation below and was a little confused. What are these ghosts talking about? What does it mean that Professor Rasma is a devil and an evil existence? It's just nonsense. These ghosts don't understand anything at all and are completely biased against Professor Rasma. If they were willing to take a closer look at Professor Rasma, you will definitely know that the professor is a pure, good person. He is the gentlest person in the world. Harry didn't understand these ghosts. I just simply don't like the bad things they say. These ghosts are constantly communicating. Some of the little wizards looked at them with interest and found them very novel. The ghosts didn't pay attention to the first-year wizard below, but after a voice appeared, they disappeared through the wall. Okay, the ceremony of the three houses is about to begin. I hope you're all ready. Professor McGonagall's voice floated in everyone's ears. She's back. Now follow me and go to the auditorium together. Then Harry and others followed Professor McGonagall to the auditorium. Harry was amazed by the splendor of the great hall. He also saw the people sitting on the 4 long tables below. But what he paid most attention to was the top table in the restaurant. There's a long table on the stage. This is where the Hogwarts staff sit. At the center is Dumbledore. Harry only glanced at him, then ignored him and began to look for Professor Razma. Soon he saw Professor Razma and the big Harry from before at the edge of the table. Harry looked at the familiar figure wearing wizard robes and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, I saw Professor Razma again. I wonder if Professor Razma will notice him and look in his direction, etc. When he saw Rowling's face, Harry finally realized something was wrong. Start with Dumbledore. Every professor he saw seemed to have something painted on his face, just like Hagrid. But before he could take a closer look, Professor McGonagall had already brought them to the stage, asking them to face hundreds of faces on the 4 long tables with their backs to the professor. The picture in Harry's mind was still Professor Razma's colorful face. Luo Lin sat on the edge of the long table on the stage, next to Hagrid. He had kept his head down, not wanting everyone to see his face. Even the faces of most people on this long table already have many marks. He was still reluctant to show his current face in front of many young wizards. Just now, everyone came to the auditorium and found their seats to sit down and wait for the opening banquet. Most of the little wizards couldn't help but exclaim, because they found that the professors they were familiar with had changed their appearance. The face is covered with colorful things, which looks very strange. Even the great legendary wizard they respected, Principal Dumbledore, was the same. There are even more marks on the face. Only the less popular Professor Snape and the strange Professor Trelawney looked the same as before. There were very few marks on Professor Flitwick's face. The little wizards who have just returned to school don't quite understand why they haven't seen each other during the summer vacation. This is what professors have become. They can only ask about small stories left in the school. But the little wizard who stayed in school didn't know much. They only know that the professors will play games together, and the loser will have a magic mark painted on his face. This made the little wizard who had just returned extremely curious, especially the little wizards of Ravenclaw. They really wanted to find out what kind of game the professors were playing, and they were actually willing to let themselves become like this. At the same time, they also had another idea. Can they also play a game, and the punishment is face painting? Luo Lin didn't know what these little wizards were thinking, but he heard the exclamation, knowing that little wizards must be curious about the marks on their faces. That was one of the reasons he didn't want the students to see his face. Students are always willing to get to the bottom of things. If they know that the more marks on their faces, the worse they will lose. Luo Lin has no doubt that this group of students will create a ranking list in the school, ranking the person with the most face paint at the top. In this way, the top spot is undoubtedly Hagrid. For the subsequent 2nd and 3rd places, Luo Lin was a strong contender. Luo Lin also wanted to use a positive image to appear in front of many students, although he also knew that he no longer had a positive image. He is a necromancer after all. He is also a well-known necromancer in the British Wizarding Society. Escaped from Azkaban. The Daily Prophet has already written that he will be a professor at Hogwarts. This might have a hard time affecting admissions to Hogwarts, but it will definitely affect the attitude of the little wizard's parents. Parents of little wizards will definitely describe Rowling's evil image in front of their little wizards. But Luo Lin thinks these parents may be counterproductive. Children are always rebellious and full of curiosity. Basically, they do whatever you don't want them to do. The same goes for Luo Lin. The more parents prevent their children from contacting Rowling, the more children will find ways to contact Rowling, because they'll think it's cool. During these days, Luo Lin realized this deeply. At the beginning in the auditorium, those students are just ready to make a move, but no one has actually taken the initiative to communicate with him. Later, he came to the auditorium more often. There were actually little wizards who came over to chat with him or ask him questions. Fortunately, these are all questions about Luo Lin, not academic issues. Otherwise, Luo Lin felt that he would make a fool of himself. This is the rebellious psychology of children. But it's not true that their parents did anything wrong. It can only be said that rebellion is very difficult to solve. Basically, it depends on the children's self-consciousness. And in Hogwarts, the most conscious one is Hufflepuff, and the least conscious one is Ravenclaw. Luo Lin couldn't remember how many Ravenclaws he had chatted with. They seem to be a collective animal. After the first person runs over, a group of people will run over together, and their thinking is very fast. Luo Lin failed to keep up with their thinking several times. But he also quite liked these students. They are very simple and don't make him feel annoying. So let's talk about Luo Lin's so-called positive image. That is, other people are willing to contact him and will not reject his image too much. And if his face is covered with paint, others knew what the marks on his face meant. And they also knew that he was the first to bring this about. Then his image will definitely plummet. Luo Lin had this idea, so he didn't want too many young wizards to see his face. Most other wizards have no such concerns. Dumbledore looked particularly calm, sitting on the golden chair in middle. Even if Hagian Tang turns black, I don't think there's anything wrong. The other professors were the same, as usual. Luo Lin looked around and found that he was the only one who was more ashamed. This is embarrassing. The key is that it is still difficult for him to overcome his own psychology, especially after looking up inadvertently and noticing Harry. Rowling didn't know what Harry was thinking, but he could see the surprise in Harry's eyes. Now he really wants to go back to the person he was before he even thought about playing poker, stop himself from playing poker, or at least stop the punishing behavior of painting something on his face. Can it be painted somewhere else where it can't be seen? His image in Harry's eyes should be completely ruined now. This so-called image does not refer to other aspects of image, but only refers to one's own appearance. Luo Lin really doesn't care what others think of him in other aspects. The key is that he is obviously a handsome man. As a result, he had so many things painted on his face that he turned into a weirdo. No matter how you think about it, it makes you feel uncomfortable. This wasn't just about Harry at all. But since Harry had such a reaction, it meant that others would not be too different. I can only say that it is too late to regret. Luo Lin had no expression on his face, looked at the back of the new student, and sighed quietly. The next period of time, the mark on his face still wouldn't go away. This means that he has to teach young wizards with these things on his face. Think about that scene. Luo Lin just wanted to tear his face off and put it back on again when time passed, etc. It doesn't seem impossible. For a necromancer, it is not difficult to change his face, and it is not even very difficult to change his head, let alone cut off his face first. But think about it. Luo Lin gave up the idea, because it's a bit too scary to cut your face off. After all, he is also a professor at Hogwarts, and he cannot do such things that would frighten children. You definitely can't pick your face. But he also had new ideas. You can't dig your face out, but you can cover it with something. Isn't it okay as long as you don't let others see what's on your face? Anyway, the agreement at that time was that he was not allowed to take the initiative to remove the marks on his face. I didn't say you couldn't block it with something. The simplest thing is to wear a mask and cover your face tightly. As long as he puts on the mask, who can see the face under the mask? Don't mention that there will be a lot of colorful magic marks on your face by then. Even if your face is painted pure black, no one else can see it. The more Luo Lin thought about it, the more he thought this idea was wonderful. Such a simple idea. Why didn't you think of that before? My thinking is still a bit rigid. Something that could be solved by a mask had worried him for such a long time. Luo Lin felt it was inappropriate. He should think more in the future so that he can solve the problem. After thinking about covering my face, Luo Lin felt a lot more relaxed instantly. Don't draw too much attention tonight. Just keep a low profile. Can't let too many people notice his face tonight. Wait until school officially starts tomorrow. Just cover your face. When the time comes, the little wizards won't be able to see his face, and naturally they won't know how many marks there are on his face. To be honest, This move is a bit deceptive. After all, as long as the face is covered, there is obviously something on the face. But Luo Lin didn't want others to know whether there was something on his face. He just didn't want others to know how many marks he had been painted on, because that way you can intuitively see how many times he has lost. And it was so ugly that he didn't want to show his face. Luo Lin felt that his plan was perfect. It will be implemented after today's banquet is over. As a necromancer, making fake faces is so easy. You can make a fake face out of any piece of meat. But for comfort, Luo Lin still hopes to use special skin to make fake faces. Whether it is human skin or the skin of certain animals, they're all suitable. Just when Luo Lin was thinking about something, Professor McGonagall has brought a four-legged stool and placed it in front of the little wizards. Then he placed a wizard's hat on the four-corner stool. The wizard's hat looked very worn, patched, badly worn, and a little dirty. If such a wizard hat was placed in the Muggle world, no one would pick it up if it was thrown on the ground. But Professor McGonagall placed him on the stool so solemnly. This made many freshmen aware of the special nature of this hat. Luo Lin also heard the Sorting Hat singing at this time. You may think I'm not pretty, but never judge a book by its cover. If you can find a prettier hat than mine, I could eat myself. The Sorting Hat's singing is pretty good, not unpleasant, but a mouth popped out of one of the hats and sang. It still gave a huge shock to many young wizards of Muggle origin. Harry is okay. He has met Black, Longbottom, and Malfoy. These three undead servants are no less magical than a Yard Hat. At this moment, Malfoy was still riding on his neck. I don't know that the school has no regulations in this regard. Or was Professor McGonagall deliberately ignoring Malfoy? Anyway, after sorting out my clothes before, Malfoy returned to his shoulder again. But this time Malfoy didn't mess up his clothes or hair. Said to be riding on his neck. In fact, there was no contact between the two parties. Harry didn't feel any pressure on his shoulders either. Rowling naturally noticed Malfoy. Malfoy was also seen following Harry on stage. At first he didn't want to look up, so he didn't pay much attention to Malfoy. Later, when I saw Harry, I discovered Malfoy's figure. Originally, he wanted Malfoy to come directly to him, so as not to affect Harry. But now he wants to be more low-key and not want to attract attention. So I didn't bother to let Malfoy come back. Let's go find Harry and bring Malfoy back during the meal. The Sorting Hat's song continues. It describes the situation of the four major colleges. Brave and courageous Gryffindor. Honest and loyal Hufflepuff. A shrewd Ravenclaw. There is also the wise and knowledgeable Slytherin. It can be said that the Sorting Hat is a very official thing. It only talked about the advantages and characteristics of each college, but did not talk about the shortcomings of each college. Luo Lin listened very casually. He doesn't need to wear the Sorting Hat, so naturally he doesn't care about this. Harry and the others were much more serious, because there is quite a lot of information revealed in the Sorting Hat. When they are sorted, they only need to put on the Sorting Hat and do not need to do anything else. The Sorting Hat will take the initiative to assign him to a house that suits him. Ron on the side was also surprised. He also didn't expect that all he had to do was put on a hat. I couldn't help but gritted my teeth. I want to kill Fred. He actually told me that the branch was going to fight a giant, which made me worry for such a long time. Everyone understands the method of sorting. Only then did I realize it was so simple. Many of the previous worries were unnecessary. At this time, Professor McGonagall stood in front of the hat, holding a roll of parchment in his hand. Whoever's name I call now will put on the hat, sit on the stool, and let the hat be sorted. Hannah Abbott. Hannah Abbott. After Professor McGonagall read out the name, a little girl stumbled out of the team. She wears 2 golden braids, which sway when she runs, and she is very youthful and energetic. Saw this little girl. Luo Lin's heart moved. This is Hannah Abbott, Old Tom's granddaughter. Old Tom once asked him to pay more attention to Hannah Abbott in school. He also agreed to Old Tom. That being the case, Luo Lin took a few more glances at Hannah Abbott and memorized her appearance so that he could follow her in the future. Hannah Abbott was soon at the stool. She put the hat on her head and sat on the stool. Hufflepuff, after a moment of pause, had announced the results of the sorting. The people at the Hufflepuff table below immediately cheered. After Hannah Abbott took off her hat, she sat down at the Hufflepuff table. Susan Burns, Hufflepuff. Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Students go up one after another. Find out the result of your sorting. When some students go up, the sorting hat will call out their names immediately. Some students need to sit for a while before the sorting hat gives the answer. Soon it was Hermione's turn. Hermione couldn't wait. He hurried over and was sorted into Gryffindor. Neville was still as panicked as in the original book and was sorted into Gryffindor. There is no outside involvement. Everyone's branch was the same as Luo Lin's impression. Malfoy's Slytherin. Harry and Ron are both Gryffindors. Among them, Harry was the last to go up. His appearance also caused a sensation among the little wizards. People poked their heads around, hoping to see clearly what he looked like and to know which college he would be assigned to. When the sorting hat announced that Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, the loudest cheers and applause so far erupted in the auditorium. The Weasley twins were the most excited. They shouted loudly, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Harry didn't understand why they were so excited. As he sat at the Gryffindor table, he finally had time to take a good look at the entire auditorium, especially the guest of honor seat on the stage. Harry looked towards the seat of honor, confirmed that he had read correctly just now. These professors at the guest of honor table all have marks on their faces. Professor Rasma's face is no exception, and it seems to be the one with more faces. Except Rowling. Harry only knew Hagrid and Dumbledore at the guest of honor, and maybe Quirrell. Hagrid was someone he had just met, but she was very friendly to him. After noticing his gaze, she gave him a thumbs up and seemed to be smiling happily. Dumbledore was a picture he saw on the train. There's almost no difference between the Dumbledore in the picture and the one seen with the naked eye now. He didn't have much of an impression of Dumbledore. All I know is that this is the principal of Hogwarts and a legend in the wizarding world. As for Professor Quirrell, he was really not familiar with him at all and had no intention of dealing with him. Of all the people, Harry was naturally the most concerned about Rowling. But Rowling rarely looks up now. He also had no intention of interacting with Harry. After Harry took a few more glances, he began to observe other things. He was curious about Hogwarts as a whole. After all, this is where he will spend the most time in the next few years. Just like what Professor McGonagall just said, this place is no different from his other home. And maybe this home is much better than the one he originally stayed in. At least Professor Rasma is here. And at this time, the sorting hat also read Ron's name. Ron was the second to last person to wear a hat. After being sorted into Gryffindor, he ran over to Gryffindor excitedly and collapsed on the chair next to Harry. After the last Blaise Chabini is assigned, sorting is over. Professor McGonagall took the sorting hat and the student list and left. Sorting is over. Finally, it was Dumbledore's turn as the principal. With a gentle smile on his face, Dumbledore looked at the students below, opened his arms, and couldn't be happier. If it weren't for the countless colorful magic marks on his face, freshmen may have a much better impression of him. Now all the freshmen have noticed the marks on the faces of these professors in the guest chair. Little wizards from Muggle families are fine. I just thought it was a tradition for Hogwarts professors to start school. The expressions on the faces of those little wizards who came from wizarding families were a little strange. They just can't figure out, why would these respected professors at Hogwarts smear these things on their faces? They are wizards. It's not shamanism. The key is that some professors have it on their faces and some professors don't. Now the professors with no marks on their faces stood out. Dumbledore didn't care about the marks on his face. He looked at the many students happily and gave a leadership speech. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. The opening banquet is about to begin. Before that, I have a few words to say. That is, idiot, cry, residue, screw it. Thank you, everyone. This leadership speech is really short. The little wizards below cheered and applauded because they didn't have to listen to nonsense. But basically no one can understand the meaning of Dumbledore's meaningless words. Even Rowling is the same. When he saw this place in his previous life, he couldn't understand it at all. After searching online, some said that the characteristics of each college correspond to these 4 words: and some said that this is each college's view of other colleges. Anyway, it's a mess, and there is no unified conclusion. It's no wonder that little wizards sometimes think Dumbledore is a little crazy. This may be the special little personality of the legendary wizard. But Rowling liked Dumbledore's speech very much. This can be said to be the shortest leadership speech he has ever heard. You must know that the general leadership speeches are smelly and long, and do not have any substantive content. If everyone could speak as briefly as Dumbledore, I don't know how much time would be saved. Dumbledore finished speaking. The opening party has begun. Rich meals appeared on the 5 long tables. Luo Lin couldn't help but glance down. Those house elves downstairs are really working hard. But those little elves were happy with it. Looking at the pile of food in front of me, Luo Lin couldn't wait to pick up the fork. Tonight is the opening party. The meals are much richer than usual. There are even more types of food. Luo Lin ate a little less at noon in order to eat more at night. He put some of everything he wanted on his plate and started enjoying his delicious dinner. Luo Lin ate happily. Harry and others also enjoyed their meal very happily. Harry had never had such a sumptuous meal. Even a meal that Professor Razma took him to the hotel that day was far less varied than today's opening banquet. It was just a Turkish meal after all. The opening banquet has meals from all over the world. Certainly, for Harry, it was the food he ate with the professor that impressed him the most and found it most delicious. The opening party is a grand party for Hogwarts. Everyone ate with open stomachs. Everyone was chatting while eating. Hagrid told Rowling about the conversation with Harry just now. It was obvious that Hagrid was happy to see Harry. Wait until everyone is almost full. The food on the table suddenly disappeared. The tableware also became as clean as ever. Then after a while, countless desserts appeared on the table. Various flavors of ice cream, apple pie, chocolate sponge cake, strawberry, jelly, everything. The little wizards also started chatting. Harry listened to the chats of the people around him and got to know Neville, Hermione, and others. They talked about their next studies, looking forward to the life after learning magic. Harry couldn't help but look up at the guest seat. Professor Razma and Hagrid are drinking. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were chatting, apparently about the marks on their faces. Harry didn't know much about the other professors, so he looked at Professor Quirrell, whom he had met once before. This professor, who he thought was a bit nervous, still had a purple scarf on his head, which looked very strange. Just when he looked at Professor Quirrell, the hook-nosed teacher who was talking to Professor Quirrell happened to look at him, and right at this moment, Harry suddenly felt a burning pain on the scar on his forehead. "Oh, it hurts!" Harry suddenly covered his forehead. Seeing his look, Ron couldn't help but asked with concern, "What's wrong, Harry?" "Nothing." At this time, the pain on Harry's forehead had disappeared, but he did not dare to look at Professor Quirrell anymore, but asked Percy on the other side. "Percy, do you know who the teacher was who was talking to Professor Quirrell?" Percy ate a piece of pudding, turned his head and looked at it, then said casually, "Oh, that's Professor Snape, Professor of Potions and head of Slytherin." Harry frowned. "Professor Snape? Why doesn't he look like a good person?" Percy laughed when he heard his words. I didn't expect Harry to have the same idea. In fact, many students in Hogwarts think that he is not a good person, except Slytherin. As he spoke, he lowered his voice. Actually, there's another rumor. People say that he is not willing to teach potions, but hopes to teach defense against dark arts. After all, he has deep attainments in dark arts. Defense against the dark arts? Harry was shocked and couldn't help but said, "Isn't that the position of Professor Razma?" Percy nodded. "Yes, the position of the necromancer is now decided by Dumbledore himself. But even if Professor Razma is not the professor of defense against the dark arts, it will not be Professor Snape's turn, because there is still Professor Quirrell. Although Professor Quirrell has changed a lot, he is also very familiar with dark magic." Okay, hearing that Snape actually coveted the position of Professor Razma, coupled with the pain from the scar on his forehead just now, Harry immediately felt a slight sense of hostility towards Snape. In his heart, Professor Razma is the biggest good person in Hogwarts. Snape actually wants the position of Professor Razma, which is too much. He couldn't help but look at Snape again. But Snape never looked at him again, or even spoke to Professor Quirrell again. Harry suddenly thought of something and asked Malfoy on his shoulder, "Mr. Malfoy, did you feel anything unusual just now?" For him, the person he trusts the most now is Malfoy, and Malfoy is also the most capable. Here are his questions. Malfoy, who was a little bored, became energetic. "I felt a soul wave just now, but it was too weak and disappeared quickly, so I didn't tell you." Soul fluctuation? Harry didn't know much about undead magic. "Well, you probably won't understand it even if you tell me, but that soul wave is malicious towards you, so you should be more careful in the future," Malfoy reminded. Harry looked as if that was indeed the case. "I thought to myself, sure enough, Professor Snape has bad intentions towards me. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that his soul would fluctuate just when he saw his eyes, and it would be a malicious soul fluctuation? It seems that Professor Rasma must be reminded to be careful in the future. It may be dangerous if such a villain is eyeing his position." Harry began to worry about Lorraine, just when he was thinking about how to tell Luo Lin about this. The desserts on the table also disappeared. The dinner party is completely over. Dumbledore, who was sitting on the golden chair, stood up again. Saw him get up. The entire auditorium returned to silence. Dumbledore still had the same smile. "Everyone has eaten and drank enough. Today's banquet is almost over, but I still have some words to tell everyone. These are very important, and everyone should keep them in mind. First of all, first-year students need to know that no one is allowed to enter the woods on campus. This is a school rule. Some of our old students should also remember this." Harry noticed that Dumbledore glanced in their direction as he said his last words. Following his gaze, Harry discovered that they were Ron's two twin brothers, Fred and George. He had heard Percy say that these two were naughty men before. It seemed that Percy was right. Even Dumbledore would remind them of this. But judging from how unconcerned the two of them are now, they probably didn't listen. After saying the first thing, Dumbledore continued. "Secondly, the administrator, Mr. Filch, also asked me to remind everyone not to release magic in the corridor after class. In addition, the review of Quidditch players will be carried out in the second week. If there are students who are willing to join the college team, you can sign up with Mrs. Huichi. Last, and most important, speaking of this, Dumbledore's expression became more serious than ever before. Everyone needs to pay attention. If you don't want to encounter an accident, injury, or even death, you must never enter the corridor on the right on the 4th floor. I'm not kidding everyone. Not even just the freshmen. I'm talking about everyone, including the senior students and professors. If you break..." Dumbledore finished speaking. There was some scattered laughter below. They didn't seem to believe what Dumbledore said. Harry also asked Percy quietly, "Dumbledore must be joking, right?" Percy shook his head. "Not likely." Then he frowned. "But it's a little strange. In the past, whenever we were not allowed to go, he would always tell us the reason. This time he didn't say anything, but he was more serious than ever. I really don't understand. He should have told us the reason. At least he should have told us the prefects." Harry mused. "The corridor on the right, on the 4th floor? So what exactly do you have? Why not be allowed to go?" But he's not a particularly curious person. Since there is danger, just don't go. As long as he didn't get close there, he wouldn't be in danger. At the guest of honor table, Rowling paused when he heard Dumbledore's words. How could Dumbledore be so serious? Except for Harry and his party, the little wizards shouldn't be able to break in, right? And if Harry and the others go in, basically it means Voldemort is onto something. Dumbledore should be paying attention to them at that time, and there's a high probability that there will be no danger. Rowling couldn't understand why Dumbledore was so serious. He didn't think of the Flamestone demon he summoned at all. After all, what Dumbledore didn't know was, the first moment his soul servant encounters an invasion by others, he will use the communication between souls to inform him of the news. There's a soul module. Gunter and Birds can still contact him through the soul module, even if they are on the other side of the earth. So he never thought that the soul servant he placed would harm anyone except the intruder. Just receive communication from Gunter. Luo Lin will definitely go to see the fun. If something really happened to the little wizard, Could he, as a professor, not save him? Luo Lin felt that Dumbledore was unfounded. Dumbledore felt that his instructions were not enough, because some of the little wizards below still don't care. For the first time, he put on a straight face. Everyone, I repeat, what I just said is no joke. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is very dangerous. It is definitely not a place you can go to at will. It is 100 times more dangerous than the Forbidden Forest. If you don't want your parents to lose their children and be heartbroken, you must not go near it. Of course, if you insist on pursuing death, there is nothing I can do. He finished speaking. Both students and professors now understood the importance of the matter. Hagrid couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew what was in the right corridor on the 4th floor, and his Lu Wei was there. I just didn't expect Dumbledore to be so careful. He didn't know that Luo Lin had put his little pet in it, but he just thought that Dumbledore was very concerned about the safety of the students, so he emphasized it specifically. Professor Snape frowned. He glanced at Rowling calmly, and then quietly glanced at Harry at the Gryffindor table. His face was as gloomy as ever, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Professor Quirrell looked a little scared, which was in line with his timid setting. But when he lowered his head, a rich black light flashed deep in his eyes, revealing a sense of evil. The little wizards all had their own reactions. Dumbledore's unprecedented seriousness made them no longer as relaxed as before. But most of the little wizards didn't care after being surprised. They wouldn't have violated school rules anyway. Only Fred, George, and others looked at each other, seeing the worry and eagerness in each other's eyes, seeing that all the little wizards took his words seriously. Dumbledore's smile returned to his face. Okay, the heavy topic is over, and the opening party is coming to an end. Before everyone goes to the dormitory to sleep, let's sing the school song together. The smile returned to his face. The smiles on other professors' faces froze. Luo Lin looked at Hagrid with some confusion and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Everyone doesn't seem very happy." Hagrid shrugged. "You'll find out soon." Subsequently, Dumbledore picked up his wand and waved it lightly. Golden ribbons floated out of the wand. The ribbon is very long, floating in the air, twisting and twisting to form lines of text. The text is the school song of Hogwarts. Everyone chooses his or her favorite tune, starts, and sings. Dumbledore shouted. The old students and professors sang loudly and skillfully. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please give us knowledge. Whether we're an old man with a bald head or a child with a broken knee, we will study hard until it turns into dung. Although everyone sang the same lyrics, but everyone sang in a different tone, which seemed a bit confusing. Luo Lin doesn't like singing very much. The main reason is that his voice is terrible. How bad is it? If he was so bad that he sang in KTV in his previous life, his friends would hide away faster than the wizards in this world when they see him as a necromancer. Either go to the toilet or go out to smoke. Only a few friends wearing headphones would applaud him expressionlessly. That experience dealt a huge blow to Luo Lin. He made a vow from then on. Unless his friends come together to beg him, he will reluctantly sing. Then, he never went to KTV to sing again. This is a sad story. Roland also sang a sad tune. When he finished singing, he noticed that Hagrid was looking at him with wide eyes, with disbelief in his eyes, combined with the black mark on his forehead. No matter how you look at it, it's funny. Luo Lin couldn't help but cover his face. Looking at Hagrid's expression, he already knew how good his singing was. Never mind. I will never sing again. Hagrid found that Luo Lin was a little sad. He suddenly realized that his actions seemed a bit hurtful and couldn't help but comfort him. It's okay, Professor Rasma. You've done a great job in everything except singing. Luo Lin just wanted to tell Hagrid, don't comfort people if you don't know how to comfort them. He feels even more uncomfortable now, so it would be better not to comfort him. Of course, this is all a sideshow, except for Harry, who kept peeking at Luo Lin from below. No one noticed what was happening here. Dumbledore directed Fred and George to sing the school song with the funeral march, and then gave them warm applause. Music is more charming than anything we do here. Dumbledore couldn't help but shed tears in the corners of his eyes. The tears he felt at that time represented his love for music. Wiping away his tears, Dumbledore smiled again. Everyone, it's bedtime. The opening party is about to end. Harry reluctantly said goodbye to Malfoy. Follow Percy and head to the dormitory. Malfoy didn't look reluctant at all. He was extremely excited now, running among the crowd, heading in the direction of Luo Lin. Many little wizards looked curiously at a skeleton, Shio, shouting, "Master, I am here," and then ran towards the guest of honor seat above. Malfoy's excited voice was heard. Luo Lin, who was saying goodbye to Hagrid, was stunned for a moment and then covered his face again. Malfoy's voice was really too loud. Luo Lin estimated that all the young wizards and professors would turn their attention to him. He really didn't want to bear these looks. After all, his plan was to keep a low profile and then go back and make a mask to wear. But things went counterproductive. In order to keep a low profile, he didn't even think of saying hello to Harry, just to avoid attracting attention. But despite all calculations, the conspicuous package of Malfoy was missed. How to say? The situation is very embarrassing now. Malfoy yelled for his master and rushed towards Rowling. Luo Lin covered his face, looking shameless in front of others. Hagrid felt strange being there, but he still said hello to Malfoy. Snape stared at Rowling and Malfoy not far away. Especially when seeing Malfoy, his whole person became more gloomy. Luo Lin originally had 2 undead around him, but he couldn't accept it anymore, and now there's one more. Who knows how many undead people Luo Lin, the necromancer, will stuff into the school in the future. If Rowling's undead are endless, then is it the wizards or the undead who call the shots at Hogwarts? Will Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry be changed to Hogwarts School of the Dead in the future? Or should we hire these undead as professors and then let Luo Lin be the principal? Snape had imagined countless images in his mind that disgusted him to the extreme. He snorted coldly, turned around, and left without saying goodbye to Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell stared at Malfoy with great interest. A trace of greed flashed unconsciously in his eyes, but he quickly lowered his head to cover it up. In fact, many people have already noticed Malfoy riding on Harry's shoulders. But Malfoy was very quiet at that time, and not many people paid attention to him. At this time, Malfoy had no scruples and strode around the auditorium with impunity. An undead was so arrogant in the wizard's room. Some people couldn't help but feel disgusted with him. There are also some people who are very interested in him. Not only interested in him, but also interested in all of Luo Lin's undead servants. Like Professor Binns, he once asked Rowling to communicate with Black and Longbottom. What exactly they talked about, Luo Lin didn't ask. He didn't let Black and Longbottom tell him either. Since then, anyway, Professor Binns had more respect for Luo Lin. So even though Professor Binns doesn't really like them getting together to play poker, never said anything. Instead, I later became interested in poker and kept watching. Of course, as a ghost, he could only watch. Now everyone knows that Luo Lin has one more undead servant beside him. But most of the professors didn't think it was a big deal, especially professors who frequently participate in card games. They're already familiar with Luo Lin, know Luo Lin's character, and know that he is not the undead wizard in the legend. In addition, Longbottom and Black often acted as waiters at the card games, serving them tea and water. It gave them a very good impression of Luo Lin's soul servant. Naturally, Luo Lin would not be excluded from having another soul servant. Develop according to this situation. Luo Lin felt that the day when he could summon all his soul servants was just around the corner. Just get all the professors. Get rid of Dumbledore again. Then get all the students. Then take care of the Ministry of Magic. That's about it. The young wizard's view of Malfoy is relatively simple. Curiosity with a little fear. Curiosity is the most important thing. They had never seen a skeleton before, and it was such a completely harmless skeleton. Staying at Hogwarts, young wizards feel confident about their own safety. Dumbledore is here. Can that necromancer professor still hurt them? So in fact, although they sometimes subconsciously stay away from Luo Lin, but I really have no fear of Luo Lin. At most, I keep a respectful distance from him. Regarding Luo Lin's undead servants, many young wizards have even different views. There are several young wizards from Ravenclaw. He has even considered raising an undead servant of his own. They were preparing to find an opportunity to ask Luo Lin for advice. Luo Lin did not know the existence of these people, but if he knew, he would only think that these little wizards were thinking too much. Undead servants are not so easy to obtain. This is almost exclusive to the necromancer. Not only that, if you want to have undead servants for a long time, you must have the power to control souls. It can be said about the entire Hogwarts and even the entire British wizarding world. Only Voldemort could barely meet the requirements. But there is no way to summon a soul servant of Malfoy's level for a long time. Almost no one in the room had any deep animosity toward Malfoy, except Malfoy, who should be called Draco now. Draco caught sight of the skeleton that had punched him. He touched his nose, which still hurt slightly. This is an insult to him. It is also a humiliation to the Malfoy family. A damn skeleton actually dares to call Malfoy. It's so abominable. By the way, Draco also hated Rowling. He knew Malfoy was Rowling's man. The name was also given by Luo Lin. It's obvious when you look at it this way. Rowling, the evil necromancer, must be hostile to the great Malfoy family. For this situation, Draco decided to find an opportunity to tell his father and let him teach Rowling a lesson. Although Rowling is a professor at Hogwarts, he is nothing compared to his father, who is the school director of Hogwarts. If his father wanted, he could even forcibly fire Luo Lin. Certainly, that was with Dumbledore's consent. At this time, there is no doubt that Dumbledore's reputation is far inferior to that of his father. As long as Dumbledore wanted Rowling to continue to be a professor, neither the Ministry of Magic nor other school directors would object to his wishes. Draco didn't even think about firing Rowling. He just hoped that Rowling would let Malfoy apologize to him humbly. And he wanted Rowling to turn Malfoy over to him. Make Malfoy his house elf. Only then will he take revenge severely. Rowling didn't know what Draco was thinking. But even if he knew, he would only think that this naughty kid is mentally ill. If it weren't for Dumbledore's sake. He doesn't care about being a professor here. A Malfoy family just wants to take advantage of him. I simply don't know how to write the word death. The little wizards left. Malfoy also arrived at Luo Lin's side smoothly. Luo Lin looked a little depressed. Malfoy immediately became concerned. Master, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem to be in a bad mood? Tell you about your loyal servant Malfoy. I will solve your problems. As he spoke, he glanced at Blake, who was standing on Rollins' shoulder. What he meant was obvious. Blake, you piece of shit. It actually made the owner feel bad. Black didn't want to talk to Malfoy, a nuisance. Don't you have any idea why the master is in a bad mood? All right, judging from Malfoy's performance, it seems that he really doesn't understand. But Black could understand. For Malfoy, except for the master and his few friends in the dark room, everyone else is trash in front of him. He doesn't even look at her or care what other people think. Therefore, in his opinion, shouting the master's name loudly in the auditorium is an expression of respect for the master, and it also shows his loyalty to the master. Of course, there is also a small thought of asking for credit. As for what the surrounding humans thought, that was beyond his consideration. Black's personality is different from Malfoy's. She is more delicate, able to understand the feelings of others, and basically understands Luo Lin's thoughts. So she wouldn't do something like Malfoy, because she knows that the master doesn't like to be too conspicuous. But in fact, among all the soul servants, Blake is quite different, because most soul servants think similar to Malfoy. That is, Luo Lin is the supreme being and should be the center of everyone's attention. Everyone also needs to respect Luo Lin, even Longbottom, although I wouldn't say that. But this is basically the idea in my heart. It can only be said that they don't understand Luo Lin well enough. This is also Blake's superiority over them, although she also feels that the master is the supreme being. But she can see the master's thoughts without ruining the master's inconspicuous situation. If the master wants to be low-key, then let him be low-key. As servants, they only need to stay by their master's side and listen to orders at any time. Think of this. Black squatted on his master's shoulders with peace of mind and glanced at Malfoy disdainfully. Idiot. A fool like this will never become his master's favorite servant. Luo Lin didn't pay attention to the interaction between the two soul servants. He has basically recovered now, although Malfoy's actions brought him into the spotlight. But he didn't blame Malfoy either, mainly because he didn't warn before and didn't expect the situation. He who does not know is not guilty. Not to mention that Malfoy had just returned from his mission. Encourage should be given instead of complaining and blaming. So Luo Lin adjusted his expression, smiled, and said to Malfoy, "It's okay, I just thought of something unhappy. Malfoy, I saw Harry's situation. You did a good job and completed the task successfully. Is there anything you want?" Luo Lin may not be able to do well in other aspects, but he can still do it. Malfoy was even more proud when he heard his words. "Thank you for the compliment, great master. As your most loyal servant, I don't need anything. I just want to be by your master's side and do things for you." Black and Longbottom are careless and can't do much. I'm afraid the great master can't bear it long ago. I asked the master to take them back and call Avery and Flynn out. They and I together, we can definitely do better than Black and Longbottom. After Malfoy finished speaking, Rowling still had no reaction, and Black, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly became furious. She flew up from Luo Lin's shoulders and rushed straight towards Malfoy, shouting, "Malfoy, how dare you let me leave the master's side? I will fight with you." Malfoy didn't care. Who makes you not valuable enough? There's really too little you can do. Only those of us who are valuable can help the master do more things. Luo Lin reached out and grabbed Blake, patted her head comfortingly, and glared at Malfoy helplessly. "I'm asking you what you want. I'm not asking you to tease Blake here. Why did you imitate Avery? Black and Longbottom have done well. I will not let them go back unless their bodies are damaged. Change your request." Black was very happy when he heard what Rowling said and snorted coldly. "Master, Malfoy is just ignorant. His mission has been completed now. You better send him back to prevent him from causing trouble to you outside." Luo Lin glared at him. Malfoy couldn't help shrinking his skull. Hearing Black's words again, he plopped down at Rowland's feet. "Master, no. I was just joking. Don't let me go back. I'm not familiar with Avery and the others. I promise that from now on I will be honest and will never cause you trouble, Master. I will do whatever Master asks me to do, and I will not do anything that Master does not ask me to do." Look at him in such a frightened state. Luo Lin said angrily, "Get up, when did I say I would send you back? But Black is right, don't cause trouble for me. If you cause trouble for me, I will definitely take you back. When the time comes, let's change your frame to someone else." Luo Lin really didn't want to cause trouble, and he also knew Malfoy's temper, so he deliberately spoke harshly. Malfoy stood up and quickly assured, "Don't worry, I am loyal to you and will never cause trouble, and I will do even better than Black." Luo Lin's expression softened a lot. Rowling and Malfoy Black communicate with them. The people around them looked at them in a daze. Is this an undead servant? Why are these skeletons so spiritual? They look more human than some people. Hagrid and the professors who often played poker were slightly better, and they had many contacts with Black and Longbottom. I know that Black and Longbottom are undead with great personalities. Although Malfoy's personality is a little more flamboyant, they can still accept it. It's just that they didn't pay attention before. Now that the names Black, Longbottom, and Malfoy were connected together, they also noticed Rowland's naming method. Name it after the surnames of the 28 families. It can only be said that Luo Lin is really brave. These pureblood families still have a lot of power in wizard society. Especially a family like Malfoy is very influential. This is how Luo Lin named his undead servants. If it reaches their ears, they will definitely be dissatisfied with Luo Lin. That's when, even with Dumbledore protecting him, Luo Lin might be in trouble. Malfoy seemed a lot more honest. Luo Lin breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't think that after he said Malfoy would become an honest person like Longbottom. For the undead, personality is extremely difficult to change. Luo Lin understands this very well. After summoning these soul servants, when we get along, there are many soul servants with extremely weird personalities. He had also thought about changing their personalities. It didn't work at all. Even if he uses his master's authority to forcefully issue orders, it can only be controlled for a while, and it will relapse over time. Luo Lin knew it then. The characters of his soul servants should be affected by some special factors that make them so difficult to change. This influence is most likely related to the underlying structure of the soul. With his current level of necromancer, he still can't understand it. So, since then he has given up on changing the different personalities of these souls. Anyway, although these soul servants have weird personalities, they are full of loyalty to him and will never do anything detrimental to him. Malfoy did the same thing this time. Calling him in an auditorium would not actually cause any real harm to him. The reason why Luo Lin didn't like it was just because he personally wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to be noticed by too many eyes. And the reason why he said harsh words was to scare Malfoy. I also want Malfoy to restrain himself a little in the next period of time and not go too far. Rowling estimated that he wouldn't stay at Hogwarts for long. After all, he could barely be considered an employee of the Ministry of Magic. It was Dumbledore's invitation to teach defense against the dark arts here at Hogwarts. No one knew whether the Ministry of Magic would suddenly ask him to go back. Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. Rowling still prefers the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic paid him such a large salary, but he was a loyal person and could not directly betray the Ministry of Magic. Coming to Hogwarts is more of a visiting mentality. I also want to experience what it's like to be a teacher. So he didn't actually think of himself as a Hogwarts person. Certainly, this is just my current thinking. I don't know if my thoughts will change later. Malfoy just needs to be a little less aggressive during this time. Wait until you get back to Azkaban. Malfoy can do whatever he wants when the time comes. Rowling will not give Malfoy any restrictions in Azkaban. It was a very freeing place. But there is another possibility. That's when he became the headmaster of Hogwarts. And if he becomes the headmaster of Hogwarts, is there still a need to restrict Malfoy? What's the point of being more arrogant then? Just like Dumbledore now. If Dumbledore's pet got a little arrogant at school, who would say anything? Obviously not. As soon as Luo Lin thought of Dumbledore, Dumbledore walked up to him, glanced at Malfoy, and said, "Rowling, is this Mr. Malfoy who is going to accompany Harry?" Luo Lin nodded. "Yes, Professor. Harry bought his body." Dumbledore smiled. "Harry is indeed very rich. Buying a body is nothing to him." As he spoke, he turned towards Malfoy and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, for accompanying Harry. I just noticed that Harry looks fine. This is all your fault." From his words, Rowling knew that Dumbledore still paid close attention to Harry. Dumbledore knew that Harry had a bad life before, so he said that Harry seemed fine now. In this way, there is nothing wrong with Dumbledore thanking Malfoy. Looking at the white-bearded old man in front of him, Malfoy's eyes flashed with green light. He had been summoned to this world for nearly a year, and he still knew a lot about this world. Of course, he had heard of Dumbledore's famous name. We also know that this is a legendary wizard, although no legendary wizard can compare to his master. But it is also worthy of respect. Such a big shot thanked him, and Malfoy, who had been a little panicked just now, suddenly became proud again. "Oh, you're talking about that kid." Before he could finish the word little devil, he immediately realized that Luo Lin was beside him and quickly changed his words. "I mean, Harry's kid is pretty good, and he's quite to my liking, and I'm following my master's orders. If you want to thank me, just thank my great master." Noticed his change of tune. Luo Lin couldn't laugh or cry. Malfoy's character is indeed hard to change, and he is pretty good as he is now. Dumbledore didn't pay attention to Malfoy's change of title and nodded slightly. "Rowling, I will naturally thank him, but Mr. Malfoy should also be thanked." Malfoy touched his mouth with his little paw reservedly. "Since Mr. Dumbledore has said so, I will accept it reluctantly." If it weren't for the smile in his voice that could hardly be suppressed, perhaps others would really think that he was a humble skeleton. Luo Lin patted Malfoy on the head with some embarrassment. "Sorry, Professor, my undead servants have some special personalities. Dumbledore shook his head and didn't care. These gentlemen and ladies are all excellent. With them by your side to help you, I believe you can do everything well, Luo Lin. Malfoy was very happy when his head was patted by Luo Lin. Hearing Dumbledore's praise again, he couldn't help but say, "Of course, under the leadership of the great master, we will—" Luo Lin immediately covered his mouth, preventing him from saying the next words. Certainly, covering the mouth is of no use to the undead. Luo Lin still doesn't understand how they make sounds. He covered Malfoy's mouth, just to let Malfoy know that it was time to shut up. As soon as Luo Lin heard this familiar beginning, he immediately understood what Malfoy wanted to say. That's not a pleasant thing to say. This was what Malfoy and several of his soul servants who had a good relationship with him said most often in Azkaban. It is said that under the leadership of Luo Lin, they will conquer the world and make the world surrender to Luo Lin's rule. I don't know how they came up with this idea. He actually wanted Luo Lin to conquer and rule the world. Luo Lin is really unjust. He can guarantee that he really does not have such thoughts. At least not yet. And if their words were heard by others, the rumor that he wanted to become the Dark Lord would be confirmed. I have given you countless warnings before. Malfoy and the others barely kept mentioning this. Now I almost said it again. Fortunately, Luo Lin reacted quickly. Otherwise, he would have said this in front of Dumbledore and so many professors. He felt that he might not be able to stay in Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic may not be able to stay. Luo Lin didn't want to lose these two well-paying jobs. Although Dumbledore didn't know why Rowling covered Malfoy's mouth, but he didn't get to the bottom of it either. Come when he wants to. Luo Lin has such a low-key temperament. He probably doesn't want his undead to talk nonsense. Malfoy did look a little unsteady, but Dumbledore still liked Malfoy. I think Malfoy has a lot of personality. Thank you for the compliment, Professor, but I think I still need to work harder. After Luo Lin stopped Malfoy, he spoke. Dumbledore nodded slightly. You are still too humble. I believe you will do better than most wizards. Then the two chatted a little more. Dumbledore left. Dumbledore left the auditorium, and most of the other professors had gone back. Only Hagrid was left standing nearby, seemingly wanting to say something to Luo Lin. Luo Lin turned to face Hagrid. What's wrong, Hagrid? Aren't you going back? Hagrid scratched his head in embarrassment. Professor, I have something to trouble you with. Is that okay? Although he didn't understand what Hagrid could do to trouble him, Luo Lin was very happy about his first friend at Hogwarts. Of course. After all, we are friends. As long as I can do it, just ask. It's not anything particularly important. It's just... Hagrid suddenly seemed a little hesitant, but finally said it. That's it. I want to invite you and Harry to my cabin next weekend. Is that okay? Luo Lin thought it was something, but it turned out that he was just a guest. He didn't understand what Hagrid was so embarrassed about. Can I still disagree if you invite me to be a guest? We are friends. Inviting guests to friends should be very casual, just like I invite you to play poker in my dormitory. Hagrid smiled and nodded. Professor, I understand, but my purpose of inviting you this time is not that simple. Luo Lin was stunned for a moment. Hagrid's words are indeed very direct. But why is the purpose not pure? Is it possible that Hagrid is going to do something bad? Noticing his eyes, Hagrid waved his hands repeatedly. Sorry, my wording may not be accurate. I want to invite you this time, Professor. Actually, the main reason is not to invite you, but to invite Harry. Luo Lin listened to his words, which were a bit convoluted, but he basically understood. You mean you mainly want to get to know Harry this time? Invite him to be a guest. Hagrid nodded heavily. That's right. I just met Harry and haven't spoken a few words to him yet. When I first saw Harry, I remembered the time when I sent him to a Muggle family. I heard you, Professor, say that Harry was having a hard time in that family. I feel that I have a certain responsibility, so I hope to be friends with him or be able to help him. Luo Lin understood completely now. Hagrid originally thought that Harry was having a rough time, so he wanted to make up for it. It can only be said that Hagrid is still too kind. Harry's matter clearly had nothing to do with Hagrid. The suffering he suffered. The main reason is because of Voldemort, And the secondary reason is that the Dursleys are not human beings and Dumbledore's choice. Hagrid just followed Dumbledore's orders to bring Harry to the Dursleys' house. He should not bear any responsibility at all. Hagrid's moral standards are so high that he would feel guilty even if it had nothing to do with him. Think this through. Luo Lin shook his head slightly. Hagrid, this has nothing to do with you, and you shouldn't feel bad about it. Hagrid smiled. I know, Professor, but I really want to have a better relationship with Harry. When I see him, I will think of Lily and James. He said so. Luo Lin didn't say much. It is good to have a kind friend. Who doesn't like to be friends with a high moral person, even those who are full of evil? Evil people will not be sympathetic to evil people, let alone trust another evil person, but they will trust those good people. Certainly, this is not to say that Luo Lin is a bad person, but Luo Lin is indeed willing to be friends with kind people. Of course, I will go on time when the time comes. After all, Harry is also the student to whom I personally sent the notice, and he will also become a student of my defense against the dark arts course. Luo Lin agreed. Hagrid looked very happy. Great Professor, Harry admires you very much. As long as you are willing to come, Harry will definitely be willing to come too. Luo Lin was stunned for a moment. Is there such a factor? Harry admires him very much? It seems that there is such a thing. Luo Lin recalled Harry's expression when he faced him before, and felt that Hagrid's judgment might be correct. But he didn't seem to do anything special. I just fulfilled the duties that a teacher should have. Harry actually admired him for it. All I can say is that he's indeed a child. Maybe it was because I had been too miserable before. Luo Lin felt a faint sympathy in his heart. We have decided to visit Hagrid's cabin next weekend. Hagrid initially set a time of Saturday morning. Luo Lin felt that he might sleep in on Saturday, so after discussing with Hagrid, he changed it to Saturday afternoon. At the same time, another idea came to Luo Lin's mind. Since he came to this world, it's been a long time since I went out for a picnic with others and had a barbecue. So he was thinking about not just sitting around in Hagrid's hut. Instead, they were having a barbecue on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's eyes lit up when he heard Luo Lin's idea. He had never thought of such a thing. In other words, he has never gone on a picnic with anyone else. Ever since he became a Hogwarts employee, he has been working hard and dedicated to Hogwarts. I have very little time. There are not many entertainment activities. Either raise some pets, go to Hogsmeade Village for a drink, or bake some snacks at home. To say that he doesn't want to play with others is definitely a lie. But with his status and reputation, no one is willing to play with him. So Luo Lin suddenly proposed to have a picnic and barbecue together. Hagrid's heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly became active. You can have a barbecue with Harry and Rowling. This was perfect for Hagrid. He immediately offered to prepare all the ingredients and utensils himself. Luo Lin doesn't have many requirements on what to eat. He just specifically asked Hagrid not to bring rock biscuits with him. Although his teeth are still in good shape, he really has no need to grind his teeth now. As for Harry, Harry is still a child and is in the period of teething. It is better not to torment the child. Lying on the bed in his dormitory, Luo Lin was looking at his face in a small mirror. The magic marks on his face gave him a bit of a toothache. Although I've already thought about covering my face with a mask. But when he thought that he couldn't show such a handsome face to others, he felt that it was such a loss. Shouldn't have listened to Professor Flitwick's slander in the first place. Playing poker in your spare time is just for fun. It's good to relax and unwind. Rowling has no problem with playing poker. But the root of all evil is the punishment proposed by Professor Flitwick. If he hadn't said there would be punishment, why would there be so many things on his face? So gambling harms people. Luo Lin had a deeper understanding of the dangers of gambling. Never gamble. No matter what you do, don't take any chances. If you gamble, you will definitely lose. Rowling felt that Professor Flitwick had given him a lesson in gambling. But regret is regret. Playing cards is quite enjoyable. You can still play cards in the future, but it's best not to be punished. Or the punishment can be changed to something insignificant. At least it won't affect his handsome face. An idea just came to my mind. Luo Lin instantly became alert. He found that something was wrong with his situation. It's not like I'm feeling unwell or anything. But why have you become more and more narcissistic recently? You know, this is not Luo Lin's nature. Although Luo Lin thought he was pretty good looking, he would never think of his handsome face. This is a sign of extreme narcissism, and this idea has popped up in his mind more than once. Luo Lin thinks this is very abnormal. He couldn't help but begin to examine his soul. But no matter how he checked, there is no problem with the soul. There is nothing superfluous attached to the soul, and the nature of the soul has not changed. But why do narcissistic thoughts pop up so suddenly? Could it be that my personality has subtly changed during this period? Luo Lin thought about it seriously and turned his thinking towards his own system. Unfortunately, the system doesn't have much intelligence. Otherwise, he can ask the system what the situation is. He could only rely on various small functions of the system module to check his own situation bit by bit. It took over an hour. Luo Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found out. It's actually related to Dementors. Dementors. It is the most frightening and hateful creature in the magical world. Their main duty is to guard Azkaban together with the Ministry of Magic. Certainly, for a period of time, I mainly guarded Azkaban with Rowling. Luo Lin used the soul contract to regain these Dementors and can perfectly control these Dementors. But he was at Hogwarts now, and the Dementors are still in Azkaban. How could his situation be related to Dementors? This has to mention the characteristics of magical creatures like Dementors. Dementors are big black figures wearing cloaks. They have no eyes and can't see anything. They can only approach people by feeling. They will exude a rotten stench, slide forward, swallow the surrounding air, and make everything around them cold. They appear in groups in the darkest and filthiest places, causing corruption and despair. And their most important ability is to suck the peace, hope, and happiness out of the air around you. If someone gets too close to the Dementor, any good feelings or happy memories from him will be sucked away, and he will eventually become as soulless as a Dementor and become evil. They can actively absorb the victim's soul and use the Dementor's kiss. The kissed victim will lose his memory and become a walking zombie. Even the Ministry of Magic is very afraid of this kind of creature, and there's almost no way to deal with it except to rely on the Patronus charm. That's why the Ministry of Magic was so nervous when Luo Lin escaped from prison with the Dementors. Fortunately, Luo Lin is a lawful neutral or even lawful good person, so he did not cause any bad consequences. But the Ministry of Magic also made an agreement with Rowling that Dementors must not be allowed to leave Azkaban again. Luo Lin is very indifferent. Dementors were of no use to him. He has soul servants, which are much easier to use than Dementors, and are far more intelligent than Dementors. This time, out of Azkaban, Rowling did not leave any soul servants in Azkaban, but only left all the Dementors there to guard Azkaban as before. It's because the Dementors are in Azkaban. Only then did he influence Luo Lin today. The Dementors signed a soul contract with Luo Lin. There's a special connection between souls. Take advantage of this connection. Luo Lin can send messages to Dementors and transfer a certain amount of soul power. The food of creatures like Dementors is souls. They need the power of their souls to maintain their existence. Otherwise, it will wear out slowly. Therefore, after Luo Lin did not allow them to devour people's souls, they had to inject soul power into them regularly to allow them to survive. It was fine before in Azkaban. As long as the Dementors need soul power, they will come to Luo Lin. But after leaving Azkaban, Luo Lin forgot about this matter. In other words, since he left Azkaban, for more than a month, the Dementors have not been replenished with soul power. The contract they signed was a master-servant contract, which allowed the master to contact the servant, but it did not allow the servant to actively contact the master. Therefore, the Dementors were unable to contact Rowling. One's own soul power cannot be replenished. The body is constantly worn down. In this life and death time, the Dementors ignored Luo Lin's original order and relied on instinct to devour souls. And when they devour souls, some special power will be transmitted to Luo Lin through the contract. Luo Lin had banned the Dementors from devouring souls as soon as they took control of them, so he never discovered this. I didn't expect to find it under the current circumstances. This special substance is similar to soul power, but also very different. It can induce certain emotions in people silently. The emotion Luo Lin was aroused was appreciation for himself, which is commonly known as narcissism. Fortunately, Luo Lin himself is relatively calm. Found this out today, but it's actually too late. This special substance had been produced more than 10 or even 20 days ago. In other words, at that time, someone had already been devoured by Dementors. Dementors are confined to Azkaban. They probably still dare not disobey this order. So someone in Azkaban was devoured by Dementors. Luo Lin got this judgment. But what puzzled him was, who was devoured? Luo Lin has no way of understanding the situation in Azkaban now. But he knew that the most important thing to do now was to quickly transfer soul power to the Dementors. Otherwise, another life will be lost. Use the soul contract in your mind. Luo Lin transferred enough soul power to those Dementors. After doing this, he turned to look at Blake and others. Blake, remember to remind me about once every half a month to provide you with soul power. Black nodded and was about to speak when Malfoy, who was lying on the ground, immediately jumped up and spoke first. Don't worry, Master. Even if this idiot Black forgets, your loyal servant, I will remind you right away. Black glared at him fiercely. The Master ordered me. Malfoy was a little disdainful now. So what? I'm the most useful one to the Master. He now feels like he has regained his cuteness. Luo Lin was a little helpless. How long had passed, but Malfoy had already returned to this state. Although it was a private space now, and Malfoy could not affect him no matter how he behaved, he still felt a little uneasy. Malfoy, let me say it again, be honest these days and don't get me into trouble. Do you understand? Luo Lin warned again. Of course, my master. Your orders are everything to me, Malfoy said firmly. Luo Lin looked at Malfoy and could see Malfoy's loyalty and sighed. Okay, I will believe you once, but if you let me down, I'm afraid you won't be able to come out for a long time. Malfoy raised his little paw confidently. I will never betray the trust of my great master. After saying that, he glanced at Blake, who was gloating next to him, and a green light flashed in his eyes. I was very disdainful in my heart. A waste like Blake is so useless that he can't do anything, but he can stay with his master. He wanted to mock Black severely, but in the end he didn't say it, mainly because he didn't want to make his master angry. Forget it about Longbottom. Longbottom has enough strength, but Black is really a bit weak. He hopes that more capable people like him will come out to assist his master. So Malfoy made up his mind that he would behave well in the next period of time, not to cause trouble to his master, and let his master praise him greatly. When the time comes to win the favor of the master, he will find a way to get a few of his friends to help the great master achieve great things. Just thinking about the scene at that time, Malfoy couldn't help but laugh. Luo Lin looked at him, a little confused as to what was going on. But as long as Malfoy is obedient, he can still accept other small quirks. It's not too early either. He has class tomorrow. Although the problem of Dementors has not been fully understood yet, since the Ministry of Magic did not notify him, it should not be a big deal. Presumably the people who must die are the prisoners of Azkaban. In this case, Luo Lin wouldn't have to think too much about this issue. He turned off the lights in the room, fell into sleep. While he was sleeping, Blake stood on the birdcage in the window, as usual. Longbottom lay prone at the door. Malfoy saw where they were with some disdain. As the most loyal servant of the master, of course, you should stay closer to your master so that you can protect him when he is in danger. So, Malfoy chose to sleep on the cabinet beside Luo Lin's bed. It was only about 20 centimeters away from Luo Lin. The next morning, the first time Luo Lin woke up, he saw Malfoy. Fortunately, he had been calm for a long time. Otherwise, Malfoy would be scared to death. Malfoy and Black didn't need to sleep. So Malfoy spent the whole night staring at Rowling. When Luo Lin opened his eyes, Malfoy's green eyes flickered, looking extremely strange. He patted Malfoy on the head. You are not allowed here in the future, either at the door like Longbottom or in the living room. Anyway, stay far away from the bed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but destroy you when I wake up. Do you understand? Malfoy was frightened by Rowling's words, and at the same time a little aggrieved. I just want to get closer to the great master. Is this wrong? However, he did not dare to hesitate and nodded repeatedly. I understand, master. Finished Malfoy, gloating about the clothes Blake brought him. Longbottom, don't take your shoes and put them by the bed. After Llewellyn put on his clothes and shoes and washed himself, Malfoy and Longbottom stayed in the dormitory and took Black out. After Rowling and Black left, Malfoy sat down on the carpet, looking very unhappy. Longbottom moved his bone tail and asked doubtfully, Malfoy, what's wrong with you? Is it because the master doesn't take you out? Malfoy glanced at him with green eyes, shook his head first, and then nodded. I can accept whether the master takes me or not, but why does the master take Blake? She will mess everything up. Longbottom was even more confused now. Black is quite good. He can do whatever the master needs. Why do you think Black will mess things up? Malfoy got up from the ground and walked around the dormitory. Longbottom, you are too naive. You don't understand. Avery told me that Blake is a fool. She can't do anything, and she has a special ability to mess up anything. Longbottom was stunned by what he said. What do you mean? Why did Avery tell you that Black would mess things up, and she would mess things up? Isn't this the information you got yourself? Malfoy chuckled. How could I care about a weakling like Black? Only Avery pays more attention to her. I have discovered before that Avery often observes Black. I can definitely believe what he says. You should have seen it before in Azkaban. Avery would always bully Black. He just didn't want Black to get too close to his master, so as not to cause harm to his master. Avery told you this? Longbottom asked. Malfoy nodded. Of course, Avery is my good brother, and his words must be correct. Longbottom now understood the reason, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Avery did like to bully Blake before, but he could feel that Avery had no resentment or hostility towards Blake. Why are you here, Malfoy? Does Avery think that Blake is a loser who fails to achieve anything but fails? There must be a deeper reason for this. Longbottom still doesn't understand. Llewellyn didn't know that the two soul servants in his dormitory were chatting. Black also didn't know that Malfoy spoke ill of him in front of Longbottom. She was very proud now. The master took her out without Malfoy and Longbottom. She immediately felt a sense of superiority. Blake felt that this must be because he worked hard for his master in normal times and was noticed by his master, so he was so special to her. She was now standing on Llewellyn's shoulders, her head held high. If Llewellyn knew what she was thinking, you will definitely feel that she really thinks too much. The reason why I took only Black and no one else with me today, it's all because he has to go to class. He was going to meet the little wizard at Hogwarts. Take 3 undead at once. He was afraid that the little wizards might be at odds with each other. Although judging from previous performance, the little wizards didn't seem to reject these undead at all. They were even very curious and wanted to get close. You still have to be a little safer. Llewellyn became a teacher for the first time and wanted to be cautious in everything he did. Blake has an owl-shaped skeleton, plus she is female and has a nice voice, so she should be more approachable to little wizards. Compared to Malfoy and Longbottom, her advantages are very obvious. Among them, Malfoy Rowling would definitely not be brought to the young wizards if he was not sure that there would be no accidents. Today is Llewellyn's first class. It was also the first Monday he had ever experienced. According to Dumbledore's arrangements, he doesn't need to teach little wizards above 4th grade now. Young wizards in 4th grade and above are given to Professor Snape. This made Llewellyn feel relieved, although I don't like Snape that much. But this time Snape really helped him take some of the pressure off. Snape's level of dark magic goes without saying. Even among the Death Eaters, he is still among the best. He came to be the defense against the dark arts professor, which was more than enough. And Snape has always wanted to become a defense against the dark arts professor. It was just intercepted by Llewellyn. Of course, even if he wasn't Llewellyn, he would still be intercepted by Professor Quirrell. There would be no difference. But if Snape can enjoy the addiction of being a defense against the dark arts professor for a while, he will definitely be in a good mood. Rowling had no problem with that. He didn't fully understand the content related to defense against the dark arts. It's okay to teach the first, second, and third grade students in the lower grades. If you teach students in fourth, fifth, or even sixth or seventh grade, the difference will definitely be a lot worse. Even if it's scripted, Luo Lin felt that he might even be interested. If the little wizards ask him questions and he doesn't know how to do it, wouldn't that be embarrassing? So he agreed to Dumbledore's arrangement without hesitation. This is the first semester of school. He only teaches first, second, and third grade wizards. It will be decided next semester based on the situation whether he can teach senior students. Luo Lin thinks there should be no problem next semester. His learning ability is still very strong. After one semester of study, no matter what, you can complete the basic teaching content, right? At least his performance will not be worse than Professor Quirrell after being possessed by Voldemort. Although Professor Quirrell's level is definitely much higher than him, Quirrell deliberately pretends to be like that, and the performance is much worse. His first class was the second class in the morning. Class time is 10 o'clock. The class is for the second-year Gryffindor wizards. The second grade wizard has just entered school for 1 year. Most of them are children of 12 or 13 years old. Luo Lin is quite confident in dealing with these people. But now there's one more problem to deal with. He had to make a mask to cover his face. Making an ordinary mask is, of course, very simple, and there is no difficulty for him. But he wanted to make a more handsome mask, at least not ugly, which required a certain amount of energy. Luo Lin planned to go to Hogsmeade Village after dinner. It's only 7 o'clock now. If class starts at 10 o'clock, he still has about 2 hours, excluding eating. There were already some students in the auditorium at this time. Most of them are senior students, because at this time, the lower grade students probably don't even understand the stairs in Hogwarts, so it will be difficult for them to get to the auditorium on time for dinner. Professor Flitwick was already up. Looking at the few marks on his face, Luo Lin felt depressed. Professor Flitwick was obviously the culprit who proposed the punishment, but he turned out to be the one who seemed the most normal, which was really uncomfortable. So he wasn't going to say hello to Professor Flitwick. But Professor Flitwick wouldn't let him go. As soon as he saw Rowling arriving, Professor Flitwick came to him. Luo Lin, you got up really early today. In the past, Luo Lin didn't like to have breakfast very much, and he also preferred to sleep in, so he would get up a little later. This should be Professor Flitwick's impression of him. As for what Professor Flitwick called him, this was what Luo Lin requested after the two got acquainted. He didn't quite like how an older person like Professor Flitwick called him Professor Rathma, but it was more affectionate to call him Rowling. In fact, he also told Hagrid about this. He prefers that friends call each other by their first names. But Hagrid was more insistent. What he said is that you should call the professor in school, and if you are outside, you can call him by his first name. Luo Lin could only accept it reluctantly. Fortunately, it's just a title and doesn't have much impact. I have class today, Professor, Luo Lin said. Professor Flitwick laughed. I know. That's why I came here to cheer you up. I hope you can show your style in the first class. I hope so. Luo Lin shrugged. He didn't have much confidence in it. After all, he is a necromancer, and the little wizards must have been told by their parents. Except for those young wizards of Muggle origin, I am afraid that everyone else will stay away from him. Of course, except for those brave little wizards. This is Rollins' idea. I just don't know if his thoughts are the same as reality. Everything can only be revealed when the actual class begins. Seeing that he was not confident enough, Professor Flitwick didn't say anything, but only gave him a few more words of encouragement before leaving him. Luo Lin found a corner to sit down and finished his breakfast quickly, then quickly left Hogwarts and headed to Hogsmeade, standing on black. Arrive at Hogsmeade. Luo Lin didn't hesitate at all. He immediately started looking for more suitable materials to make masks. It takes about half an hour. He collected all the materials. Then he returned to Hogwarts and spent 10 minutes making a new mask in his dormitory. Wait until 10 o'clock. Luo Lin wore the mask he made and came to the classroom. Rollins' mask. How to say? It's still more in line with his own aesthetics. As a necromancer, it should be reasonable to choose the mask of Ichigo Kurosaki in Bleach, right? All related to death. Luo Lin felt that he would not have any objections if he copied Kurosaki Ichigo. It's okay to have opinions. Kurosaki Ichigo can come to this world to negotiate with him. He is a very talkative person. As long as Ichigo Kurosaki is willing to come to him, he will definitely not wear such an infringing mask. He touched the bone mask on his face. Luo Lin felt that he was having a trance just now, while shopping in Hogsmeade Village to choose a mask. Somehow, I was attracted to a very beautiful bone fragment. It was a large bone fragment, larger than his face. See this white bone fragment. At that moment, Luo Lin suffered from Chinibyu, and the mask of Kurosaki Ichigo in the 5th stage of his incarnation directly appeared in his mind. The two lines were separated on both sides of the mask, and combined with the teeth of the skeleton, Luo Lin thought it was very handsome when he saw it in his previous life. I still remember it until now. Then the more Luo Lin thought about it, the more he felt that this white bone fragment was very suitable for making a mask. Kurosaki Ichigo's mask is also very handsome. It's just that he thinks it's handsome, but others may not. At that time, Luo Lin was still hesitant. However, after looking around and failing to find any other more suitable materials, and the image of the mask kept popping up in his mind, he finally made up his mind. Use bone fragments. Cooperate with the soul power to transform the bones. The mask on the face was created very smoothly. I can't say that it is very similar to Kurosaki Ichigo's mask. I can only say that it is exactly the same. When looking in the mirror, Luo Lin admired it for a while. Although it looks a little weird, it doesn't look like a mask that a good person would wear. Compared to the stripes of magic marks on his face, this mask still looks much better. The key is to be in line with Luo Lin's wishes and make him feel happy. That's all. Luo Lin, wearing a skull mask and a wizard's robe, came to the classroom around 10 o'clock. The class time for this class is 10:15. Luo Lin had already arrived in the corridor at 10:05. To his surprise, the little wizards came earlier. He had already heard loud discussions in the classroom and the corridor. This semester's defense against magic teacher is Professor Rasma, the legendary and terrifying necromancer. What should I do if I'm a little excited now? I heard from my mother that Professor Rasma has been sleeping in the cemetery since he was a child and being with ghosts every day. That's terrible. I heard from my brother that Professor Rasma is not as scary as the legend says, so you don't need to worry too much. Luo Lin's hearing is pretty good, and he can hear the words inside relatively clearly. It seems that the little wizards are quite enthusiastic. This is my first class today, and I shouldn't be left out. He didn't care much about the prejudices of the little wizards. Children could easily change their opinions. Just when he was about to enter, there were a few words that made him pause. How is Professor Rasma's defense against the dark arts class? Will he be better than the previous professor? Or will he teach us undead magic? I don't know, but Dumbledore personally invited him here, so it should be no problem. Now I'm mainly worried about whether Professor Rasma can teach here for a year. In fact, I'm still very curious about him. Yes, it is said that the professor position of this course has been cursed by a mysterious man. Because he did not apply for this position, no teacher will hold this position for more than 1 year. I don't know if Professor Rasma can survive it. Actually, I have an idea. You said that Dumbledore invited Professor Rasma to be the defense against the dark arts teacher. Did he just want him to hear these words? Luo Lin twitched the corner of his mouth. These little wizards know so much. It is said that he really had such speculation at the time. When Dumbledore asked him to be the defense against the dark arts professor, didn't want to kill people with a borrowed knife. Use Voldemort's curse to deal with him. After all, defense against the dark arts professors don't end well. Luo Lin knew this trick in his previous life. The most expensive course for teachers at Hogwarts is defense against the dark arts. There have been 7 professors in 7 years. It's really not something that ordinary courses can do. And the end of each professor was not so good. Although Luo Lin had only watched Harry Potter in One Piece, he was still very clear about the fate of these 7 professors. The first one is naturally Professor Quirrell. Possessed by Voldemort, Harry was killed by his mother's guardian in the end. I don't know if Quirrell can escape now that Luo Lin has become the professor of defense against the dark arts. Luo Lin is relatively pessimistic about this point. After all, Voldemort will definitely try his best to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If Quirrell can't resist his order, there's a high probability that he will end up in a miserable way. The second one is Lockhart, a big liar who only forgets Joe. Luo Lin has a deep impression on him. He can only say that this man is a talent. His end was not bad. That is, he was turned into an idiot by his own forgetting curse and ended up in St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic. The third one was Lupin, a werewolf. Luo Lin didn't have a deep impression on him. He remembered that he resigned on his own initiative and died in the end. The fourth one is Barty Jr. disguised as Moody. No matter it is the real Professor Moody or the disguised Barty Jr., the end is not very good. Moody is killed by Death Eaters, and Barty Jr. is also possessed. If the monster takes a sip, he will most likely turn into a walking zombie. The fifth one is Umbridge, who was the person Rowling hated the most when he read the original work. Her end was not very miserable. That is, she was imprisoned in Azkaban. The sixth one is Snape. He can be regarded as a substitute professor, but he also died in the end. The seventh is Carlo. This Rowling basically has no influence. I don't know if he is dead or something. Taking into account the fate of 7 professors in the past 7 years. The conclusion is obvious. The defense against the dark arts professorship does come with a curse, and this curse may be difficult to break. There is no distinction between friend and foe. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have allowed this curse to exist. Luo Lin didn't care much about curses or not. For a necromancer, cursing is such a childish thing. Even for slightly more powerful necromancers, curses are their food. So when Luo Lin agreed to become the defense against the dark arts professor, he didn't worry about the curse of this position at all. He was a little surprised that even the second-grade wizard knew the news. This made him wonder if someone deliberately revealed this news to the little wizards. Otherwise, logically speaking, they would not have mentioned such a thing. With doubts, Luo Lin stepped to the door of the classroom. The little wizards sitting in front noticed his arrival and stopped communicating. After the little wizard behind found out, they all realized something. The classroom soon became quiet. Luo Lin stepped onto the podium. Through the mask, gaze at the little wizard below. The little wizards sat down obediently one by one and looked at Luo Lin with wide eyes. From their gaze, apparently they were attracted to the mask on Roland's face. Most of the little wizards had curiosity in their eyes, looking at the skull mask on Luo Lin's face. There are also a few little wizards who have a little fear on their faces. They look a little scared. It must be because their parents said something to them, or maybe the mask on Luo Lin's face is indeed a bit scary. Luo Lin had a panoramic view of the expressions of each little wizard. He probably understood the little wizard's attitude towards him. It was much better than he had expected before. The little wizards didn't seem to be very afraid of him, but full of curiosity, especially when he comes to class wearing a weird mask. The little wizards seemed to have never seen anything like this before. I immediately became very interested in him and his mask. Luo Lin briefly sensed the emotions in the classroom. There is no disgust whatsoever. There is only a little bit of fear. Most of it is curiosity and expectation. This will be easier to handle. Luo Lin smiled slightly. Although the little wizards couldn't see his smile, he still tried to be as friendly as possible. Hello, everyone. My name is Roland Rasma. Judging from the looks of everyone, you should all know me, so I won't introduce you much. Everyone should know that I am a necromancer, and necromancers are obviously evil existences in the magical world. But don't worry, everyone. I am a necromancer who is different. Since Professor Dumbledore invited me to be the teacher of defense against the dark arts, I will do my duty and do my best to teach you. Okay, let's start with the roll call. Luo Lin did not mention the mask on his face, but like other Hogwarts professors, he called the names first. He picked up the roster of the second-year students at Landfinder College and began to call the names. Crotch Sweeney. A chubby little boy raised his hand. Clive Root. The boy in the last row waved to Luo Lin. Cormac McLaughlin. Katie Bell. There are only about 20 people in the whole class. Luo Lin quickly finished the roll call. There was also an acquaintance he knew, Katie Bell. By the way, this is also a supporting character in the book. He is the chaser of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and a second-year Gryffindor student. Luo Lin remembered her entirely because he was more interested in Quidditch in the book. Most of the Quidditch players Rowling can remember. Bell was the only old player on Harry's 6th grade team, and he made a deep impression on him. And later Bell also joined Dumbledore's army. But that's all Rowling's impression of Katie Bell. After the name is called, Luo Lin put down the roster and turned his attention to everyone again. The little wizards kept quiet, waiting for Luo Lin to start class. You've been taking the defense against the dark arts course for a year. You must be very clear about what kind of course defense against the dark arts is. It involves dark magic creatures, dark spells, and duels. Anyway, it is to let you learn how to resist various types of attacks. Of black magic. I also know something about your progress. You haven't learned the knowledge related to the dark curse yet. Today I will start with the dark curse as the first lesson I give you. Luo Lin said. The little wizards had expressions of interest on their faces. You must know that defense against the dark arts is the most interesting course for students at Hogwarts. Just because the professor has accidents every year, the defense against the dark arts course doesn't seem to have much presence. But as soon as they heard that Luo Lin was going to explain the dark curse to them, they naturally became energetic. Seeing the studious state of the little wizards, Luo Lin nodded unconsciously. This was his first experience as a teacher. He doesn't know if he can teach well, but he can definitely follow the instructions without making mistakes. After all, these little wizards are only second-grade children, and their knowledge of magic is limited to what they learned in first grade or what their family members told them. Not many little wizards love learning as much as Hermione. They would rather spend their free time dazing and playing than spending their free time studying. In fact, this is quite normal. Education is inherently counterintuitive, and most people have an attitude of disgust and rejection towards learning. Hermione is a special case, and her persistence in learning is rare. Even Luo Lin felt that Hermione didn't like to study. She just liked to enjoy the fun of progress, show her excellence in front of others, and enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight. He cleared his throat and said, Dark curse is a type of curse related to black magic. Everyone has been exposed to common spells since the first grade, so they should already know a lot about them. The black magic spell is actually no different from ordinary magic spells. It's just that the effects are different. Like ordinary magic spells, it will exert specific magical effects on the target, but this effect is often negative. The little wizards listened very carefully. Curses are, of course, the most familiar thing for a wizard. Their charms textbook is standard beginner charms. There was no dark curse in it. So most young wizards don't understand the dark curse, but they know that the dark curse is evil. According to the degree of negative effects that black magic can bring, black magic can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The least negative ones are jinxes. They affect people, but they are also very interesting. For example, knockback curses and salvos fall into this category. Poisonous spells with medium negative levels will cause a certain degree of pain and harm to people. For example, the Bat Spirit Curse and the Toenail Growth Curse fall into this category. The most negative ones are curses, which can cause intense or even irreversible pain and harm. The well-known Unforgivable Curse falls into this category. If you want to talk about it in detail, as soon as Luo Lin started teaching, he entered a state of talking. He doesn't need to hold a textbook. These basic knowledge have been memorized in his mind. He did not stay on the podium all the time, but walked around while speaking and at the same time observed the little wizard in the classroom. The eyes of the little wizards were all focused on him, and they would look wherever he went. This 45-minute class was completed smoothly without anyone causing trouble. The first class of school. Rowling got on very well. He was in a good mood throughout the class. Of course, there will be little wizards asking questions in class, but the questions asked are within Luo Lin's ability, and it is not difficult to answer them. Although the little wizards were all curious about Luo Lin, they still followed the rules and did not ask any special questions, let alone anything outside Luo Lin's classroom. Luo Lin thought that maybe this was a Gryffindor student. If it were a young wizard from Ravenclaw, he couldn't be sure. But for these lower-grade wizards, Luo Lin was still very confident in handling it. As long as he doesn't mislead others, he will be happy. Moreover, the little wizards didn't care much about his mask, which made him feel more relaxed when facing the next class. Finished the 45-minute class. Rested for about 10 minutes. Luo Lin took the second class again. The second class was pretty much the same as the first class. It's just that the little wizard is a third-year Hufflepuff student, compared to Gryffindor in the second period. The third-grade wizard's curiosity about him has reached a new level. But there were no surprises. Everything was within his expectation. Finished the morning class. Luo Lin walked briskly to the auditorium for dinner. In the auditorium, he met Professors Flitwick and Sprout. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up when he saw him. Luo Lin, this is your first time giving a lecture to the little wizards. How do you feel? Professor Sprout also smiled and asked, Aren't the little wizards great? Children are always young, and they make people happy to watch. Luo Lin nodded. The experience in the morning was okay. The little wizards were also very sensible. I felt pretty good. Professor Flitwick patted him on the shoulder. I knew you would like this feeling of teaching. Believe me, teaching is the best thing in life. It can bring you a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Luo Lin smiled. I will understand it slowly. At this time, Professor Flitwick noticed the mask on his face and couldn't help but asked curiously, Rowling, did you make the mask on your face yourself? He thought the mask on Luo Lin's face was quite interesting. Although it was a skull mask, it didn't look ugly. Instead, it had a special sense of beauty. Luo Lin nodded slightly. Yes, there are too many magic marks on my face, so I thought of covering them up so as not to distract the little wizards. He gave a high-sounding reason. Professor Flitwick said, thoughtfully, You are right. Although there are not many marks on my face anymore, it is better to cover it up. However, this mask of yours is too strange and attracts more attention. I want to make it a relatively ordinary mask, just plain white. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement with his statement. Although I don't think Luo Lin's mask is very aesthetic, I also want to make a mask to cover my face. Luo Lin was stunned when he heard what the two professors said, but he quickly responded, Do you want me to help you make masks? Of course, we don't know how to make masks. We probably won't be able to make a qualified mask even after spending a lot of time, so we hope to ask you for help. Of course, we will definitely pay appropriate remuneration. Professor Freevey said softly. Professor Sprout nodded beside him. Rowling didn't care. It didn't take him much time to make a mask, especially a solid color mask like Flitwick's request. It only took a few minutes to control it with soul power. No problem, and there is no need for any payment. As long as you prepare the materials, I can make it for you at any time. I heard Luo Lin agree. Professors Freevey and Sprout were delighted. They finished their meal with Luo Lin. I can't wait to find the right materials. Luo Lin went back to his dormitory to rest. He prefers to take a nap now. He feels refreshed after a good nap before working. Had a peaceful sleep. There's still 2 classes in the afternoon. One section is for third-year Ravenclaw students. Another section is Hufflepuff's new life. The curiosity level of Ravenclaw students is really on a higher level than students of other houses. In their classes, Luo Lin will be asked countless questions by them. Although these questions will have a certain sense of proportion, they're certainly much stranger than those asked by people from other colleges. For example, asking Luo Lin whether the necromancer can resurrect the dead, or asking the necromancer whether teaching black magic is equivalent to killing myself, and so on. Face these curious students. Luo Lin felt a headache for the first time. He finally felt like a teacher who was questioned endlessly by his own students in class. Fortunately, each class is only 45 minutes. He left immediately after finishing his lecture and answering questions. When Hufflepuff was new to school, Luo Lin suddenly felt much more relaxed. The freshmen are very interested in defense against the dark arts, and they're also very curious about Luo Lin. But I just entered Hogwarts. They are all relatively honest and don't appear to cause any headaches. Usually Luo Lin teaches them something, and they will only ask if they don't understand. Moreover, their questions were extremely simple, and it was not difficult for Luo Lin to answer them. This is Luo Lin's favorite type of student. If they were all students like Ravenclaw, Luo Lin felt that he would be bored to death. But Ravenclaw's adjustment is also essential, otherwise it will be too boring. Overall, Luo Lin was quite satisfied with his one-day teaching. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of the little wizards, nor was he embarrassed. He was considered a qualified defense against the dark arts professor. Finished the first day of class. After Luo Lin finished his dinner, he received an order for 2 more masks. He also readily agreed, but he needed the other party to prepare the materials themselves. Then he returned to the dormitory and began to summarize what happened during the day, mainly the teaching methods and experience gained. After summarizing, I went straight to bed. Same thing the next day, except that Professor Flitwick brought him materials for him to make a mask. There's almost no difference from the first day, until the afternoon of the 3rd day. He has to teach the first-year students of Gryffindor, that is, Harry and the others. Of course, this is nothing special for Rowling. All classes are for freshmen. He wouldn't give Harry any special treatment at school. But for Harry, today's lesson is no small matter. This was Luo Lin's lecture to them personally, and it was also Luo Lin's first class that they had taken. Harry had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When he thought about being able to take Professor Rasma's class and meet Professor Rasma again, he couldn't calm down. He, Ron, Hermione, and others came to the classroom early, and Harry sat in his seat and thought about his experiences in the past few days. As he had encountered before, it has received the attention of countless people. In order to see him, many students gathered around him and stared at him. It put some pressure on him. Fortunately, I was mentally prepared, so I could bear this kind of pressure. But these people had a little too much influence on his wayfinding. The stairs in Hogwarts are so magical and the doors so random. For people who come to Hogwarts for the first time, it is difficult to find the way directly. Harry, Ron, and others were late several times because of this. Fortunately, the professors understood and did not blame them too much or punish them for being late. In addition, many things in Hogwarts also caused trouble to Harry, like the paintings in Hogwarts, the armor in Hogwarts, and the most annoying thing is the endless ghosts in Hogwarts. The number of ghosts is not particularly large either. Luo Lin already knew a few of them, such as Nearly Headless Nick, Monk, and Bloody Barrow. And the one he hated the most was naturally Peeves. Peeves really likes to play pranks. Once on the way to class, I ran into this bunch of creeps. They'll put a wastebasket on your head, pull out your carpet, throw chalk at you, or follow you behind and pull your nose. Peeves is Harry's most annoying existence after Draco. And there was another person whom Harry considered to be as annoying as Draco. That was Mr. Filch, the administrator. On the first day of school, they got lost on the 4th floor and were discovered by Mr. Filch. He didn't believe their words at all and said that he would put them in a dungeon. Fortunately, the strange Professor Quirrell happened to pass by and helped him. In the next 2 days, they saw even more of what Filch hated. And his cat, Mrs. Norris, is equally annoying, although there's so many troubles. But Harry still liked Hogwarts very much. The course itself was interesting, except for the fact that History of Magic is rather boring and Professor Bin's tone is too hypnotic. The other courses are pretty good. Professor Flitwick is very interesting, and I heard that he is also a good friend of Professor Rathma. Professor McGonagall is stricter, but her Transfiguration class is what interests Harry the most. Because at that time at Ollivander's wand shop, Mr. Ollivander once said that his father was very good at Transfiguration. Harry hopes that he is no worse than his father, so he also wants to learn Transfiguration well. Until Defense Against the Dark Arts class on Wednesday afternoon, Harry was more interested in this subject than Transfiguration. The main reason is, of course, because of Professor Rasma. But it is undeniable that the name Defense Against the Dark Arts is the most interesting of all the courses. The other little wizards are similar. Ron, Hermione, and Neville all thought the same way. You must know that they don't have the same admiration for Luo Lin that Harry does. At most, they're more interested in Luo Lin, the necromancer. Speaking of which, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have become very good friends these days, and Neville, the lost toad, has also joined their small group. It's just that compared to Harry and the other three, Neville's relationship with the three is slightly worse. They also had a friend, Justin, but because Justin was not a Gryffindor student, he was unable to join this small group. But we usually meet in the auditorium, so we can chat about interesting things in class. The thing about Justin that Harry envied the most was that he had already taken Professor Rasma's defense against the dark arts course. According to him, Professor Rasma's lectures were very exciting. This made Harry feel a little worried, and he was even more looking forward to taking Luo Lin's class. Harry's attitude towards Rowling surprised both Ron and Hermione. It was obvious to Harry on the train. They didn't pay much attention at the time. Unexpectedly, after arriving at school, Harry would become even more exaggerated. Rowling is mentioned in almost every conversation, said how kind Rasma was and how gentle she was to him. Ron and Hermione were dubious. They knew that Luo Lin was a necromancer, and the necromancer's image was not very good either in books or in rumors. Ron and Hermione thought it might be that Harry had too strong a filter on Rowling, which led to such thoughts. But Harry didn't agree with this. Harry felt that Professor Rasma was one of the gentlest people in the world. His fanatical attitude made both Ron and Hermione more curious about Rowling. They had a different attitude towards this legendary necromancer professor, and were somewhat looking forward to whether Rowling would be as Harry said. Not long after Harry and the others sat down, the little wizards in the classroom came one after another. Luo Lin also arrived at the classroom on time. Compared with a few days ago, he is now more comfortable talking about black magic-related knowledge. This may be just familiarity, even if I saw Harry, Ron, and others in the audience. He didn't deliberately care about anyone, nor did he have any change in attitude. Instead, he explained to everyone what defense against the dark arts was based on the teaching methods of the previous 2 days. As a new little wizard, Luo Lin knew that the most important thing was not how detailed or profound the explanation was. The main thing was to sort out a broad framework so that these young wizards could understand what defense against the dark arts was and why they should learn defense against the dark arts. In this regard, Luo Lin also summed up his own experience after thinking about it. His advantage is that he has read a wide variety of books. So when explaining defense against the dark arts, you can casually tell a short story to support his statement. Little wizards love to listen to stories. They listen to Luo Lin's stories with great interest, and by the way, they also memorize the knowledge related to defense against the dark arts. Of course, this kind of memorized knowledge is not very profound. It can only be said that it can leave an impression on the young wizards. If they are interested, they may be able to learn more about it. Harry was also listening with interest below. He looked at Luo Lin with admiration. I think Rasma is really amazing. Sure enough, as Justin said, Professor Rasma's class was very interesting and he could remember it. None of the previous classes were as interesting as this one. It can be said that this defense against the dark arts class is the most serious class he has ever taken. Even if there was no Professor Rasma, if another professor said this, Harry felt that he would listen carefully. He believes that this is Professor Rasma's superb teaching skills. It's not just him. The same goes for Ron, who doesn't like studying very much. In all the previous courses, he showed no special interest. Even sometimes it would be very uncomfortable for him to study. According to today's lesson, Harry noticed that Ron was not distracted at all, and even occasionally wrote and drew in the book. This is something only a top student like Hermione would do. What do you say about Ron? Learning is a little bit conflicting with him. At least that's the case for now. It can only be said that Ron hated Hermione in the original book, except for Hermione's initial attitude. A large part of it is due to the natural incompatibility between the eager academics and the lazy students. Luo Lin taught very seriously. No particular individual situation is paid close attention to, but he could see the seriousness of many young wizards. Lecture in a class like this. Naturally, it becomes more energetic. Soon a lesson of more than 10 minutes was over. The little wizards listened with great interest. Harry was even more fascinated by it. When Luo Lin announced the end of Get Out of Class and left the classroom, most of the little wizards in the classroom were reluctant to leave. They really hope that Professor Rasma can tell more stories. Harry looked at Rowling's back, eyes bright, really looking forward to the next class. He even had the idea of reviewing what Luo Lin had just taught for a while. This is unprecedented. Luo Lin didn't think there was anything special about this class. Taught the class for 3 days. Now he feels like he can do it easily when he calls out. According to his own name. This is a kind of teacher style. 3 days. Both the professors at Hogwarts and the young wizards are already familiar with the mask on his face and have accepted it. The little wizard who was afraid of him at the beginning actually became more and more pleased with him after looking at him for a long time. Especially since Professor Flitwick also wore a mask. They felt that Professor Flitwick's mask was not handsome enough and did not have the temperament of Rowling's. Certainly, during this period, some people also expressed dissatisfaction. That's Professor Snape. He complained to Dumbledore, saying that as a professor, he should not wear a mask to teach, especially Rowling's mask. This was of course dismissed by Dumbledore. Wearing a mask is everyone's freedom. Students don't mind, but what's the use of a colleague like you? The version Rowling heard afterwards was that Snape left Dumbledore's office angrily. This incident made more professors want to own a mask. They all came to Luo Lin. Luo Lin still said that they provide their own materials, and making masks is very simple anyway. Hagrid also ordered a mask from him. At the same time, we mentioned going to have a picnic and barbecue together on Saturday. After confirming that Luo Lin was back, he happily went to find Harry. Luo Lin is doing pretty well these days. Malfoy seemed a little less happy. These days, Rowling never took Malfoy out of the dormitory. On the contrary, Longbottom and Black would take turns following Rowling out. It's not that Rowling didn't want to take Malfoy with him. He just wanted to hang Malfoy out for a while and make him more honest. For Rowling's undead. Both students and professors have accepted it. Now all the students and professors know that there are 3 undead in Luo Lin. And everyone knows that Ms. Black has a nice voice and Longbottom is very well behaved. As for the impression Malfoy left on them, it was that of arrogance. But since I heard that Malfoy had been accompanying Harry for a while, someone tried every means to get close to Harry and inquire about Malfoy. Harry didn't hide it. Tell me what happened during that time. This has changed many people's impression of Malfoy, thinking that although he is arrogant, he is not evil. If Luo Lin were to sum up their view, it would be tsundere. But there is no such word as tsundere yet. It can only be said that Malfoy's attitude towards Harry caused them some misunderstandings. The reason why Malfoy is so kind to Harry, it's entirely because of Rowling. If he really faced an ordinary little wizard, there was no way he could regard this little wizard as a human being. To him, except for his master and his 28 soul servant brothers, everyone else is an inferior race. So if other little wizards want to be treated like Harry, don't even think about it. Malfoy will tell them what true arrogance is when the time comes. However, the young wizards only know these 3 undead servants, or in other words, most people in Hogwarts only know these 3 undead servants. Only Dumbledore and Rowling knew that there were actually 3 undead servants, but they were always outside the secret room in the corridor on the 4th floor, and no one had seen them. Luo Lin went there through Gaunt's soul connection and found nothing unusual. He couldn't help but think about it sometimes. Did Dumbledore put the Philosopher's Stone in it? Or it could still be hidden in the mirror of a Wisest, like in the original work, and then put it back in when the opportunity arises. In that case, Harry should encounter the mirror of a Wisest again, and Dumbledore should also give him the invisibility cloak. Even a little conspiracy theory. Dumbledore deliberately wanted Harry to see the mirror of a Wisest before giving him the invisibility cloak. The purpose is to let Harry deal with Voldemort later. What exactly happened is unknown to Luo Lin, who did not experience it personally. But now he can pay attention from the sidelines, and maybe he can find the truth of the matter. Until now, no one broke into the secret room. Luo Lin was quite happy. At least it won't bother him right away. He's been living a very happy life recently, and it can be said that he is addicted to teaching. This feeling of being a teacher was something Luo Lin had never experienced before. There is an inexplicable feeling of refreshment. This went on for a week. During this week, In addition to Professor Flitwick's mask, Rowling helped others make several more masks. Professor Sprout's slightly patterned mask, and Hagrid, whose face has the largest area and uses the most mask materials. Llewellyn made him a very handsome ghost mask, which is very suitable for his current status as a ranger. How to say it? If a little wizard met Hagrid wearing a mask in the middle of the night, he might be frightened and faint. It's not bad during the day, but it also makes people look a little cautious. This made it even more difficult for anyone to get close to Hagrid. Hagrid didn't care. All his attention lately has been on Saturday, because that day he was going to have a picnic and barbecue with Harry, Rowling, and others. This was a rare group activity for him in recent years, and it was with Harry, which made Hagrid very excited and extremely impatient. On Friday afternoon, Hagrid found Harry. Meet the big Hagrid. Ron and Hermione, who were following Harry, were a little surprised. They saw Hagrid greeting Harry with their own eyes that day. So know that Hagrid knew Harry's parents. And during these days at school, they also learned about Hagrid's situation. The two of them didn't look down on Hagrid like the others, but they were curious. What did Hagrid want to do when he came to Harry at this time? "Mr. Hagrid, why did you come to see me?" Harry was equally confused. You must know that since the meeting at the banquet, the two have almost no interaction. He thought that when Hagrid came to talk to him, he just talked casually and tried to get close to him. Unexpectedly, a week later, Hagrid came to see him again, and he was specifically looking for him by name. This made Harry a little confused, so he chose to ask directly. Hagrid scratched his head in embarrassment. He was completely unfamiliar with Harry, so he mustered up the courage to tell Rowling first. With Rowling, Hagrid believed that Harry would not refuse. But he didn't talk about Llewellyn at the beginning. "Harry, tomorrow afternoon, I want to invite you to my cabin as a guest. I wonder if you are willing." Hagrid took the initiative to invite. This made Harry surprised and a little surprised. He could tell that Hagrid was taking the initiative to befriend him. And he also likes to make friends, and he really wants to get more information about his parents from Hagrid. So he agreed without hesitation. "Of course, no problem. It's my honor." Hagrid instantly became excited and said with a dance, "Great, I will definitely prepare well." But after Harry finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Ron and Hermione beside him, hesitated, and said, "Can these two friends of mine attend? They want to be friends with you too." This sentence is true. Harry knew Hagrid at that time, but Ron was envious of him. Although Hermione didn't say it, it was obvious that she wanted to get to know Hagrid. Hagrid thought he was going to regret it, and felt a little uneasy. But it turned out that it was just this kind of thing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he said without hesitation, "Great. Welcome your two friends. What are their names?" "Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley." Hermione and Ron announced their names. Hagrid shook hands with them enthusiastically, and it was obvious that he sincerely wanted to make friends with these two people. Hermione and Ron were happy too, especially Hermione. Since Hermione entered school, due to her personality and her desire for exhibitionism, she has not made any friends so far, even the girls in the same dormitory with him. In other words, her current friends only have 4 boys, Ron, Harry, Justin, and Justin. Can make more new friends. Hermione was very happy, especially a special friend like Hagrid. Hermione had read a lot of books. I am very curious about the magical animals and special things in the books. Being able to get up close to a hybrid giant like Hagrid was something she could only dream of. Hagrid didn't make any sense for them to join him. He already liked lively scenes, so having more people would be the best thing for him. But after fully agreeing, Hagrid suddenly stiffened. See him like this. Harry was a little confused. "What's wrong, Hagrid? Is there any trouble?" Hagrid smiled stiffly and waved his hand. "The trouble is not that trouble. But this time I also invited Professor Rasma. But at that time I only told Professor Rasma that I invited you, and did not tell Ron and Hermione, so I had to go to the professor to tell him." Harry's eyes lit up instantly. "Professor Rasma will also go? That's great." But when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Will Professor Rasma agree? I heard that the professor is a quiet person. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. He didn't know where Harry heard that Rowling liked silence. It's probably some kind of gossip spread by the students' parents. At least judging from the poker situation. Rowling was definitely not a quiet person. But Luo Lin is a bit of a homebody and doesn't like to take the initiative to interact with others, and Hagrid knows that. That's why he went to seek Luo Lin's opinion. It doesn't matter. If Professor Rasma doesn't agree, Harry, just go on your own. Ron spoke at this time. I don't know if it's because of his emotional intelligence, or if that's just how he thinks. Hermione also nodded in agreement. She was a little disappointed. After all, this time she could directly contact Professor Rasma. She was far more interested in Professor Rathma than Hagrid, the mysterious necromancer. Hermione didn't even find much information in the book. Being able to get up close and personal with a living necromancer was perfect for her. After hearing Ron's words, Harry wanted to say something. Hagrid stopped the two of them. Don't worry. Professor Rasma is an absolutely enthusiastic person, and there's a high probability that he will not refuse. You guys wait for me here. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. He also has a basis for making judgments. After all, when we were playing poker in Luo Lin's dormitory, he and Professor Flitwick brought Dumbledore, and Rowling did not refuse. After that, many people changed, but Luo Lin didn't pay much attention. It can be seen that Luo Lin is not resistant to interacting with others, but he will not take the initiative to interact with others. After Harry and others nodded, Hagrid immediately started looking for Rowling and finally found him in his dormitory. After recounting what had just happened, Hagrid looked at Rowling imploringly. Professor Rasma, may I ask? Of course Luo Lin was indifferent to this matter. Of course it's no problem. They are all my students. Will I still refuse? Hagrid was so excited that he almost hugged Luo Lin again, but Luo Lin's eyes stopped him, and he nodded angrily. Thank you so much, Professor. If it weren't for you, today's affairs would not have gone so smoothly. Luo Lin didn't think so. After all, with how much Hagrid cared about Harry, it was only a matter of time before the two became friends. And if Rowling hadn't intercepted Hagrid before, Hagrid and Harry would have become friends by now, as would Hermione and Ron. Hagrid left Luo Lin excitedly. The three Harrys waited there anxiously. Although Ron said it didn't matter just now, but he still wanted to participate very much. He is also very interested in Luo Lin and wants to make more friends. When the three of them saw the smile on Hagrid's face, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Hagrid's face, there is a high probability that this will happen. Hagrid's words also confirmed their guess. Tomorrow around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone will gather at my cabin. You will not be disappointed. Hagrid deliberately did not mention the barbecue, just to give Harry and others a surprise. Harry was the happiest. We will definitely participate on time. Well, then I'll go back and prepare. See you tomorrow. Hagrid couldn't wait to leave. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and saw the excitement. And great! It's so exciting to be able to join Professor Rasma tomorrow. Harry looked particularly happy. Ron and Hermione were no less generous. The three of them are looking forward to being guests tomorrow. In such expectations, Harry actually had some insomnia when he went to bed at night. I didn't fall asleep until very late. Fortunately, the time they agreed on was in the afternoon, so Harry could sleep peacefully and didn't get up until noon. We had something to eat in the auditorium. In the afternoon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked out of the castle and came to Hagrid's forest house. Hagrid sighed. He prepared everything early. Whether it was the stove used for barbecue or the ingredients for barbecue, he prepared a lot with great care. These things are all prepared based on your own appetite, so they look quite spectacular. So when Harry and the others arrived, the scene they saw was Hagrid standing in front of a big box with a barbecue grill next to him. For this scene, the three little wizards' eyes widened, a little confused as to what was going on. But then they saw Luo Lin coming out of Hagrid's hut. Luo Lin came to Hagrid helplessly. You have prepared too many things. You can't finish them, right? Hagrid scratched his head honestly and said with a smile, It doesn't matter whether you want to eat or not. I have prepared many kinds, and I also want Professor you and Harry to try them. Luo Lin sighed and held his forehead with his hands. Okay, but it's too inconvenient to carry it like this. I'll use the space to help you carry it there. Hagrid nodded happily after hearing this. That's great. I'm sorry to trouble you, Professor. For the magical space that Rowling holds. Hagrid was used to it. He knew that it was not similar to any magic, and was probably exclusive to necromancers. So although I was very curious, I had never asked about it. In fact, Dumbledore and the others are the same. Dumbledore showed deep curiosity about Rowling's space. However, after asking Luo Lin once and getting no answer, he stopped asking again. Hagrid knew the convenience of Luo Lin's magical space, so he was very happy that Luo Lin could help him move these things. The next moment, Luo Lin waved his hand, and the box that looked like a small mountain was put into the storage space and placed in the utility area. Anyway, I'll take it out right away and just put it in the most conspicuous place. Then the barbecue grill was also included in the space. This scene was watched by the three Harrys. Harry's eyes widened, then he blinked rapidly. He couldn't believe that something so big had disappeared all of a sudden. According to his understanding, there seems to be no such thing in magic, right? Moreover, Professor Rasma's action just now was so cool, making things disappear with a wave of his hand, and he suddenly wanted to learn this trick. Ron's knowledge of magic is still better than Harry's. In his mind, he couldn't understand what Luo Lin was doing. No matter whether it was the common sense that their family members told them or the stories they had heard before and the books they read, Luo Lin did not have this trick. So he is very curious now. Is this the necromancer? He actually has this special ability. Hermione's eyes were full of inquiring thoughts. She can be said to be the little wizard who reads the most among her friends. This scope is not just a few of his friends, but can be expanded to the entire freshman group. And in the knowledge she was exposed to, there is no way like Luo Lin can directly change things and store them. I wasn't that envious of Harry at first. Now I suddenly feel very envious of Harry. If she had a closer relationship with Professor Rasma, she should be able to ask him directly what kind of magic he used, right? Thinking of this, Hermione looked at Harry. But he found that Harry had no intention of asking at all. He just looked like a little fanboy. If he spoke again, he would probably say, "The professor is awesome." Hermione twitched her lips. She really wanted to ask, but for a professor like Professor Rasma, whom she was not familiar with, he was still a necromancer. Sometimes I still lack some courage. The three of them stood there blankly. Hagrid finally noticed the three Harrys at this time. He blinked, then waved excitedly over there, shouting while waving. "Professor Rasma, Harry, and the others are coming. Harry, come quickly. We are about to set off." The three Harrys came to their senses after hearing this. Harry was the first to go and quickly came to Hagrid and the others. "Mr. Hagrid, Professor Rasma, good afternoon." Ron and Hermione also said hello to Hagrid and Rowling. "Good afternoon, Harry," and Ron and Hermione. Hagrid greeted them excitedly. At this time, he did not wear the mask, but had a darkened image. But a week passed. Many of the magic marks on his forehead have faded a lot. The same goes for Rowling. He thought that he didn't need to wear a mask to see Harry, and that the magical mark on his face would disappear in a week at most. But that mask is pretty cool. Luo Lin is considering whether to continue wearing it in the future. "Good afternoon," Ron said to the three of them with a smile. I saw Professor Rasma saying hello in such an approachable manner. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Professor Rasma did not dislike their participation, nor did he find it inappropriate. Harry was a little excited. Every time he heard other students say something bad about Luo Lin, he wanted to step forward and refute it directly. However, in order not to cause trouble for Luo Lin, he never did it. He just muttered angrily in his heart that Professor Rasma was the best and gentlest person in the world. I saw Luo Lin smile today. Harry felt like he was healed all of a sudden. Sure enough, he was right. Professor Rasma is the most gentle person. If the prisoners in Azkaban knew what Harry was thinking, they would definitely slap him on the head and tell him, "Boy, are you blind to actually say that the devil is a gentle person?" However, if those people were in front of Luo Lin, they would not dare to speak like this. They would only dare to kneel on the ground and shout for the great Lord Rasma. Ron and Hermione are not as crazy as Harry. However, The smiling Luo Lin is indeed very approachable and makes people unable to bear any negative emotions. Look at the expressions of the three little wizards. Luo Lin nodded secretly. Tranquility is really useful. During this time, his level of necromancer increased by 2 more levels. At the same time, he realized 2 spells, Anger Spell and Tranquility Spell. These are 2 little spells. Luo Lin didn't even know if it was a necromancy spell, but he never cared about what spells he could comprehend. These spells will naturally level up anyway. He just needs to know how to use it. It just so happened that Tranquility was upgraded to level 2 today. I used it just now when I remembered. It seems to have a significant effect. It's probably better to wait until full level. Harry and the others didn't realize it was the effect of the Serenity spell. I just feel that they are now more peaceful than ever and cannot afford any negative emotions. The same goes for Hagrid. Even the excitement has lessened a bit. Fortunately, Luo Lin quickly turned off the Tranquility technique. Everyone returned to their normal mood. Ron made a curious inquiry at this time. Professor Rasma, those things you put away just now are probably used for baking. I have seen them before. A guess arose in his mind, so he had some expectations. Luo Lin nodded when he heard this. Yes, that is a set of barbecue supplies. Let Hagrid tell you the specific situation. After all, he is the one treating the guests. Ron turned his attention to Hagrid. The same goes for Harry and Hermione. They were also curious about what the barbecue supplies were used for. Hagrid smiled even more happily when everyone looked at him. He didn't sell it. He just repeated what Luo Lin said that day. Today they weren't just guests in the cabin. We will also have a picnic and barbecue together. Wow, really? Ron made an exaggerated voice. It can be seen that he thinks this is a surprise, and it is not a small surprise at all. He looked at Hagrid eagerly, almost unable to contain his excitement. Harry was slightly better, but not much better. It can only be said that he was barely able to keep calm, but the desire in his eyes could not be concealed. Among the 3, only Hermione was slightly better. Although she was also very happy, she didn't behave like Ron and Harry, mainly because she is the daughter of a dentist family. There are not many gatherings at Shin's house. It is normal for the family to go out for a picnic and have some small barbecue. Harry and Ron were different. Needless to say, Harry expected him to go to a family picnic with the Dursleys. It was a joke. Even if there was a so-called family gathering, Harry would only eat leftovers at home. Ron's is purely because his family is relatively poor. Basically, I eat at home. There is not much variety in what to eat. It can only be said that he has never experienced going out for a picnic together. Seeing Ron's expectant eyes, Hagrid suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth between his beard. Of course it's true. Professor Rasma, just put away the food and the barbecue grill. We could just go to the barbecue place later. But then you will bake it and eat it yourself, so don't be lazy. Ron was about to jump up and quickly said, I will never be lazy. If you want to eat anything, Mr. Hagrid, you can let me bake it for you. Harry and Hermione both nodded. It is very basic for the 2 of them to do their own thing. Hagrid shook his head. You don't need to help me bake mine, but if Professor Rasma finds it troublesome, you can help me. This time it was Harry's turn to be excited, and he continued to raise his hands. I'm here. If Professor Rasma needs it, you can leave it to me. It doesn't matter if I don't eat it. He is so positive. Neither Ron nor Hermione had the heart to compete with him. Luo Lin was a little dumbfounded. When we go to barbecue together, we all have to do it ourselves. I don't need to help others. I will do it myself. Harry was actually a little disappointed after hearing this. Fortunately, this emotion was quickly replaced by emotions of anticipation and excitement. Hagrid looked at Luo Lin. Professor, can we set off now? Etc. Before Luo Lin could speak, Hermione spoke first. She looked at Hagrid and Luo Lin with pleading eyes. We haven't visited Mr. Hagrid's cabin yet. Can we take a look first? Hermione was really curious about the situation in Hagrid's cabin. She especially wanted to know what it was like where a hybrid giant lived. Hear Hermione's words. Ron and Harry nodded equally. They were originally going to visit Hagrid's hut today and be guests in Hagrid's hut. Although they're going to have a picnic that interests them more, it would be best if they could visit Hagrid's hut. Hermione's words stunned Hagrid for a moment. Then he reacted and slapped his head fiercely. Yes, I haven't let you visit it yet. You should see my home. After speaking, he looked at Luo Lin. Professor, it shouldn't be a problem to delay a little time, right? Of course it's no problem. Today you're the host, and we're just guests. Guests can do as they please. It doesn't matter what you do. Rowling's answer made Hagrid, Harry, and others very happy. Hagrid happily took Harry and others to his cabin, the so-called Edge Cabin. For Hagrid, a half-giant man, it was of course the hut. But for children like Harry, it is no longer a cabin. Everything you see is one size larger. A big bed, a big fireplace, a larger moleskin coat, a larger pair of gloves, and a larger dog fawn. Yeah, back off. Hagrid saw Yaya grinning and approaching, and quickly gave a warning. Yaya immediately stopped and stepped back a little. Harry and the others were not that afraid of Fawn. They paid more attention to the patched sheets and mattresses and the various things that filled the hut. But Hagrid's hut does seem a bit drab. After watching it for a while, everyone lost interest. Hagrid also noticed this, and then he was going to take out his own rock cake to entertain Harry and the others. Luo Lin stopped it firmly, but Ron couldn't help but be curious. So Ron became the first lucky person among the three to eat rock cake. When he bit it with his teeth for a long time and only bit off a small amount of debris, he finally understood why Professor Rasma had that expression just now. But it's too late to regret. Seeing Hagrid's expectant expression, Ron could only force a smile and give a thumbs up. Yummy. Then this rock cake became his teeth-grinding tool. After grinding with his teeth for half a minute, the rock crust cake was hard to come by. Harry and Hermione, who had been eager to try, instantly stopped trying when they saw this. Let's just wait and eat barbecue later. Their teeth are pretty good and don't need grinding for the time being. Hermione felt that if her two front teeth were used in a head-to-head collision with a rock pie, there was no telling which one would break first. Ron was grinding his teeth while holding a rock pie. The others followed Hagrid empty-handed. They closed the door of the hut and walked towards the Forbidden Forest. On a patch of wet grass near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid stopped, turning to look at Luo Lin. Professor, what do you think of this place? Luo Lin looked around. The environment was empty, the sunshine was charming, and there was a gentle breeze. It was an excellent picnic environment, and then nodded. This is it. To be honest, the place where Rowling originally wanted to have a picnic was on the grass below the castle. That patch of grass is a perfect place. But thinking that there would be people coming and going in that area, it would be too lively and all eyes would be focused on them. It would be too eye-catching, so he didn't mention it. Now, I find that the grassland on the edge of the Forbidden Forest is not bad. It is quieter here, and no one will disturb you. In addition, the weather is quite good today, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Luo Lin took out the things Hagrid had prepared from the storage space. After Hagrid took it, with the help of the three Harrys, they began to set up. Luo Lin originally wanted to step forward to help, was stopped by several people. Hagrid and the others can just let Luo Lin watch from the side. Luo Lin could only observe the Forbidden Forest from the sidelines. Said it was a forbidden forest. In fact, it looks like an ordinary forest. It's no more eerie than other forests. It's just the legend of the Forbidden Forest that adds to its horror. In Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest is a place that many young wizards fear, except for special little wizards like Fred and George. The other little wizards were all in awe of the Forbidden Forest, even little wizards like Draco, who came from a purely academic family. This is because there are real dangers in the Forbidden Forest, those magical creatures. So in normal times, basically no little wizards would take the initiative to come here. The professor would only take them here when taking care of magical creatures class. There was indeed no one around at this time. Luo Lin didn't have much interest in the Forbidden Forest. All kinds of magical animals and centaurs are alive inside. What he needs more is something dead. Of course it's okay to kill them all, but he's not that cruel. Luo Lin prefers to buy things collected by merchants in stores, which tend to be more complete. Look away from the forest. Back to Hagrid and Harry. The things Hagrid had prepared were almost ready. Llewellyn took a quick glance and found that it was pretty much what he expected. Hagrid had no experience in picnics and barbecues, so the things he prepared were not that complete. However, there are many types of meat for barbecue. Some of them were unrecognizable. It could be seen that it is not common to eat animal meat. Llewellyn was already prepared for this situation. See Hagrid, and they're basically done. I took out various things from a storage space. Various condiments, some dining utensils, and some ingredients he stored in the storage space. Storage space is a relatively static environment. Rowling tested it. There's a time flow rate inside, but it will be slower than the normal time flow rate. Therefore, the storage space is equivalent to a large refrigerator. Llewellyn will store some ingredients in it when he has nothing to do, except for the barbecue-related stuff. Llewellyn also took out his own inventory, some finished bread snacks. Hagrid followed Rowling's advice and did not take his homemade snacks. But because of this, I didn't think about snacks and didn't prepare anything. When Llewellyn took out these things, Hagrid felt a little ashamed himself. He found that his preparation was really not thorough. There were many things that he should have considered, but in the end he didn't. Llewellyn is also needed to help him check for leaks and fill in the gaps. Harry still looked like a little fanboy. All I thought about was that the professor was so awesome and could take everything into consideration. He was indeed the gentlest professor. Ron was completely attracted by all kinds of food and had swallowed countless mouthfuls of saliva. Hermione had been paying attention to Roland's storage space. When she saw Rowling taking out various things from the storage space, her eyes became brighter and brighter. By the end, I couldn't help but ask Llewellyn about the specific situation. Llewellyn moved quickly and had it done in a short time. Then it's time for a relaxing picnic and barbecue. Llewellyn was the first to close. Grilled some beef and lamb skewers on the grill. The beef and mutton skewers were sizzling with oil and dripping on the charcoal fire. The aroma made Ron's eyes go straight. So after Llewellyn took the meat skewers and left the barbecue grill after taking the test, Ron couldn't wait to try it. All he grills are beef skewers, but due to the control of heat, the roast is slightly mushy. But Ron didn't care at all. After he was basically sure that the meat skewers were cooked, he took them off and put them in his mouth. Then it burned my mouth. He let out a howling scream. Seeing his funny look, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Harry laughed so hard that he stepped forward and patted Ron on the shoulder. Ron, you don't think you can do it because Professor Rasma is so relaxed, do you? The professor is omnipotent, but you are just a novice. Ron covered his mouth and rolled his eyes at Harry, but did not refute. I was really stupid just now. We should wait until it gets colder. With such an episode, the atmosphere was more relaxed. Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid experience barbecue one after another. They choose the ingredients they like and bake them themselves. It was a blast to play. Harry and Hermione both did pretty well. At least they weren't burnt. Hagrid doesn't have the same problem as Ron. He is a half-blood giant who can make snacks, and he doesn't even know how to barbecue. Only Ron's injured world is achieved. This made Ron very unconvinced. After everyone is done, he tried again, and this time the result was good, no burnt. He wasn't stupid enough to get burned again. This made Ron a little proud when he took the meat skewers to the place where everyone gathered and spread the tablecloth. Then he found that everyone had already eaten the snacks Llewellyn had brought out. The little pride in his heart suddenly disappeared. It can be said that he has been coveting the snacks Llewellyn brought out for a long time. One piece of bread in particular looked very delicious and was his favorite. However, when he sat down and looked for the piece of bread, he couldn't find it. Then he searched the packaging bags around everyone. The package of buns found next to Hermione. The whole person suddenly shrank and became listless. Bread, my bun. While eating barbecue, he muttered about the buns. Ron's appearance attracted everyone's inquiries. After learning the reason, they couldn't help laughing. He had such a sense of comedy today, but there were no words from him. The current atmosphere should not be so relaxed. Take advantage of this relaxing opportunity. Hermione had planned to ask Rowling about the storage space. In the end, Harry spoke first. But what he asked about was not the storage space, but the magic mark on... How did the magic marks on the professors' faces come from? There are different opinions among the young wizards at Hogwarts. Some people say that this is a memorial left by the professors who did something important together. Some people also say that Hogwarts was invaded by evil forces during the holidays. The professors fought them off heroically, but they left marks on their faces. Others say this is a new fashion in the wizarding world. It can be said that there are various reasons. Even the little wizard who believes in the third reason will leave a magic mark on his face and talk about being close to fashion. Harry and other new students will naturally discuss the issue of magic marks on the professors' faces. The main focus is on why some professors are there and some are not. Some have more professors and some have fewer professors. What does the gap mean? For example, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape do not have any magic marks. Some people speculate that they are the strongest, so they avoid magic marks. But someone soon refuted that Dumbledore has magic marks on his face. Can it be said that Dumbledore is weaker than Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape? Obviously impossible. As a legend in the wizarding world, Dumbledore's strength is well known. They don't believe that anyone can leave a magic mark on Dumbledore's face, but they can't leave a magic mark on the faces of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. And there's Professor Flitwick. There are very few marks on Professor Flitwick's face, and they have been gradually decreasing over the past week. And now, there are only 3 magic marks left. This also made the little wizards a little confused. Why does Professor Flitwick have so few marks on his face? What does having many marks mean? The topics discussed by the little wizards every day will inevitably include this. After all, they see various professors every day. Logically speaking, given the temperament of the little wizards, sooner or later, one day, I will be unable to resist asking a certain professor about the reason for the magic mark. But during this week, no one really asked. None of the rumors circulating among the young wizards could be confirmed. Harry was very interested in the mark on Roland's face. He felt that if this was a fashion, he would also find a way to get a magic mark on his face and follow in the fashion footsteps of Professor Asma. So he took this opportunity to ask his doubts. The question Harry asked was different from the question Hermione wanted to ask. She was a little disappointed when she first heard it, but she was equally curious about the magic mark and waited for Rowling's answer with some anticipation. Even Ron became energetic, hoping to know the answer to this matter. In that case, they would be the first among the little wizards to know the reason. Ron couldn't wait to show off this to the familiar classmates in his class. Harry asked this question. Luo Lin was a little embarrassed. After all, as a teacher, it is always not good to mention you're playing cards to your students. Certainly, playing cards is an entertainment activity. If you just perform this entertainment activity normally, there will be no problem. It's just that this recreational activity between Luo Lin and other professors has added punishment. This punishment is similar to a bet, which is a bit unhealthy. But Luo Lin didn't mean to hide it. It is said to be in the nature of a bet, but in essence, it is still an ordinary entertainment activity. This does not make this entertainment activity as harmful as gambling, but is just an activity for social interaction. Rowling believed if something bad was involved in this poker event, people like Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall will definitely stop it. They will not allow these things to happen. Even parents know about it. He wasn't too worried either. In the UK, the parents of these students would not complain about their teachers playing cards and misbehaving with their students, right? So what was embarrassing about Luo Lin was not just that they were playing cards, but also that there were so many marks on his face, which meant that he had lost many times. He also wants to save face. Here are the reasons stated by Luo Lin. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other. They never expected it. The marks on the faces of Lorraine, Hagrid, Dumbledore, and those professors are due to this reason. So Dumbledore should have lost quite a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many marks on his face. Professor Flitwick seems to have lost relatively little, with very few marks on his face. As for Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, thinking that there were no marks on the faces of these 2 professors, Harry and the other 3 suddenly felt that these 2 serious professors couldn't be gambling gods, right? Ron asked his question. Rowling explained with some laughter that Professor Snape did not participate in their poker game, while Professor McGonagall only participated once. The 3 of them suddenly realized. Harry was slightly happy in his heart. He could tell from Rollins' tone that Rowling didn't seem to have a good impression of Professor Snape either. And Professor Snape was hostile to him. In this way, he and Professor Rasma were on the same front again. Harry decided, if one day Rowling is going to confront Professor Snape, he must stand by Rowling's side. Who makes that Professor Snape not look like a good person? Rowling didn't know what Harry was thinking. After he finished talking about playing poker, he told Harry and the three of them in a serious tone. Gambling is an abyss full of trouble. Never bet with others casually. Their poker game this time was just about drawing magic marks. If the punishment was changed to something more severe, the matter would be much more serious. If you gamble for a long time, you will lose. If you don't gamble, you won't lose. So the best option is to stay away from betting. When saying these words, Luo Lin felt that his face was exuding a divine light. His behavior of using his own embarrassing things as an example to warn students is simply great. Maybe this is teaching by words and deeds. Harry and the three of them were confused. They have no idea about betting. They also rarely bet with others. All I can say is, after hearing what Luo Lin said, if someone wants to bet with them later, they may think of Luo Lin's words and refuse. Think of this. Luo Lin reacted suddenly. Harry and the others probably haven't dueled Draco yet. If the duel in the original work still happens, I wonder if Harry and the others can remember what he said today and make things change. If it really changes, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But Luo Lin doesn't really care about good or bad things. He felt that if his words and deeds could change Harry's and the others' minds, that shows that he, as a teacher, has done some personnel work. After all, Draco, the brat, had malicious intentions. He was helping Harry and the others avoid possible risks. Harry and the others didn't know that Luo Lin still had such thoughts. They are now listening to Luo Lin's teachings and eating, and they're very happy. Hermione would use her brain to think a little. Ron had none of it. He just thought he was listening to a story. Not to mention, while eating and listening to Luo Lin talk about things, he felt that his appetite had improved a lot. After asking about the mark on his face, finally it was Hermione's turn, and Hermione asked about Rollins' storage space. For your own storage space, Luo Lin had nothing to hide. This is the space given to him by the system, and others cannot make any decisions. So he generously introduced the situation of his storage space. Everyone who heard the size of his storage space was stunned, because according to Luo Lin's introduction, his storage space is so huge, it's almost half the size of Hogwarts. What can't fit into such a large storage space? Everyone suddenly became envious. Who doesn't want to have such a large storage space? With this kind of storage space, you don't need anything on hand anywhere. Just put it all into the space. Hagrid felt that this was much stronger than any traceless stretching spell, and there is no need for interpretation. They discussed the matter of Luo Lin's storage space for more than 10 minutes. It can be said that I am very interested. Finished the first round. Everyone started the second round. Everyone went to bake some things they liked, and Harry and the others also chose something they had not tried before and wanted to try. That's all. The first picnic and barbecue held by Harry, Hagrid, and others lasted 4 hours. Among them, baking and eating don't take much time. Most of the time is spent chatting about various things. Little wizards are very curious about everything going on at Hogwarts. Hagrid has been at Hogwarts for so many years. I know a lot about Hogwarts and know many interesting little stories. Luo Lin listened with great interest, not to mention Harry and the others. Luo Lin also told them some stories. But they are not stories of this world. They are stories that he had an impression of in his previous life. But it's been so long. He didn't remember these stories very clearly. If he didn't remember clearly, he had to make up his own. Fortunately, the main body of the story is still there. Even if some details are changed, it will not affect the excitement of the story. After listening to Luo Lin's story, the fanaticism in Harry's eyes increased even more. In his mind, Luo Lin was even more omnipotent. Luo Lin sometimes looked a little panicked when he saw him. If it weren't for the fact that Harry's emotions weren't malicious at all, they were all kind. He even suspected that Harry had been possessed by Voldemort. Today is a gathering among friends. Everyone had a great time. Llewellyn originally thought that a gathering like this, gathering many major figures in the world, might cause some accidents, like some magical animals suddenly running out of the forbidden forest or something. In the end, nothing unexpected happened, and the party ended normally. This made Llewellyn not sure whether he should be disappointed. After all, he quite hoped that a centaur would come out and let him meet him. He wanted to see the difference between centaurs and the centaurs he imagined. If it were like in the movie, there would be no difference. This was out of his most basic curiosity, but it wasn't very important. So whether this happens or not, it has no impact on Llewellyn. The picnic barbecue is over. Hagrid took Harry and the others to pack up everything, including rubbish and everything else. Then Llewellyn used the storage space to collect the garbage and wait until the garbage was thrown away before throwing it away. There's still some ingredients left. Llewellyn was not prepared to take him away. He also had no place in the castle to cook these ingredients. In other words, although there is a storage space, he is relatively lazy and it is enough to have a canteen. These things were left to Hagrid. After Hagrid took these things back, he could bake them directly in the hut. He has a big fireplace anyway. If you don't use it, you won't use it. When baking snacks, you can grill some meat. Everyone was full. Yaya is also full. What it ate wasn't any bones, but the meat that Hagrid roasted for him. Hagrid specially prepared a pile of meat and roasted it all for him in his free time. Its belly is also round now. Pack your things. Everyone started to rush back. It didn't take long to arrive at Hagrid's hut. Go here. Harry and the others knew it was time to part ways. Harry and the three of them were a little unfinished. However, they're all sensible little wizards and will not do anything unreasonable. Hagrid was also a little reluctant. After all, for him, this was the first time he had such a happy gathering with his friends at Hogwarts. So at this time, he had a proposal. Professor Rasma and Harry, can we still play together next week? It's not that I want to have a barbecue together next week. The main thing is that I want to get together and chat with everyone. I think this is the time I enjoy the most. After he finished speaking, he looked at everyone expectantly. Harry certainly had nothing to disagree with. For him, if he could get together with Llewellyn every week, it would be almost the best experience he could think of. The same goes for Hermione and Ron. They would love to be with the High Grovelings. Just the interesting things they heard during the chat had already made them laugh so hard that they were mesmerized. But they also knew that it would be of no use if they agreed. The most important person was Llewellyn. As long as Llewellyn agrees, it is impossible for others to disagree. So they all looked at Llewellyn eagerly. Llewellyn noticed everyone's looks and shrugged. Why not? It's just for one afternoon. I still have plenty of time. As long as there's nothing particularly important, it's not impossible to get together once a week. Really, Hagrid suddenly became excited. It was as if he had heard the best news in the world. That's great, Professor. I agreed to get together once a week. That will be our shared memory at Hogwarts, and it will be a beautiful memory. Harry and the others were the same, and they quickly agreed. We are all willing to, especially Harry. Judging from his posture, he will fight with anyone who doesn't let him participate. That's how it was settled. There's also a small mixed group of students and staff in Hogwarts. Although Llewellyn did not intend to get involved in Harry's affairs, he was still very happy to just listen to their stories every week and receive students' teaching evaluations. Harry and the three of them are equivalent to the undercover agents he placed in The Little Wizard, who can keep track of the student's situation at any time. They are there. Llewellyn is still very confident about the title of Hogwarts' outstanding faculty. Overjoyed, the people were ready to separate. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were just about to say hello and farewell to Rowling. Didn't take 2 steps. Harry suddenly seemed to think of something and stopped. He turned to look at Hagrid and Rowling. Professor, Mr. Hagrid, we also have a friend named Neville Longbottom. Can we bring him with us when we come next week? Harry thought of Neville. Among his friends, if you want to say who is the most pitiful one, Harry would definitely choose between himself and Neville without hesitation. Needless to say, he knows his own suffering best. Neville showed more of a pitiful image. Regarding Neville, Harry didn't know much. All I know is that Neville's parents are not in a good situation, and he was raised by his grandmother since he was a child. His grandmother is a witch, and the Longbottom family is also a pure-blood family. And his grandma is strict with him and hopes that he can become a hero like his parents. Neville always thought he couldn't do it. And Neville still doesn't know why he was selected to Gryffindor. Because he thinks that he is very timid and does not conform to Gryffindor's courageous characteristics at all. Harry also felt that Neville was a bit timid and cowardly, but he did not think that the Sorting Hat would make a mistake, so he felt that Neville was still brave deep down. Although the relationship between Neville and him was not as good as that of Ron and Hermione, Harry also regarded Neville as a good friend. So just now he thought of Neville in his mind and wanted to ask if Neville could be included in next week's party. In his opinion, Neville was lonely, and a nuisance like Draco would always take pleasure in teasing Neville. He hoped to help Neville, give Neville more friends, and have more fun in life. Hear Harry's plea. Hagrid was stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. Great, we have a new friend. As he said that, he looked at Luo Lin. As he expected, Luo Lin also nodded. Neville Longbottom? Speaking of which, I also have an undead servant named Longbottom, which shows that we are quite destined. Harry smiled. Neville will be very happy. Thank you, Hagrid, and thank you, Professor. Neither Hagrid nor Luo Lin said anything. Luo Lin looked at Harry, who was sincerely happy, and sighed with emotion. Harry is really a good boy. Even he couldn't help but admire the kindness in his heart. I can all think of Neville at this time. No wonder he became the savior. After talking about Neville, there was nothing else to do. The three Harrys said goodbye to Luo Lin and the others and returned directly to the castle. Luo Lin did not leave immediately. He and Hagrid chatted a little longer. The main reason is that Luo Lin wants to understand the situation in the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Hagrid naturally told everything he knew. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, but that's relative. For the Forbidden Forest, which is relatively dangerous for young wizards, it is not enough in front of Luo Lin. Not to mention those centaurs and unicorns. Hagrid felt that even the most ferocious dark creatures would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Luo Lin. The reason why Luo Lin wanted to know about the Forbidden Forest. It's not like he's going to the Forbidden Forest anytime soon. He doesn't have this idea now. He is mainly preparing for the future. Because when I was eating just now, he suddenly remembered that the Forbidden Forest had existed for so many years, and there must be countless bones of magical animals in it. According to what he learned during this period, Mr. Boygene and others who sell corpses do not come from the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore is here. The wizards who walked in the darkness did not dare to approach. So Luo Lin realized that there must be an extremely large number of bones in the Forbidden Forest at this time. These bones are definitely a valuable asset to him. Naturally, he has no idea now. After all, it would be useless for him to have so many corpses now. He doesn't really want to come into contact with the creatures in the Forbidden Forest now. Luo Lin's plan was to wait until he completed his teaching mission and was about to leave Hogwarts, or when he became the principal of Hogwarts, to get this treasure. At that time, he could put all his soul servants in nice new clothes. It must be able to alleviate the complaints of those soul servants who have been locked in a small dark room. After asking about the Forbidden Forest, Luo Lin also said goodbye and left. I'm quite happy today. It's like going out for an autumn outing with others. Not to mention the taste of the barbecue, the atmosphere is still very good. He thought he could do it more times if he had the chance in the future. It doesn't necessarily have to be with Harry, Hagrid, and the others. You can also get Professor Dumbledore Flitwick and the others to do it together. With the temperaments of Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick, they would definitely be very happy. Think about these things. Luo Lin returned to the dormitory. He wasn't going to eat dinner. He had eaten enough just now. Now he just wants to go back and take a good bath and sleep. Tomorrow is the weekend, and his idea is to lie down in the dormitory for a day, read a book, and enjoy life. When he opened the dormitory door and stepped into the dormitory, 6 green eyes appeared in his field of vision. Luo Lin would naturally not be frightened by this kind of thing. Moreover, he couldn't be more familiar with these 6 eyes. They were none other than black, and the 3 of them. Luo Lin was a little confused. Why are you 3 staying here at the door? Is there something going on? The 3 Blakes shook their heads in unison. No, Malfoy returned to his normal self, stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Welcome back, Master!" Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The doubts in Luo Lin's mind became deeper and deeper. You must know that Blake and the three of them are very familiar to themselves. Normally, Blake would be the only one to greet him at the door. The remaining two people will prepare other things. Instead of it being all at the door like now, Luo Lin glanced at Longbottom and asked, "Longbottom, tell me what's going on?" Longbottom is an honest undead. He doesn't lie. He spoke directly about the situation. Luo Lin quickly figured out the situation and was a little dumbfounded. The reason why the three of them stayed at the door was actually because he didn't take them with him today, which made them think that he was tired of them. That's why they all rushed to express themselves and waited for him to come back at the door. Luo Lin didn't expect that a small move would actually cause such a situation. To be honest, the reason why he didn't take Blake and the others with him today, I don't think it's necessary at all. You want to have dinner with friends. It's nothing to bring a few undead servants. The key is that Hagrid wears Fong, and Fong can eat. Taking Blake and the others, but they could only watch. Luo Lin felt that this was not good. Luo Lin had gone to sleep embarrassingly late the night before, so when he finally woke, it was already close to noon. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one bearing a face covered in multicolored magical markings. That alone made it easier for him to walk into the Great Hall for lunch without feeling completely humiliated. Sure enough, the moment he arrived, he spotted Professor Flitwick cheerfully digging into his meal. He looked far too happy for someone in such a state. Luo Lin suspected it had everything to do with the fact that Flitwick's face bore only a few marks, unlike his own, which resembled a cursed rainbow canvas. Still, Luo Lin's mind wandered darkly. Why does he get to walk around smugly while I look like a failed art project? Then he caught himself. Why am I thinking like this? Shouldn't I be happy for my colleagues? But another voice whispered in his head, "It's fine if they're doing well, just not better than me." That was the kind of honesty Luo Lin could live with. Unaware of Luo Lin's envious inner monologue, Professor Flitwick warmly invited him to sit and eat. The Great Hall was already in the process of being decorated for the evening's welcoming feast. Floating candles hovered higher than usual. The house banners were being dusted off by enchanted cloths, and the long tables gleamed, freshly polished. Flitwick mentioned that the feast would be a formal, lengthy affair this year, and dinner service wouldn't begin until around 8. "You should eat well now," Flitwick advised. "Wouldn't want you fainting from hunger halfway through the headmaster's speech." Luo Lin, taking the advice to heart, piled his plate high. He may have been a necromancer, but hunger still had a way of humbling the best of wizards. After lunch, the professors returned to their quarters. There would be no card games today, and likely none during the school term. Hogwarts professors, while fond of mischief, didn't know when to focus. Luo Lin returned to his room, having already reclaimed the poker furniture and wine stash he'd loaned to Flitwick. Now, all he could do was wait for the arrival of students, old and new alike. This was a formal event, so attire mattered. Fortunately, Luo Lin had an excellent wardrobe. He settled on a wizard's robe of deep midnight blue, embroidered with silver runes. A classic pointed hat finished the look. In the mirror, he looked every bit the refined English gentleman. If only not for the marks on my face, he sighed internally. His familiar, Black, perched atop his cage, tilted her head as she observed him preening. Is Master getting vain? She wondered. He didn't used to fuss so much over appearances. Could this be a Hogwarts side effect? Or some delayed necromancer syndrome? Luo Lin, of course, had no idea what Black was thinking. He simply kept adjusting his collar, trying to find courage. In truth, this self-admiration was just a pep talk, an attempt to boost his shattered confidence before facing the student body. Forget the professors, he thought. They're all just as painted up as I am. But the students, they're ruthless, especially the first years. Wide-eyed, judgy. He winced, imagining Harry Potter's reaction. He'd worked so hard to appear mysterious and dignified in front of the boy. Now, one look might ruin it all. Cards. Bloody cards. Why'd I let myself fall for that trap? There was no changing the past. All he could do now was power through and hope the students had short memories. Later that evening, Hogsmeade Station. Twilight settled over the hills as the Hogwarts Express whistled in the distance. At the platform, Hagrid stood, waiting with visible excitement. Today wasn't just the return of another school year. It was the day he'd finally meet Harry Potter, the son of Lily and James. He'd never seen the boy in person. Curiosity gnawed at him. The train screeched to a halt, smoke hissing from beneath its red frame. On board the train, in a rear compartment, Harry Potter sat surrounded by Ron, Hermione, and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Oddly, none of them were seated properly. Instead, they all hovered around Harry, listening intently. On his shoulders stood a peculiar skeleton-like creature, Sniffing Malfoy, a necromantic pet who spoke with far too much confidence. Uncle Malfoy says you can't let that brat call himself Malfoy, the skeleton declared proudly. It's an insult to the name. Harry sighed. His name is Draco Malfoy. That is his name. Yeah. Well, not anymore, Sniffing snapped. From now on, only I get to be called Malfoy. You can call him Draco, or better yet, don't call him at all. Ron and Justin, still starry-eyed from the earlier scuffle, nodded solemnly. No problem, Uncle Malfoy. We got your back. Yeah, Justin added. He's just Draco from now on. Earlier that day, Draco Malfoy had strutted into their compartment upon hearing Harry Potter was aboard. He was pompous, rude, and condescending. Everything Harry disliked in a person. Harry had rejected his offer of friendship. Draco retaliated by provoking Ron and making jabs at Hermione. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Sniffing Malfoy had launched himself from Harry's shoulder and given Draco a harsh, humiliating lecture, complete with a name downgrade. Even Crabbe and Goyle, who stepped in to defend Draco, were knocked down by the tiny skeleton in a magical flurry of bones. The trio had retreated, stunned and humiliated. Ron and Justin were floored. Not only had Sniffing Malfoy won the fight, but he'd done it with style. Now, they were his #1 fans. Harry, on the other hand, was beginning to worry. With a necromancer for a professor and a skeleton claiming to be an uncle on his shoulder, what kind of school year was he walking into? Luo Lin made a rough estimate. Follow the current sub-career upgrade progress. In a week at most, he can reach level 10. This was when he basically only learned defense against the dark arts knowledge. If he goes to the library to find more books to read, he may level up faster. The level of the necromancer has not been increased yet, but it should not be much different. You can make progress every day. This is the most enjoyable time for Luo Lin every night. Only when you can see your own progress will you be more motivated. Certainly, this does not apply to Rowling. Luo Lin really likes to see his progress, but his progress is basically due to the system. The system automatically upgraded it, allowing him to possess the current strength and knowledge. Only the wizard knowledge of the sub-professional profession is in his own hands. So Luo Lin was most motivated when he was a defense against the dark arts professor. This does not mean that he values his secondary career. The main profession of necromancer is his foundation. He is still waiting to try the undead natural disaster after level 100. It took more than a year to become a necromancer. Luo Lin's opinion of the necromancer profession is getting better and better. After all, he is getting stronger and stronger, and he knows more and more about the necromancer. At the same time, the depth of knowledge of the necromancer profession is also getting deeper and deeper. A lot of esoteric knowledge aroused Luo Lin's keen interest. For example, the reincarnated lich. Now he can easily reincarnate himself into a lich. But this does not mean that his knowledge of reincarnated liches is very good, simply because he has a system. The system protects his soul, and he can reincarnate into a lich as he wants without worrying about any risks. Not so with others. If anyone else wants to be reincarnated as a lich, you must have an in-depth understanding of necromancy knowledge, soul knowledge, body structure, and other related knowledge, and master it well. Even then, it is possible to fail. And if Luo Lin wants to help others reincarnate, then he won't be able to rely on the power of the system. You can only rely on the level of knowledge you control to perform this behavior. Luo Lin certainly has no plans to reincarnate himself or help others reincarnate. However, he was very interested in this aspect and he had considered experimenting with helping others reincarnate in Azkaban. It's just that his knowledge level was too low at that time, and the experiment was tantamount to killing people directly. So he put on hold for now. During this time, his reincarnated lich skills were upgraded from LV2 to LV3. As a result, he suddenly had some thoughts. The reincarnated lich at level 3 is already at the proficiency level. The failure rate is greatly reduced. Luo Lin did not intend to directly use humans for experiments, but he wanted to try it with animals or ghosts. If I hadn't gone out for dinner with Hagrid and the others yesterday, Luo Lin should be looking for a suitable partner and preparing to try to reincarnate as a lich. I wasted a day yesterday, so after preparing for class today, he thought about this while looking at the system panel. After some thinking, Luo Lin felt that animals were not suitable. The souls of animals and human souls were very different. No matter in the soul structure or the amount of soul power, there's a big gap. With his current level 3 reincarnated lich, if he targets animals, he will most likely fail. In this case, the ghost is the only option. Ghosts are inherently special soul creatures. Except for a few special ghosts, most of the ghosts in Hogwarts are constructed from human souls combined with obsessions. Luo Lin has been in Hogwarts for so long and has not had many direct encounters with ghosts. Among them, the one who had the most contact was naturally Professor Binns. However, Professor Binns was not very willing to contact him directly. I would rather get in touch with Black Longbottom and the others, and it seems like they get along very well. Professor Binns came to see Black and the others several times before. Luo Lin also observed Professor Binns for a while, have a general understanding of the basic situation of ghosts. This special soul state of a ghost, in his opinion, it is very suitable for lich reincarnation. The structure of their souls is relatively stable, so they don't put too much thought into making the phylactery, and it's relatively easier to preserve the phylactery. And spent so many years at Hogwarts. Their soul power is much stronger than when they were first born. The relatively powerful ghosts in Hogwarts, such as Bloody Barrow, have already caught up with Black in terms of soul power and are only slightly worse than Malfoy. Such soul power can be said to be quite powerful. After being reincarnated as a lich, you can also have a certain degree of combat effectiveness. Because of this reason, Luo Lin is very interested in the ghosts in the castle. However, it may be because of Roland's identity as a necromancer, or because he exudes a special aura that the ghosts in Hogwarts are reluctant to approach him. He had never really studied a single ghost so far. This was one of the few regrets he had since arriving at Hogwarts. However, Luo Lin also came up with ideas one by one during this time. As a professor at Hogwarts, naturally, it was impossible for him to forcefully attack the ghost in the castle. In that case, Dumbledore would not sit idly by. Luo Lin had no intention of causing trouble himself. His idea was to find a valid reason to study ghosts, or study a ghost that can be studied. Luo Lin hasn't found the former yet, but he has some ideas about the latter. There are many ghosts in the castle. They even have their own meetings and communicate frequently with each other. Wherever there is power, there will naturally be divisions into camps. The vast majority of ghosts are in the neutral camp, and the relationship between them is pretty good. But some ghosts are special. Peeves, who was targeted by Rowling, was one of them. Peeves is the most annoying troublemaker in Hogwarts. It is a creature that has existed since the founding of Hogwarts. It belongs to a type of ghost called Sa Ling, which is a ghost that makes noisy sounds in legend. But it's different from normal poultry. Peeves has a physical body and can touch objects. That's why many of the ghosts in the castle don't think of it as a ghost. Because of its bad character, it has aroused the disgust of countless people in Hogwarts many years ago. There had been times when they had tried to expel Peeves from Hogwarts, but that failed. This makes Peeves even more unscrupulous now. It can be said that Peeves does not care about any ghosts in the castle except Bloody Baylor. It has some respect for the professors at Hogwarts, but not much. Judging from Luo Lin's feelings, there are almost no people at Hogwarts who like Peeves. Even Dumbledore, Rowling didn't think he liked Peeves. Therefore, Luo Lin will focus on Peeves. Thinking about Peeves, Luo Lin looked at the dark sky outside. Suddenly, I want to go out and take a look. He wanted to observe the ghosts at Hogwarts. No ghost had dared approach him for some time. He didn't pay much attention to these ghosts either. So in fact, Rowling doesn't know enough about the ghosts of Hogwarts. Now that I have the idea of using a ghost to try to reincarnate a lich, then you cannot rely solely on observing Professor Bin's experience. Each ghost is a unique individual. They're all completely different beings. The underlying structure of soul existence may be the same, but each person's differences often determine many things. If you just go out like this, as long as the ghost feels his breath, he will immediately leave in panic. Luo Lin also couldn't figure out why he seemed scarier than the devil in front of those ghosts. He could only guess that his identity as a necromancer had caused considerable harm to those ghosts. Otherwise, it would not make sense. The ghost was so afraid of him that he didn't want to touch him at all. He had to cover his aura if he wanted to go out. And he can't let the ghost notice him. Otherwise, it will definitely cause the ghost to panic and make them run away everywhere. It is impossible for Luo Lin to directly attack all the ghosts. His identity as a Hogwarts professor is still there. Strictly speaking, he and the ghosts in Hogwarts are half-colleagues. Then what he needs to do now is to hide his aura and prevent the ghost from detecting him. This is not difficult for Rowling to do, especially hiding one's own aura. Through the module function that comes with the system, the aura of the soul can be perfectly hidden, and the physical aspect is even simpler. Just turn it into a corpse. For the necromancer, anyway, the body is a tool used for manipulation. Luo Lin did not live without the body. It's just because he is more accustomed to having a physical body. Another reason is that based on his experience in the novels he read in his previous life, he felt that the physical body might be helpful in becoming stronger later. The necromancer plays with flesh and blood just as well as he plays with bones. It is easy to lose one's vital signs, disguise one's self, or turn into a corpse, as long as the power of the soul remains. The physical body can be easily resuscitated. This is much simpler than shaping a living body out of thin air. It's about as difficult as replacing body parts. For a necromancer, it is normal for parts of the body to be replaced if something is broken. Although Luo Lin has not changed. But with his current knowledge, taking out the heart and lungs, and then exchanging the heart and lungs is a casual matter, and there is no difficulty in it. No matter how bad things are, you can still rely on the power of your soul to make violent changes. It was like Blake used his soul power to change the simple bone bird that Luo Lin put together for her, making the shape of the bone bird change in the direction of an owl. The necromancer can also change the shape of the body through the power of the soul, can create grotesque flesh and blood monsters, and can also restore flesh and blood distortion to normal. Hiding the aura is easy to solve, and making the ghosts unable to detect him is also easy to solve. The way ghost dreamers observe the world is not to see it directly. After all, they do not have the visual system of living creatures. Their visual system is a bit like Black Longbottom's, building visual organs through soul power. But they are in a spiritual state, not in a physical state like Blake. Except for Peeves, who has direct physical organs, the rest of the ghosts are more like mental scans. It's just that the ghosts in the Harry Potter world are more special. Their special soul composition allows them to observe the world in a similar scope to living people. In other words, what ghosts in this world can see are similar to ordinary humans. This is something Luo Lin needs to observe carefully. He wants to know what kind of power creates such soul characteristics. And if he wants to block the vision of ghosts, his ghost transformation spell can do it. Humans cannot see his ghostly body, and neither can ghosts. This is the difference between the ghosts in this world and the ghosts in the necromancer system. Think this through. Luo Lin did not hesitate. He used the system to block his soul aura, turning himself into a walking zombie, and then used ghost transformation to disappear. In this way, neither wizards nor ghosts can detect him. In fact, he has a simple method. It means directly leaving the body and observing with the soul. That way there would be no need to change the body or become a ghost. It's just that Luo Lin is still more accustomed to having a body, and it wouldn't be much trouble for him. Rowling disappeared into the room. Black Longbottom and Malfoy didn't show any surprise. They sensed Luo Lin's existence and were directly connected through souls. They have the clearest perception of where Luo Lin is. "I'll go out for a walk, and I'll be back in a while." Luo Lin spoke softly. When they saw Luo Lin shielding his soul and then turning into a ghost, they knew that Luo Lin would not take them with him when he went out this time. Luo Lin was able to shield his own soul aura through the system, but he couldn't shield the soul servant's aura at the same time, unless these soul servants are received into the module space. And Luo Lin said he would be back after a while. Blake and the others didn't have much idea. 3 skeletons lay on the ground. Master walked slowly. Amidst their voices, Luo Lin stepped out of the room. Then he started walking aimlessly around Hogwarts, except for common areas. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Ravenclaw. He went to every college. Those seemingly tight protections were of no use to him. He was alone in Hogwarts Castle. He even went to the corridor on the 4th floor once. After seeing Hagrid's 3-headed dog Louis, he left. When he thought about it, the things inside should have been almost arranged. It shouldn't be easy for Professor Quirrell to get in, and he believed that Professor Quirrell would not choose to take action now. The magic stone had just been stored in it not long ago. Dumbledore was certainly in a state of great concern. The risk of stealing the magic stone at this time is too high. The best option is definitely to wait for Dumbledore to relax a bit, and then find an opportunity to steal it when Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts. That's what Professor Quirrell did in the original book. And in order to be safe and prevent Dumbledore from suddenly coming back, he directly forged a letter to lure Dumbledore to London. If it hadn't been for a variable like Harry, Voldemort probably already has the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, it is also possible that Dumbledore is an old scumbag who has seen through Voldemort's plan, but deliberately pretended to be fooled in order to get Harry involved. Luo Lin doesn't believe much in those conspiracy theories, and that has nothing to do with him. After visiting most places in Hogwarts, Rowling has basically seen every ghost in Hogwarts. The ghosts of the 4 colleges are all very distinctive. Luo Lin briefly wrote down the characteristics of these ghosts. Combining some records in the library and the information he found out during this period, he already had a good understanding of the ghosts in Hogwarts. He focuses on 4 important ghosts of the Academy. Gryffindor has nearly headless Nick, a nobleman from the 15th century. The reason for his death is very funny, because he was originally a wizard in the royal court of Henry VII and fell in love with Lady Gryff. However, when trying to repair Ms. Gryff's crooked teeth, the spell caused her to grow fangs. Then he died. Ravenclaw has Lady Grey. Ms. Grey is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw, and her original name is Helena. After she stole Ravenclaw's diadem and escaped, Ravenclaw sent Barrow to find her. However, Barrow was jealous of Helena's freedom, and when Helena refused to return with him, Barrow stabbed her to death. After Barrow stabbed Helena to death, he felt very regretful and committed suicide with the weapon he used to stab Helena. He is now the ghost of Slytherin House, known as Bloody Barrow, and is also the ghost that is least accessible to young wizards. As for the Hufflepuff ghost, it's called the Fat Monk. He was a jolly ghost, like a monk, who died of a strange cause because the prelates had him executed because they doubted his ability to cure smallpox and his penchant for pulling rabbits out of communion cups. Each of the 4 ghosts is different. Luo Lin observed carefully. It was found that among these 4 people, Bloody Barrow's soul power was the strongest. Moreover, his soul exudes a strong negative aura, which will make people not want to get close to him. Such a soul is not suitable for reincarnation as a lich, because this strong negative aura means that his obsession is difficult to dissolve, and his soul power is naturally difficult to purify and reincarnate. Appropriate obsession is necessary for ghosts to recognize their own existence, but if the obsession is too strong, it will have a negative effect on them. The most suitable ones for reincarnation should be Mrs. Grey and the Fat Monk. The obsession of the 2 of them is not strong, and their souls are relatively pure, and the power they exude does not have too many impurities. It's just that although they are suitable for reincarnation, their soul strength is not too strong. The probability of failure is relatively high during reincarnation. There is also a special ghost named Peeves. This is what Luo Lin is most concerned about. But it's a pity. From Peeves, Rowling didn't observe much useful information, mainly because he didn't get too close to Peeves. Just observe from a distance. Peeves possesses a physical entity, but not much soul power emanates from him. Luo Lin couldn't get much information by directly observing the soul power. He had no intention of attacking Peeves directly, so after observing for a while, he was about to leave. After recording all the information about these ghosts, Luo Lin was about to return to the dormitory when he reached the stairs on the 3rd floor. Suddenly, he saw a figure wearing a black cloak. This figure has a high bulge on his head, even if you don't look at his face. Luo Lin also recognized this person. Professor Quirrell. Why is Professor Quirrell here? The doubts in Luo Lin's mind only flashed for a moment, and he already had the answer in his heart. Professor Quirrell is no stranger here. Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, is no longer the original Professor Quirrell. The only reason for his existence now is to help Voldemort obtain the Sorcerer's Stone. Even if he sacrifices his life for this, Voldemort won't care. Certainly, Professor Quirrell must be afraid of death. But precisely because of fear of death, he did not dare to disobey Voldemort's orders. At this time, Professor Quirrell appeared at the stairwell of the 3rd floor, apparently heading towards the 4th floor, obviously for the magic stone on the 4th floor. Luo Lin thought that Professor Quirrell should have come to check on the spot, or take this time to try to see if there is any way to pass the levels set by Dumbledore. In this late night, when there are few people, no one pays attention to Professor Quirrell's movements. He could do something at this time that no one else would notice. After seeing Professor Quirrell, Luo Lin subconsciously stopped and walked back. But he soon remembered that he was now in a state where he could not be discovered by others. Voldemort resides in the back of Professor Quirrell's head. You can't use your power unscrupulously. In this case, Luo Lin felt that it was unlikely that he would be discovered. Luo Lin even felt that even if Voldemort was in a state of complete victory, he might not be able to find himself at this time. After all, in terms of using soul power, Voldemort was still too far gone. He just has powerful magic and all kinds of dark magic. As the saying goes, every other line is like a mountain. Although Voldemort is powerful, it is still difficult to have a clear understanding of things he does not understand. Think of this. Luo Lin relaxed a lot and walked not far behind Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was walking carefully, stepped onto the stairs to the 3rd floor, and came to the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor. When he got here, he carefully looked behind him twice and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one was there. He muttered, "Master, is it a bit risky to come here now? We can't deal with that big 3-headed dog. Are you going to find that idiot Hagrid? But he is loyal to Dumbledore, so we may not be able to get the answer from him. Okay, Master, I'll find a way to get the method to deal with these 3 big dogs from Hagrid. Can I go back now? I'm sorry, Master, I was wrong. I will observe the situation immediately and prepare for the future." Professor Quirrell spoke intermittently. He didn't stutter at all at this time. Listen to him. Rowling knew that Professor Quirrell was talking to Voldemort. As for what Professor Quirrell said, he got the method to deal with Lu Wei from Hagrid. It was probably a drinking and bet with Hagrid, and then using a dragon egg to extract relevant information from Hagrid. Luo Lin remembers this point quite clearly, because he is also very interested in dragons. Although the monster dragon like Norwegian Ridgeback is not the same creature as the dragon he recognized, but it is also a symbol of powerful creatures in the Western world. If he could get some bones of the Western monster dragon, wouldn't he be able to summon the bone dragon? Summoning the bone dragon is completely sufficient at his current level. What he lacks now is the bones of high-level creatures. Just when Luo Lin was thinking about something, Professor Quirrell had already sneaked towards the room on the other side. Luo Lin subconsciously wanted to follow. Of course, I thought about it. There seemed to be no use in keeping up with Professor Quirrell. He knew Professor Quirrell's secret very well. He knew exactly what Professor Quirrell wanted to do. What's the benefit of following Professor Quirrell? Watching Professor Quirrell study the three-headed dog in the dark? Say it again. Luo Lin had never planned to directly target Professor Quirrell. He had no hostility towards Voldemort either. Whether Voldemort could be resurrected was equally irrelevant to him, unless he becomes the headmaster of Hogwarts or the Minister of Magic. It was then that he had the responsibility to save the world. Now he is just a teacher. Saving the world has nothing to do with him. What he has to do is to teach his students well and not to mislead others. As for Professor Quirrell and Voldemort's plan, what does it have to do with him? Anyway, he did what Dumbledore asked him to do. Gunter and the three of them are just staying outside the underground secret room right now. If Voldemort could get past the three of Gaunt, that means he has the ability. Luo Lin had no intention of taking action against Voldemort himself. Of course, he did his best to Dumbledore's request. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed the Firestone Demon on Gaunt's side. The Firestone Demon is still very powerful. It is really difficult for Voldemort, who is not in a state of complete victory, to break through head-on. If so, Voldemort could successfully take the Sorcerer's Stone. Then Luo Lin could only wish him well. But there is a high probability that Voldemort can't do it, because Dumbledore must be paying attention to all this. Just like Dumbledore hid the Sorcerer's Stone in the Mirror of Ariste in the original book. As long as Voldemort wants the Philosopher's Stone, he will never get it. Harry must be present for him to get the Sorcerer's Stone. And if Harry were there is no way Voldemort can get the Philosopher's Stone. It sounds a bit convoluted and seems like nonsense, but it could be summed up in one sentence. There is a high probability that Voldemort will not get the Sorcerer's Stone. So Luo Lin didn't pay much attention to what Professor Quirrell did. He was more concerned about whether Professor Quirrell had dragon eggs now. But even if the dragon egg hatches, it will hatch into a baby dragon. The skeleton of a young dragon is not enough to summon a bone dragon. The bone dragon is very powerful, and the bones used to summon it must also have strong carrying capacity. Luo Lin even got the dragon egg. The most useful thing is to observe the hatching of dragon eggs, and then take care of the dragon. After thinking about this clearly, Luo Lin also gave up. It would be better to let Professor Quirrell and Voldemort take the initiative to give the dragon eggs to Hagrid. Then he can also watch the dragon eggs hatch. And you don't have to take on the responsibility of taking care of the dragon eggs. Hagrid loves dragon eggs so much. As a friend, Luo Lin never takes advantage of others. As for some of the risks Hagrid would face raising dragon eggs, Luo Lin is here. You can also easily help him avoid it. Luo Lin took another look at the sneaky Professor Quirrell and finally chose not to follow him, but walked upstairs and returned to his dormitory. Put aside the ghost information you just recorded. He took out part of his soul power from his mind and began to study. What Luo Lin wants to study now is how to use his soul power well to control ghosts. It's not magic like enslaving souls, but using the special connection between souls to control another ghost. The specific requirement is to retain the personality of the ghost under control, and the other party cannot violate him. It sounds a bit like a soul servant. In fact, the difference is still very big. The soul servant is directly connected to Luo Lin's soul. He recognized Luo Lin as his master from the bottom of his heart and obeyed Luo Lin's orders unconditionally. From this we can see that soul servants are higher-level existences. However, the system's first-level soul servant module only has a maximum limit of 32 soul servants. Luo Lin now only has 4 spots. The key is that he hasn't figured out what is needed to upgrade the soul servant module. Once he uses up the remaining 4 spots, he would no longer be able to recruit soul servants. Soul servants have 2 summoning modes. One is to directly summon souls from the void and contract to become a servant. The other is to directly choose and contract to become a servant. In the years since Luo Lin got the system, he hasn't met anyone who can be contracted as a servant. Therefore, all his soul servants were summoned from the void. What Luo Lin wants to do now is find a ghost, then use it to experiment with lich reincarnation. This requires the cooperation of the ghost. Once the ghost fails to cooperate, the experiment will have variables and the probability of failure will greatly increase. So Luo Lin's idea is to directly control the ghost and make it obey orders unconditionally so that he can conduct experiments better. For mastering the ghost, Luo Lin has no psychological burden. His nature as a necromancer has already made him indifferent to this aspect. In the past, if he saw a person dying in front of his eyes, he would still feel a little uncomfortable. Since becoming a necromancer, if someone dies in front of him, he will only subconsciously want to use undead magic, either to extract the skeleton or to turn them into undead and then drive them. Although Luo Lin still maintains human emotions, but the emotional expression of many things is very different from that of ordinary humans. He only does what he wants to do, but he doesn't care whether what he wants to do is correct. But so far, Luo Lin feels that he is a good necromancer, and everything he does is in line with his own values and is the right thing to do. The same goes for controlling an undead to conduct experiments. With his current attainments in Lich reincarnation, this ensures that the ghost will not dissipate while the experiment is being carried out, and there is a high probability of success. That's enough. At most, the ghost will suffer a lot, and Luo Lin will make up for it when the time comes. It can be said that Luo Lin has a very clear understanding of himself. He is not a good person. I don't mean to torture others. Just wanted to conduct an experiment. As a professor, this is normal, right? The ghost in the castle didn't know what Luo Lin was thinking. If I knew, I would definitely complain loudly. This is normal. Why don't you experiment on yourself? If Dumbledore knew, he would probably change his view of Rowling. This concept is completely different from Dumbledore's. He couldn't tolerate Luo Lin's wanton experiments on ghosts. Luo Lin was half lying on the bed. He pulled his soul power here and there, and finally figured out a feasible method to control ghosts. That was a soul spell he made by referring to the soul servant. Luo Lin named it Control the Ghost. Master the Ghost. Luo Lin can be said to be straightforward in choosing names. In other words, this spell is not really a spell. It's just a special application of soul power. Luo Lin glanced at the system panel. This spell does not appear above, so he still needs to continue researching, and until the spell to control ghosts appears on the panel, his research on this spell can be regarded as successful. He figured it wouldn't take him much time. After all, when you already have a clue, at most you need some detailed adjustments. Luo Lin roughly estimated the time, and it might be completed as soon as next week. If it's slow, it shouldn't take more than 2 weeks. He can still wait at this speed. Once you have completed the spell of controlling ghosts and become more familiar with it, you can try to control ghosts to experiment with the reincarnation of a lich. After planning everything, Roland feels pretty good. There was also some sense of accomplishment in my heart. After all, I have been relying on the system for such a long time, but now I am able to do something and make people happy no matter what I want. But it's very late now. It's time to sleep. Luo Lin turned off the light, lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and started to sleep. The night passed. The first week was completely over. It's time for the second week. After the first week of teaching, Luo Lin now has considerable experience in teaching defense against the dark arts. He seemed relaxed and comfortable during class. The little wizards also enjoyed his classes, because Luo Lin always tells some short stories during class. They love hearing these stories, and these stories are mixed with a lot of basic knowledge about defense against the dark arts. This knowledge may be boring if learned directly. Many defense against the dark arts professors just follow the instructions, because they don't know much about black magic and many things related to black magic. Luo Lin didn't know much about it either, but at least he knows better than other professors. And in my free time outside of teaching, Luo Lin is never idle. He would also borrow some books on black magic from the library and learn a lot of black magic from them. For little wizards, black magic certainly falls into the category of forbidden learning. But this is not absolute, because black magic is also divided into many categories. They can learn some evil spells for books. The school's management of curses is not very strict. Even little wizards can learn poison spells. As long as they are not directly discovered by the professor, the little wizards will not be punished in any way. Even if it is discovered, the professors will most likely just say a few words and then deduct a few points from the college. The only black magic that cannot be learned is the unforgivable curse. Anyone who learns the unforgivable curse will be directly judged as a black magician. Then it won't be the school's responsibility to punish you. Orers from the Department of Legal Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic will make these people aware of the consequences of learning the unforgivable curse. There is a high probability that these people will be sent to Azkaban to be imprisoned and live with Dementors as neighbors. The black magic that Luo Lin learned was also evil curses and poisonous curses and did not involve the unforgivable curse. He also had little interest in the unforgivable curse. After his research during this period, after he discovered that unforgiveness was basically just a special method that acted on the body and soul, this method is no different from the undead magic he knows. Even his undead magic can be more sophisticated. In other words, Luo Lin can completely use his undead magic to imitate the unforgivable curse. For example, the Cruciatus curse is a painful curse. The literal meaning is easy to understand. For a necromancer, it is impossible to make a person's heart and bones go out. It's okay to even rip out your heart and soul. Luo Lin is more interested in black magic than those interesting little spells. For example, those spells that make people dance, those that make people petrified, and those that make people fall to the ground. These spells are quite interesting. It is worth studying by Rowling. Luo Lin even felt that these magic spells could be applied to undead magic. At that time, a lot of undead will be summoned. Letting the undead dance seems like a very good idea. It was due to his research into these dark arts. Make him more comfortable teaching the defense against the dark arts course. When Rowling gave his first lesson in the second week, he also took out the looking glass bot in the Hogsmeade Village shop. From the moment he took the speculum out of the space, it started to rotate. Then he disappeared from the classroom. The speculum returns to normal. Rowling then cast another Tarantella spell, making Katie Bell dance, and the looking glass rang again. In this way, Luo Lin vividly demonstrated to the little wizards the effectiveness of the looking glass in detecting black magic. Then tell the little wizards that the looking glass is very accurate. If they find it interesting, keep a speculum nearby. In case the speculum shows anything abnormal in the future, they can tell that there are very bad things around them. When teaching this class, Luo Lin simply felt like he had become a goods anchor, but he really wanted the little wizards to prepare a looking glass. A looking glass is the best tool for detecting black magic around you. Rowling would love to see if Hogwarts was filled with looking glasses. What should we do if Voldemort possesses Professor Quirrell? That would be an interesting situation. In addition to introducing the prop of the looking glass, Rowling also introduced Blake and the others to his students. This week, Rowling kept his word. Malfoy was not kept in the dormitory all the time. Instead, the three Blakes were brought out in turn. Among them, Black is very popular among young wizards. Luo Lin introduced Blake to the little wizards for the first time, and when Blake made a nice female voice, many little wizards' eyes lit up. At that time, Rowling allowed the little wizards to communicate with Black for 10 minutes in class. 10 minutes time. Blake had been enjoying the compliments from the little wizards. There were even many little wizards feeding her. It's a pity that Blake can't eat these things, but she still looks very happy. Longbottom is indeed an honest man. It feels a bit silly to speak. Although the students were also interested in him, they felt a little bored after they found that he only answered questions honestly. I have to say what students dislike the most. Malfoy, of course. Malfoy is not as gentle with these little wizards as Black and Longbottom, although he promised Luo Lin not to cause trouble. But with his arrogant temperament, Luo Lin didn't directly give him an order to get close to the little wizard. He has absolutely no regard for these little brats. So when the little wizards asked Malfoy questions, Malfoy has always been indifferent. His eyes have always been on Luo Lin, and he is always ready to serve his master. This week, Luo Lin got to know the little wizards in each class better. The young wizards he taught also had a different view of Luo Lin, the necromancer professor, than before. The little wizard was originally a little scared. There is no such emotion anymore. They even like the interesting Professor Luo Lin. Compared to other professors' age, Luo Lin is really too young. He is not old-fashioned when it comes to speaking, and his occasional jokes can make the whole classroom of little wizards laugh. The little wizards all felt that Professor Rasma was very kind, just like their friend. Whether it's Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or even Slytherin, they all thought Luo Lin was very interesting and a very good professor, and they all learned from Rowling's teachings. This is in line with their first impression of defense against the dark arts. They are very interested in defense against the dark arts. Luo Lin's teaching meets their expectations. After this week, Luo Lin's reputation in the school is getting higher and higher. The little wizards often talked about Luo Lin when they chatted privately, more so because of Luo Lin's approachability. When he was eating in the auditorium, there would always be little wizards coming to chat with him and asking him many questions. But in this case, everything is fine. There are also some outliers. Draco and Crabgoyle obviously belong to the outliers. Draco still can't forget the scene when he was hit in the nose by that abominable skeleton show Niffler on the train to Hogwarts. At that time, his nose was so painful that he even thought the bridge of his nose was broken. Although it was later discovered that it was not broken, it still caused him pain for several days. Since then, he became even more disgusted with Harry and others. And he also hates the skeleton named Malfoy. Because of this reason, Draco naturally hated Rowling. After all, the skeleton named Malfoy is Rowling's servant. Rowling named a skeleton Malfoy, which was an insult to the Malfoy family. Draco decided to tell his father when he had the opportunity and let his father teach Rowling a lesson. But not before that. It was inevitable that he would take Luo Lin's class. When I took Luo Lin's class for the first time, Draco's heart was filled with hostility. Looking at Luo Lin talking eloquently on the podium, he didn't listen at all. He just thought about how Luo Lin should beg for mercy after being taught a lesson, and then let his undead servant named Malfoy change his name. Finally, he begged to give him the undead servant. This was Draco's wonderful imagination. In the first week, Draco didn't pay much attention to this matter. He cared more about laughing at Harry, Gryffindor, and Slytherin's potions class. Draco was very satisfied. Professor Sleep was worthy of being their dean, and he directly targeted the famous Harry. But it's a pity. Harry actually knew all the questions asked by Professor Snape. This made Professor Snape's targeting meaningless. Draco looked very angry at that time. He wanted to tease Harry right then and there, but he didn't find any opportunities in the first class. But what made him happy was that the idiot named Neville who was following Harry made a mistake and was still crying there. Draco didn't even know how Neville was chosen to be in Gryffindor. Neville's reputation among pure-blood families can be said to be very bad, especially for Draco. Such a coward simply insults the reputation of the pure-blood family. Neville also played with Harry, Weasley, and even 2 mudbloods and became friends. This made Draco even more unhappy. He decided that he would find an opportunity to teach Neville and Harry a lesson in the future. The red-haired Weasley and the 2 mudbloods cannot be spared either. Wait until the second week. Draco had expected it to be about the same as the first week. He had already planned to go back and tell his father the news about Luo Lin during the Christmas vacation. In the next few weeks, he will tease Harry and the others and let them know that they must learn to respect the Malfoy family. In Draco's opinion, everything before was the fault of the skeleton named Malfoy. A person with a clear understanding like Rowling must know the greatness of the Malfoy family and would not dare to help Harry and the others. So he seemed a little unscrupulous. Anyway, he knew the unspoken rules of Hogwarts very well. Conflict between the 2 academies is normal. The academy doesn't care at all about the petty quarrels between students. Even Dumbledore. Nor would he do anything because Draco bullied Harry until he cried. At most, some Slytherin points will be deducted. Just rely on this. Draco felt that he would soon have happy times. Thinking of Harry and the Weasleys trembling in front of him, his whole body felt refreshed. However, this sense of refreshment disappeared during the defense against the dark arts class in the second week. Because by Luo Lin's side, he saw the sniffing skeleton that he had never forgotten. That abominable skeleton named Malfoy stood on the podium like this. Damn Luo Lin, he actually let Malfoy interact with the students in the classroom. Draco couldn't tolerate this. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth, his nose aching slightly. Especially when Rowling asked Malfoy to walk around the classroom, and Malfoy walked up to him. He almost couldn't control himself and punched Malfoy. But Draco still didn't dare. Malfoy's punch on the train still left some psychological shadow on him. He knew that with his own strength, he couldn't deal with the undead Malfoy. Not to mention the nasty necromancer Rowling is watching everything. Once he does something, Luo Lin will definitely be biased. By then, he will probably be wronged again. Draco thought clearly about this. Taking action now can only give out temporary anger, and it may not be possible to get out. Wait until Luo Lin is taught a lesson and begs in front of him before taking action. That's the smart thing to do. Draco kept comforting himself with these words. However, when Malfoy finally returned to the podium, he looked up. He noticed that the two green balls of fire in Malfoy's eyes were looking at him. Obviously, Malfoy is just a skeleton. Draco saw the teasing meaning in the two fires. That kind of naked ridicule and disdain was completely felt by Draco. A ball of fire suddenly burst out in his heart. My head is buzzing. Draco wanted to rush forward and tear the skeleton into pieces. Just looking at Luo Lin, who was in class on the podium. There were also Slytherin students all around who were listening carefully. In the end, he gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and endured it. Draco gritted his teeth below. I wish I could tear Rowling and Malfoy into pieces. He lowered his head to prevent others from seeing his expression. But actually this is of no use to Malfoy and Rowling. Both Malfoy and Rowling can clearly feel the negative emotions of others, especially in a classroom with only about 20 people. Most students' sentiments were positive. Even Crabbe and Goyle listened with interest at this time, without any negative emotions. Just Draco. It's hard not to feel the strong negative aura on his body. He is almost becoming the source of negative atmosphere in the entire classroom. The reason why Malfoy looked at Draco with disdain just now, it's because I noticed that negative emotion. In his opinion, this is a provocation by the weak against the strong. The weak should be obedient when they are weak and should not bare their teeth at the strong. So he looked at Draco with a very disdainful look. I just think Draco is overestimating his abilities. To him, Draco is so weak that he can be crushed to death with just a little bit of soul power. If the Master didn't allow him to kill people at will, just the unabashed hostility Draco had just exuded, he would directly skin and remove Draco's bones and become his companion. What upset Malfoy the most? How dare Draco exude hostility towards his great master? This is simply courting death. Malfoy missed his life in Azkaban. If this were in Azkaban, anyone who dares to have bad thoughts towards the great master, he would let them taste the burning of soul fire, the kind of pain that goes deep into the soul. It will immediately turn a tough guy into a weakling who can only kneel down and beg for mercy. He believed that a young wizard like Draco would be frightened to death if he had just come into contact with the soul fire. Rowling didn't care much about Draco's hostility. In his opinion, Draco was just a naughty kid. He never had a good view of this naughty kid, whether it's Draco, Snape, Harry's father James, or James' group of friends. He didn't have many negative opinions about Hogwarts. The most negative one is Hogwarts' neglect of campus bullying. James bullied Snape in the beginning. Snape, a half-blood, looked down on mudbloods. Slytherin didn't like pure bloods and bullied them. Snape also bullied his own students. In addition, Draco the naughty kid wants to bully Harry and the others. One of these counts as one. In Luo Lin's heart, they're all beasts. None of them are good. Hogwarts tolerates this situation. It can only be said that the views of wizard society are indeed different from Luo Lin's. Maybe it's because British society has different concepts than those in big Eastern countries. Luo Lin didn't specialize in this aspect, so he couldn't make a conclusion. But he hates so-called campus bullying when he was in elementary school and junior high school in his previous life. As a rural person, he went to school in a town not far away. There are many rural people like him. Because Luo Lin is tall and strong, he seems not to be trifled with, and his temper is not bad, so he has not been bullied in school. But rural students like him, as well as those who are thinner, have all been bullied to a greater or lesser extent. Rowling once had a very good friend who was a victim. The gangsters would block him outside the school and ask him to give him money. If you don't give money, just a beating. His friend was very timid and unwilling to tell his parents and teachers. This further fuels the arrogance of those bad boys. Finally, his friend was caught stealing money from his parents, and the matter was exposed. The school punished those gangsters and made them drop out of school. But his good friend also left the school because of this, unwilling to stay here anymore, and transfer to another school. This is something that impressed Luo Lin very deeply. Since then, he hated school bullying. Later, with the rapid development of the big eastern country after entering high school, several rounds of severe crackdowns were carried out, and the number of campus bullying decreased a lot. Luo Lin has never been exposed to school bullying. However, the social phenomenon of campus bullying is still unavoidable. Every time I see similar news, Rowling will be furious. So for how Hogwarts was handled, he strongly disagreed. It is difficult to comprehensively solve an entire social problem. 2 plus F8F. After all, people are very complex. Not all people are human beings, and many people are beasts. But Hogwarts is such a small school. If you really want to solve it, is it difficult to solve it? Anyone found to be bullying on campus will be directly expelled. Under such punishment, students who dare to bully on campus will soon be reduced to the bottom. Except for those who are really perverted, no one will take this risk. And those who are truly perverted will also be eliminated one by one. In the end, it will not take more than 5 years for the entire school to eliminate campus bullying. This is not Luo Lin's random imagination. Rather, it was an observation from his previous life. When he was in high school, there was a very strict high school in the city. The principal of that high school was very tough. All bullying on campus will be discouraged. It's useless for anyone to plead for mercy. Under such severe punishment, it only took 3 years for the campus atmosphere to be completely cleared up. A few more years passed after that. There has never been any bullying in the entire school. That high school became the most popular high school in the city. Finally, it became one of the top 10 civilized campuses in the province. Parents say they feel safe sending their children to this school. There is such an example. Luo Lin never believed that school bullying could not be solved. It just depends on whether the school is willing to make the decision. Hogwarts was apparently the school unwilling to make up its mind. Of course, it's also possible that this is just the way things are in this world. It is normal for wizard society to be somewhat special. But Rowling will not condone such behavior. If only he could be the headmaster of Hogwarts. He will get rid of all the students who are bullies on campus. Those that cause serious consequences can even be sent directly to Azkaban. It's like the kind of bullying James did to Snape back then. Obviously, James should be fired. The same goes for Snape. As a teacher, he actually bullied his own students. This was tantamount to a crime in Luo Lin's opinion. Draco felt animosity towards him. Luo Lin didn't care. Draco couldn't pose any threat to him anyway. But this naughty kid wants to engage in school bullying, which he doesn't like very much. Just read it according to the original work. Draco didn't succeed in bullying Harry and the others at first. Rowling never convicts a person of what might happen in the future. So his current attitude towards Draco is, "Don't let me catch you bullying you, kid, or I will let you know what real campus bullying is." Rowling didn't care about Draco. After completing a week of teaching, he was in a very good mood. The feeling of being respected for your knowledge is really satisfying. It's much more satisfying than relying on your own force to make others fear you. At least that's what Rowling thinks. He was considered the overlord in Azkaban before. Which prisoner inside didn't tremble when he saw him? Whenever I see him approaching, I want to please him. But such awe prevented Luo Lin from feeling pleasure. He just found it boring. It's possible that it's too cold at high places. But he felt that he was not down to earth enough. Now a professor at Hogwarts, faced countless little wizards. Luo Lin seemed to feel much younger, although he is only 22 years old this year. But he feels that mentally he is already a 40-year-old uncle. As a necromancer, physical age is negligible. It mainly depends on your mental age. So actually he is a man in his 40s. This made him unconsciously bring in the ideas of his elders when facing young wizards. He is not the kind of elder who would say anything good for you. Luo Lin was just doing what a teacher should do. He treats everyone equally in class. No one has any privileges with him. He would not bring extracurricular friendships to class because he knew it was unfair. Luo Lin is a person who pursues fairness, or someone who pursues fairness to some extent. This is reflected in his character. Once someone makes him suffer a loss, he must also let others suffer a loss, and he must make up for the loss he suffered. Of course, this is fairness to myself, not a very accurate fairness. But when dealing with other people, his fairness is more obvious. For him, after all, everyone in this world seems to be the same in front of him. Maybe friends would keep him a little closer. It would not cause him to violate his own principles of fairness. And he won't make the kind of friends who would really ask him to be unfair. Friends like Hagrid. He would never let Luo Lin violate his principles for his own benefit. So until now, Luo Lin still did what he thought was fair. The reason why I say it is because I think so. It's because he can't decide how others view him, and his standards of fairness may be different from others. But just like he did before, follow your heart. Do what you want to do. Doing what you think is fair is enough. Luo Lin felt that he was probably old, so there will always be these more emotional thoughts. In fact, he doesn't think about it so much in his daily life. Just do whatever you want, and then think about the consequences after you finish. Otherwise, where did those magic marks on his face come from? It's not that he didn't consider the consequences at the time. Being bewitched by Professor Flitwick left many marks on his face, so much so that he almost wore a mask in class for the past 2 weeks. In Luo Lin's opinion, this affects his image in front of the little wizards. He felt that if he had shown his face from the beginning, the little wizards would not have any fear at all. After all, his face is quite handsome. This time it's not because of the Dementor's narcissism, but an objective fact. Whether children or adults, they always prefer handsome people. Speaking of magic marks, it's been nearly 2 weeks since school started. The magic marks on Luo Lin's face have almost disappeared. Only 3 remain, but all 3 will disappear after Sunday. In other words, he will no longer need to wear a mask in class next week. It seems that I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Without a mask, how will the little wizards react? Luo Lin couldn't help but think of this. But it only lasted a few days. Luo Lin is still confident in his face. At least he will definitely not scare the little wizards. It's just that the dark circles under his eyes are a bit annoying. It looks like he didn't get enough rest or indulged in something excessive. But the little wizards probably wouldn't think in that direction. So you will most likely be concerned about why he can't sleep well. Most of the little wizards in Hogwarts are pretty good. Slytherin has some nasty people, but he is just a conceptual nuisance, and he does a pretty good job of respecting teachers. There are also some naughty characters among the students. For example, Fred and George, plus Lee Jordan, these 3 people can be said to be famous in the school. It has caused headaches for countless professors, whether it's Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore. They will always focus on these 3 people. Among them, Li Xiaodan is more like the addition, while Fred and George are the real troublemakers. Their level of mischief is not inferior to that of Peeves. Even if they could have a special identity like Peeves, they might be even more annoying than Peeves. But it's only possible, because so far, Fred and George haven't done many pranks on the little wizard yet. Their more pranks are to challenge the school's rules and accomplish many things that the school is not allowed to do. For example, the Forbidden Forest. The school does not allow students to enter the Forbidden Forest alone. But these 2 people almost didn't care about the school's rules at all. It can be said that they are familiar with the Forbidden Forest, and they always challenge Filch in school. Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, like to catch students who violate school rules. But he couldn't help it with Fred and George. In other words, Fred and George were already familiar with Filch's various operations. It always makes Filch sick in the opposite direction. More than once, Rowling heard Filch say that one day he would lock Fred and George in his office and punish them with the shackles and chains in the office. It's just that this is all Filch's incompetent rage, and he can't do anything to Fred and George. Even if Fred and George broke school rules, they would only be caught for minor mistakes. Being punished by cleaning the lawn and classroom is about the same. for Luo Lin, the new professor, or a necromancer. Fred and George were certainly interested. But later they learned that Roland and Harry had a good relationship, and Ron attended Roland and Hagrid's party, so they never thought of playing pranks on Roland. Roland approved of their actions. I also think their luck is really good. You know, Malfoy, Black, and the others are with him every day. If Fred and the others come to play a prank and want to do something to Luo Lin, even if Luo Lin doesn't take action, he doesn't care. They will also face strong counterattacks from Malfoy and Black. Malfoy and Black would not allow anyone to disrespect their great master. Black and Longbottom certainly behaved more normally than Malfoy in other aspects. When protecting Luo Lin, the master, he was the same as Malfoy. It's just that they don't speak as arrogantly as Malfoy, but they are unequivocal in what they do. When Rowling first came to school, he was told by Professor Snape. Blake saw everything. She was particularly unhappy with Snape, an old man, and felt that Snape had insulted her great master. So Black was planning to attack Snape secretly afterwards. But later I learned about Professor Snape's situation. I felt that it might be unsafe to take action myself, so I put my plan on hold for the time being. Later, Longbottom was summoned. Black remembered Snape and told Longbottom what happened that day. Longbottom was also very angry after hearing this. So the two of them worked together to attack Snape. The two have mapped out a pretty good opportunity. They planned to wait until Luo Lin went to bed at night. He ran to Snape's dormitory and tortured Snape severely with soul fire. Of course, they did not intend to violate Luo Lin's order not to casually kill people. So it was just a matter of teaching Snape a lesson and making him forget the memories of this period of time. Then Malfoy was summoned. It's just that Malfoy didn't stay with Roland after he came out, but went to stay with Harry. Black thought that Malfoy had more ways of torturing people. Preparing to wait for Malfoy to arrive at Hogwarts, the three of them would attack Snape together. On the second day of school at Hogwarts, they stayed in the dormitory and plotted. Fortunately, Luo Lin noticed something was wrong with their situation, and after questioning, he learned about their plan. This allowed Snape to escape. It's not that Rowling didn't want to teach Snape a lesson. He would not attack Snape for no reason. Snape wasn't doing anything bad to him right now. That day, it was just a verbal threat. Luo Lin would not do anything to punish someone without teaching him. In everything he did, he always followed his example. Like Mr. Borkin. If Mr. Borgin hadn't already tricked him, he would not do that kind of justice to Mr. Borgin. The same goes for Snape. Snape verbally said that Rowling didn't care that much and would just pay more attention to him. That's if Snape actually did something. Rowling would definitely let Snape know why the flowers were so red. So at that time, he stopped Black and the others. But from this situation, we can also see Black's attitude towards people who want to harm Rowling, be it Draco or Fred and George. As long as they dare to take action against Luo Lin and do something bad. Luo Lin had no doubt that Blake and the others would tear these people apart and turn them into their companions if they found out. Even if Luo Lin lay there and let these little wizards use all kinds of methods, it would be impossible to hurt him, and they would not let Luo Lin suffer such disrespect. At this point, all of Luo Lin's soul servants are of the same opinion. No matter what Luo Lin says, they will not change. What's more, Luo Lin had no intention of correcting their idea. Wouldn't it be nice to have so many loyal servants? He just needs to pay more attention and don't let anything too unexpected happen and cause him trouble. Loyal subordinates are naturally the best subordinates. The second week passed like this. Time quickly came to Saturday of the second week. This day is the time to visit Hagrid. Not like last week. Luo Lin was not alone this time, but brought all three undead with him. When he came to Hagrid's hut, Harry and the others are already here. At the same time, there's also a little fat man, Neville Longbottom. Neville seemed uncomfortable with the situation, but it can be seen that he is still a little excited, especially when Luo Lin arrives. He stood up immediately and said, "Professor Rasma, good afternoon." The rest of the people also stood up. "Good afternoon, Professor." Hagrid had just closed the door at this time, grinning. "Good afternoon, Professor." Listening to everyone's greetings, Luo Lin nodded slightly to everyone. "Good afternoon, everyone. Can you take a seat?" This last sentence was asked to Hagrid. Of course, Hagrid nodded without hesitation. Please sit down. Luo Lin had just swept through Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's hut has a new layout compared to last week. At the table, Hagrid found a small chair that looked very comfortable to sit on. There was a big chair, obviously for Luo Lin to sit on. As for where Hagrid sat, he placed a large stone pier on the ground, and then placed a thick cushion on the stone pier, and he sat there. The height of this stone pier alone seems to be almost as tall as Ron, who is sitting there. Hagrid smiled sheepishly. I originally wanted to find a stone pier that was a little lower, but after doing a round, I found that this height is still the best. Whatever makes you feel comfortable is the best, Luo Lin said casually. Harry and others also nodded. The professor is right. Just sit comfortably. It's not like we can't hear our chat. The smile on Hagrid's face became even brighter, and he sat up from the stone pier. I'll make you some black tea. Do you want any snacks? I heard the word dim sum. Ron was the first to speak. As long as it's not rock pie, anything will do. He was injured by rock biscuits last week, and now he has some PTSD. When Neville came here for the first time, he asked out of curiosity, "What is rock biscuit?" Ron's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Neville on the shoulder. That's a snack made by Mr. Hagrid. It tastes great. Really, Neville always felt something was wrong when he saw his expression, and Ron's words just now were also strange. Harry interrupted helplessly. Ron, please don't cheat on Neville. Neville's teeth are not as good as yours. If he eats, his teeth may break. Neville understood now. It turned out that rock biscuits were a very hard thing. Ron retracted his hand a little sarcastically. I don't want to help Neville have a novel experience. I just want to have a taste. Luo Lin suddenly spoke at this time. I think Ron is right. Only Ron among you has experienced rock skin pancake. Why don't the rest of you experience it? Maybe you will like it. He didn't say this to ask everyone to eat rock cakes. He was just joking. I didn't expect him to finish his sentence. Harry, who had just stopped Neville from eating the rock cake, immediately raised his hand towards Hagrid. I want a rock cake. Harry's face changed so quickly. Neville was stunned by his words. No, didn't you just tell me not to eat it? Why are you so positive now? Ron and Hermione were a little surprised. They knew very well the status of Rowling in Harry's heart. Not to mention that Luo Lin suggested eating rock cakes. Even if he did, I'm afraid he wouldn't be unable to agree. But after Harry spoke, Hermione and Neville nodded as well. There's nothing wrong with giving rock crust pie a try. Neville and Hermione were both interested. But when they can't bite anymore, Hermione finally understood what was going on with Ron's expression that day. Neville also knew why Harry had stopped him. It's really impossible to eat this rock cake without good teeth. But this is also a rare experience. The three of them chatted with others while grinding their teeth. Hagrid didn't do anything outside of work this week. He took Yaya for a walk in the Forbidden Forest. No incident occurred. The Forbidden Forest is still the same as before. It's just that those centaurs have become more talkative, and the unicorn became more active, and I don't know why. Luo Lin talked about what happened when he was in class. His time this week. I basically did nothing except go to class, but he has done a lot of research on the class. After he said it, Harry and others listened with interest, and Luo Lin is not simply giving his own lectures. He also asked Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville from time to time how they would evaluate his courses, and how the young wizards would privately evaluate his courses. Harry had no objection at all to Rowling's course. Hermione felt that Luo Lin could increase the frequency of asking questions, and she would be happy to answer questions. Ron wanted Rowling to give more points to Gryffindor, but Rowling gave too few points in class. As for the private opinions of other little wizards, they hadn't heard much about it. Anyway, the little wizards they knew all liked Luo Lin's courses. Not only can you learn knowledge, but you can also listen to many interesting stories. This may be a wonderful thing for little wizards. Now, if you evaluate the most popular professor at Hogwarts, Luo Lin does not say that he will definitely be rated first. He will basically be one of the top 3. Luo Lin did not expect such a high evaluation. He only knew that the young wizards from the 4 colleges were very serious during class. But I didn't expect the little wizards to like him so much. It seems that my teaching methods are still very good. At least there are some innovations compared to other professors, and it's interesting enough. This gave Rowling more confidence. You must know that in other aspects, it basically relies on the system, but in terms of teaching, he really does not rely on the system much. The only thing he relies on is the knowledge gained with the help of the system. Other teaching methods and how to teach were all summed up by Luo Lin based on various situations in his previous life. Judging for what Harry and the others reported, his teaching methods are quite successful. Maybe in the future, I can sum up and become a famous teaching teacher. It's interesting to think about it. Luo Lin and Hagrid finished talking. It was Harry's turn to talk about his week. Let's talk about this week. Harry was clearly not as happy as he had been last week. Last week, Professor Snape also appeared to ask questions about him in class. But because of what Professor Rasmus said before, Harry almost had to memorize those textbooks during the month he spent at home. So when Professor Snape asked a question, Harry answered easily. He still remembered the surprise on Professor Snape's face. Harry was extremely proud at the time. It's a pity that Professor Snape doesn't teach martial ethics. Actually, no point for Gryffindor. This made Hermione a little aggrieved in class. Other than that, the only ones who encountered unpleasant things in the first week were Filch and Mrs. Norris. At other times, Harry was quite cheerful. I thought that the next time at Hogwarts would be more and more enjoyable. The result is getting worse and worse. In the second week, that extremely annoying boy showed up. Draco Malfoy. The two were not familiar with each other. Logically speaking, he should call him Malfoy. But in order to avoid Professor Rasmus' undead servants, Harry, Ron, and they all call him Draco. Generally speaking, calling someone by their name is a sign of intimacy. Harry was very disgusted with Draco as a nuisance. There has never been anyone so disgusted. Even his fat pig cousin Dudley wasn't so annoying. Fortunately, there are only 2 potions classes a week together now. This was a good thing for Harry. In 2 potions classes, there are 2 people he hates, Draco and Snape. Just finish these 2 classes every week. Harry felt relieved. Although the professors in other courses are not as good as Professor Rasmus, they're still quite good. So if that's all, Harry could barely bear it. But an announcement was posted this week, which made Harry very uncomfortable. Not only Harry, but Neville was also very uncomfortable. Because it starts next Thursday, they're about to take flying lessons. Flying lessons are certainly good news. Harry longed for flying lessons. He found that he really liked the feeling of flying in the sky. Ever since I followed Luo Lin on a mountain of the undead, he found that he felt at home in the sky. I just like it. He didn't have much confidence in flying in the sky. After all, he had never touched a broomstick for flying. The reason why he feels uncomfortable, it's entirely because Gryffindor also takes flying lessons with Slytherin students. Thinking of having to take lessons with Draco, he was still taking flying lessons that he was very unfamiliar with. How could Harry not feel uncomfortable? Normal times, Draco would always brag in front of them about his exposure to flying since he was a child. And he was still complaining that as a first-year student, he was not eligible to join the college Quidditch team. Hearing those boastful stories made Harry even more uncomfortable. Harry could only think about the possibility of making a fool of himself in front of Draco during flying lessons. I feel uncomfortable all over. Neville and Harry had different ideas, but he was in a very similar situation to Harry. Because his grandma never let him get close to a broomstick, even though he comes from a blood family, he has never been exposed to a broomstick. His objection to flying lessons was entirely out of fear. For things I haven't touched before, Neville was always a little timid. Harry and the others felt that Neville's grandmother did the right thing. A lot of things can happen to Neville even if he's standing on the ground, let alone flying in the sky. Except Harry and Neville. Hermione was nervous too. She is very confident in learning knowledge. But flying is something you can't learn from books. You can only learn some relevant knowledge and skills through books. But to really learn to fly, you still need to practice. Hermione is actually quite confident in her hands-on ability, but not so confident in her brain. Of the 4 of them, Ron was the only one who wasn't nervous at all. Ron was the only one of the 4 who had experienced flying broomsticks before. As a child of a wizarding family, it can be said that there are only a few people who have not come into contact with flying broomsticks. Otherwise, Hogwarts would not have stipulated that first-year students are not allowed to bring broomsticks. Listen to their stories. Luo Lin said nothing. The main reason is that he has never touched a broomstick. His flight either relies on his own soul power, or just ride Blake and the others. So for Harry and the others, Luo Lin couldn't give any advice. Harry and the others were not here to seek advice. They were just talking about their own affairs this week. Hermione and Ron didn't have as many worries as Harry. They also disliked Malfoy's attitude. Neville is troubled by his poor memory, and he forgets many things as soon as they pass. Luo Lin was like an elder, listening to what these little wizards had to say. Occasionally, I will give some suggestions on aspects I know, but they are not mandatory suggestions. This made Harry and others feel like a breath of fresh air. 2 Saturdays together, Ron and Hermione suddenly understood why Harry admired Professor Razma so much. After just spending such a short time with Professor Razma, they already admired Professor Razma, not to mention someone like Harry who had received a lot of help from Professor Razma. They also began to agree with Harry's statement, that as Professor Razma is a truly good person. How could someone who is not a good person get along so well with students like them? This is a no-brainer. Also, Professor Razma is actually a very gentle person. Ron and Hermione agree with this. Professor Razma never spoke loudly, and he treated them as equals, never being condescending. A person who has a gentle attitude towards everyone is not a gentle person, and there are no gentle people in the world. Even Neville, who had just been with Professor Razma for a short time. I also think Professor Razma is indeed a very good person, because Professor Razma offered to help him treat his poor memory. Neville had thought countless times that he could regain his memory. He didn't like the situation where he would forget some things after a while. He also asked his grandma why his memory was getting worse. But Grandma didn't tell him. Now Luo Lin proposes to restore his memory. This gave Neville a surge of hope. Although Luo Lin's reputation as a necromancer is not very good in wizard society, many people recognize his strength. After all, he was a being who was able to escape from Azkaban twice, and was personally recruited by Dumbledore to serve as a professor at Hogwarts. There is definitely no problem in terms of ability. Since the professor said that he could restore his memory, he should be confident. Neville saw the dawn of recovering his memory, and naturally had a special affection for Luo Lin. Luo Lin could feel the unabashed kindness of the group of young wizards in front of him. This made him happy. As a teacher, nothing makes him happier than having his students respect him. Especially these people in front of me are not ordinary people. These are the main characters in the world of Harry Potter. The future savior team. Everyone will make a big contribution to saving the world. Such a group of young wizards can respect him. Luo Lin also had a relatively obvious sense of accomplishment in his heart. As for the problem of treating Neville's memory, it was a piece of cake for him. How to say it? The reason why Neville's memory is so bad. It was because Neville's grandmother used a forgetfulness spell on him to make him forget the torture of his parents by Death Eaters when he was a child. But because it was not used properly. As a result, Neville's brain suffered considerable damage, and he naturally had problems with his memory. Various memory impairments. Both soul and body are inseparably linked. And these are exactly the two things that the necromancer is best at. The necromancer who plays with the soul and the body has a high level of expertise in treating amnesia. The same goes for Rowling. Although he cannot weave memories directly into the minds of living people. But it's no problem at all to just heal the damage to the soul and body, and use the power of the soul to help others recover their memories. However, Luo Lin did not say that he would help Neville recover immediately for doing this kind of thing. As a teacher, he felt that he should contact Neville's parents. Neville's grandma's original purpose was to make Neville forget the painful things. Some accidents happened during this period, but Grandma Neville's original goal was achieved. Luo Lin can be a good person at this time, but he will not be scolded by others for being a good person. He wanted to seek the opinion of Neville's guardian. He would treat Neville only if Neville's grandmother agreed. Otherwise, wouldn't he be taken advantage of? It would be a shame if he cured Neville and Neville's grandmother was not happy, but instead complained about him. Although Luo Lin thinks that Neville's grandmother will most likely agree, there's still a certain order in the procedure for this kind of thing. So Luo Lin planned to ask Neville to go back during the Christmas vacation to ask his grandma's opinion. If Grandma Neville agrees. When Neville comes back from Christmas vacation, he will start to help Neville treat his memory damage and also help him restore his memory. The two are equivalent. To recover from injuries to the brain and memory, it is inevitable to recover the original memory. This time his memory was restored. Even Grandma Neville couldn't make him forget it, because the forgetting spell can only make people forget recent events. I want to forget the memories from long ago. Luo Lin doesn't know anyone in this world who can do it. I'm afraid it's just him, and he couldn't make someone forget something. You can only directly turn others into a blank piece of paper or an idiot, unless the other party is undead. He can use his authority to tamper with the other party's suggestions at will. Neville got Rowling's promise. Compared to when I first arrived, I am much more cheerful. I am no longer nervous when chatting with everyone, but talking and laughing. After everyone present has finished talking about what happened this week, Harry and others turned their attention to Harry and others have all seen Luo Lin's 3 undead servants. It was the first time Neville heard that Rowling had an undead servant named Longbottom. He was completely confused. He found out later. The names of each of Professor Rasma's undead servants are taken from the 28 pureblood families. So it's normal to have one named Longbottom. That's what Neville was thinking at the time. The news must have reached these families. I don't know how those families reacted. Neville didn't really care anyway. Just call Longbottom Longbottom. Professor Rasma obviously did not mean to insult the Longbottom family. He believed that even if Grandma knew about it, she wouldn't be very angry about it. Ron didn't care even more. The Weasley family is inherently different from a pure-blood family in the traditional sense. They are not pure-blood supremacists and are very friendly to other mixed-blood families and even Muggles. Especially Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. As an employee in charge of the department for the prohibition of misuse of Muggle articles at the Ministry of Magic, he has an extremely friendly attitude towards Muggles and is committed to protecting Muggles. The Weasley family even tried to break away from the 28 purebloods, as they didn't like the name. So Ron didn't care that Rowling might have an undead servant named Weasley. Harry and the others looked at Black's 3 undead servants. Blake and the others greeted them. Harry mainly wanted to take this opportunity to chat with Malfoy for a while. You know, he and Malfoy have been together for a month. Malfoy had been with him during that time. In Harry's mind, the importance of Malfoy is self-evident. He had not seen Malfoy for the past week, and he felt extremely regretful. When they had defense against the dark arts lessons this week, Malfoy was not taught by Rowling, so Harry still didn't see him. Until today, Harry just saw Malfoy again. When he first saw Malfoy, Harry had already said hello to him. At this time, I wanted to talk to him more. In fact, there is nothing special to say. Harry just wanted to ask how Malfoy was doing during this time. Malfoy had a bit of an impression of Harry, a kid he had been with for a while, and the two chatted quite happily. Malfoy could freely use the title Uncle in front of Harry. Rowling found that he seemed to particularly like this title, and he didn't know why. Hermione is very interested in the same **X Black. After obtaining Luo Lin's consent, she moved to Blake's side and whispered to Blake. Black is not as difficult to get along with as Malfoy, especially for students like Hermione who are closer to Rowling. The two chatted very happily. Neville naturally approached Longbottom. He felt that he and Longbottom were destined. Unfortunately, Longbottom was relatively taciturn. Fortunately, Neville wasn't that talkative. The communication between the two was intermittent, but also smooth. Only Ron felt bored and looked at Luo Lin. Professor, are there any other undead servants with you now? He is alone now, and he didn't want to interrupt other people's conversations, so he could only look to Luo Lin for help. Luo Lin shrugged. No, but if you feel bored, you can chat with me. He still prefers chatting with these children. Children don't say anything strange, and what they say is innocent and cute, which makes him feel very funny. Hear his words. Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. Professor, can I ask you a question? Luo Lin could tell that Ron must have been holding back the question he wanted to ask for a long time. He nodded slightly. Of course, as long as I can answer it, I will definitely tell you. Ron couldn't wait to ask after receiving permission. Professor, I heard that you escaped from Azkaban. Can you tell me how you escaped from prison? Luo Lin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ron to ask such a question. Why is a student of yours so interested in Azkaban? But there is nothing that cannot be answered about this kind of thing. Prison escape? Actually, I don't want to admit that it was a prison escape because I didn't commit a crime and I shouldn't be locked up in jail. I just walked outside for a walk. Roland replied. Ron blinked. Walking outside for a walk? Professor, you mean those people in Azkaban didn't stop you? Luo Lin nodded, then shook his head. You can say that, but it's not accurate. To be precise, I walked out while they were not paying attention, and they didn't even notice that I left. Ron looked at Luo Lin with a strange expression. It turns out that Professor Razma escaped from prison secretly. He thought that when Professor Razma escaped from prison, he used his power to defeat all the guards of Azkaban, and then rushed out openly. It's all because the rumors were so outrageous when they were spread to the outside world. Professor Razma is obviously a person with a good personality, but outsiders regard him as a devil. Luo Lin didn't know what Ron was thinking. What he said is indeed true. At least that's the first time. The first time he left Azkaban, he turned into a ghost, and no one noticed that he left. It wasn't until the next day that Azkaban's guards discovered it. At that time, Roland had already gone to Old Tom's pub to drink wheat juice. The second jailbreak was done openly. After all, he brought with him so many undead and a lot of dementors. Those from the Ministry of Magic didn't dare to stop him. But this time there is no need to tell Ron and the others, so as not to ruin your perfect image. Luo Lin and Ron talked about the scene when he escaped from prison for the first time, especially when he was drinking in Old Tom's Tavern. Ministry of Magic personnel broke in, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. In the end, he just finished his drink and followed them away, leaving the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic stunned for a long time. Until he returned to Azkaban with everyone, none of the Aurors realized how easy this mission was. You must know that this is facing a necromancer. The destructive power of the necromancer is no joke. The Aurors were prepared to sacrifice at least 1 or 2 members in order to recapture Luo Lin. Nothing happened. Just listen to Luo Lin's story. Ron could already imagine the dumbfounded expressions of those Aurors, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hagrid listened silently beside them. From time to time, I will make a pot of tea and add tea and water to them. Seeing Ron chatting with Luo Lin so happily, a flash of envy flashed in Harry's eyes. But chatting with Malfoy also. Today's visit is not as long as last week's. After all, they were just chatting, not having a barbecue like last week. By evening, Harry and the others said goodbye and left. Luo Lin said goodbye to Hagrid and walked towards the dormitory. It's now more than an hour before 6 o'clock. He wants to go back to the dormitory to take a bath first, and then go to the auditorium to eat. Blake and the others seemed to be in a pretty good mood this time. Malfoy said as he walked, "That kid named Harry Potter is pretty good. I heard that he is famous in wizarding society. It's really interesting. That little girl named Hermione is so studious. She asked me so many questions in one afternoon, and I couldn't answer many of them. It's so embarrassing." Although Blake was very happy, his words also revealed helplessness. Hermione does have such a temperament, and black may not be suitable for someone with such a personality. Longbottom said nothing. His chat with Neville was routine. Normally, Neville would answer every question he asked, and Neville didn't ask any special questions. They were basically all questions related to Rowling or Longbottom. See what they look like. Luo Lin nodded slightly. It can be seen that Blake and the others enjoy this kind of activity. In fact, he quite likes it. So before leaving, they agreed to get together next week. Returned to the dormitory. Took a bath. Luo Lin read in the dormitory for a while, and then went to the auditorium to have dinner. Just walked to the auditorium. He met Professor Flitwick. During dinner time, he did not take the 3 undead with him. Professor Flitwick looked around him. What about the 3 gentlemen and ladies? They are in the dormitory. They just went out with me in the afternoon. I am not going to take them out for dinner. The 2 are now very familiar and communicate with each other very casually. Professor Flitwick was a little surprised when he heard his words. You went out? Where did you go? Hogsmeade. No, it's Hagrid's cabin by the woods. Hagrid invited us to be his guests. Luo Lin said casually. Flitwick was stunned for a moment. Hagrid? Does he also invite people to be guests? Why has he never invited me? He asked very directly. Luo Lin shrugged. Not many people in Hogwarts think highly of Hagrid, and he doesn't know you very well, Professor, so it's normal that he didn't invite you. Flitwick nodded. That's true. I only became real friends with Hagrid during the period before school started. We ignored Hagrid too much before. I think I made a mistake. However, I still hope to be a guest at Hagrid's place. I don't know if he will agree. Rowling looked at Professor Flitwick, slightly surprised. He didn't expect Professor Flitwick to have such an idea. And then he said, Hagrid is of course very welcome to teach you. If you want to go, I can ask Hagrid for you. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded repeatedly. Of course I want to go. After playing poker with Professor Rasma, I found that I really like this kind of group activity. Even if I am with everyone, it feels good. Professor Flitwick seems to have activated the social aspect. Rowling would certainly have no problem with adding another Professor Flitwick. But this requires consideration of Hagrid. After all, Hagrid is the master. But he believed that Hagrid would definitely not refuse. By the way, besides Professor Yu and Hagrid, is there anyone else? Professor Flitwick asked suddenly. Yes, there are Harry Potter and his friends, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Ron Weasley, the three of them. Ron's words reminded Flitwick for a moment. Of course he knew Harry Potter best, but he found that he also had an impression of the other three, especially Hermione Granger. This is a good child who loves to learn. Professor Flitwick became even more interested when he heard that they were a group of young wizards. That's great. I like getting along with little wizards. When facing these young wizards, I will definitely be able to regain their youthful vitality. Of course, and Professor, you are not too old, and your mental age is younger. Luo Lin said with a smile. Professor Flitwick was delighted with the compliment. The two of them chatted while eating in a cafeteria. Luo Lin told him interesting stories about the first 2 times he went to Hagrid's place as a guest. I heard that they even went out for a picnic and barbecue together. Professor Freevy's eyes brightened. His eyes were full of anticipation and curiosity. You can tell. Professor Flitwick also wanted to play with them. Although Luo Lin didn't expect this, he didn't find it strange when he saw him. Although Professor Flitwick is not as withdrawn as Professor Snape, he is also very helpful and has a lot of prestige among young wizards and professors. But there are not many people who really play with him. So after playing poker with Luo Lin and becoming friends, that's why he seems so happy. Naturally, I'm looking forward to joining Luo Lin and the others in their activities this time. After dinner, we parted ways with Professor Flitwick. Luo Lin returned to the dormitory, but he didn't plan to go to sleep right away today. It's still early. He also wanted to take a walk around the castle, and he has a very clear goal this time, which is to find the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement, a magical room in Hogwarts Castle, is also called the Room of Coming and Going. It comes and goes, and one can only go in when one really needs him. Speaking of which, this house is quite important in the original work and serves as the location where events occur in many plots. When Rowling first entered Hogwarts, he never thought of the Room of Requirement. The reason why I can think of this house, it was entirely because of the flash of inspiration I had just talking with Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick mentioned the tapestry on the 8th floor of Hogwarts where the troll beat Barabbas silly, saying that tapestry was very interesting. This suddenly triggered the memory in Luo Lin's mind. If he remembers correctly, the Room of Requirement is across from this tapestry. Rowling was quite impressed by the tapestry that appeared in the movie. It looks kind of ugly and cute. For the Room of Requirement in Hogwarts, Luo Lin was naturally very interested. You must know that just the 4 words responsive to all requests are enough to leave a deep impression on him. Certainly, the Room of Requirement will certainly not be able to respond to requests, but it can also satisfy the needs of those seeking help who enter the Room of Requirement. Luo Lin also wanted to use the Room of Requirement to make a wish. By the way, he wanted to experiment with the upper limit of the Room of Requirement. In fact, he still has many ideas that he wants to realize. I just don't know if the room of requirement. It's late at night. Luo Lin put on black casual clothes and came to the corridor on the 8th floor. In the 8th floor corridor, he saw the giant tapestry of silly Barnabas trying to teach the troll how to dance ballet. When he came to the front of the tapestry, a troll stopped beating silly Barnabas and turned to look at him. Luo Lin didn't pay attention to this troll. He is paying attention to this section of white wall because he really couldn't remember how to enter the room of requirement. Or I can't say that I don't remember it, but my impression is rather vague. Anyway, you definitely need to imagine what you want here. Other steps. Luo Lin carefully recalled the scenes in the movie. It seems like he's walking back and forth on this section of white wall. I don't know how many times I have to walk. But Luo Lin is not in a hurry. He still has plenty of time now. He kept thinking about what he wanted in his mind. Then start walking up and down this corridor. Walk from one end of the white wall to the other, and then turn back. Went like this 3 times. Luo Lin's eyes lit up, because at this time, a very smooth door appeared on the wall. There's a brass handle on the door. He knew that this should be the entrance to the room of requirement. Luo Lin held the brass handle on the door. Open the door. See the scene inside. A smile appeared on his face. This is a very spacious room. There are torches all around the room, and the torches light up the entire room. And under the light of the fire, the room was filled with bones. That's right, just bones. What Luo Lin was thinking just now was that he wanted a lot of bones. Does he need a lot of bones? Need is not that necessary. Of course, his undead servants need bones, but he can't use them now. Rowling came up with this idea mainly for testing. Test whether the room of requirement can give him a room full of bones according to his ideas. It turns out, the room of requirement has this capability. This made Luo Lin more and more interested in the room of requirement. With his secondary professional wizard attainments, I have no idea what the function of the room of requirement is. Even now, he can't observe the flow of magic power in the room of requirement and the source of magic power. It can only be said that his current sub-professional wizard level is too low. The room of requirement is obviously not a very low-level magic item. If he wanted to figure out how the room of requirement worked, I'm afraid it requires a fairly high sub-professional wizard level. In Luo Lin's impression, Dumbledore may not even know about the room of requirement. This is a relatively supermodel thing in Hogwarts Castle. Looking at the bones on the ground, Luo Lin was in a relatively happy mood. Being able to conjure bones all over the place allows him to experiment with necromancy on skeletons in this room of requirement. At the same time, he also had the idea of further testing. That is whether a room full of corpses can appear. Luo Lin walked out of the room of requirement. Then he turned back 3 times, thinking that he wanted a room full of corpses. When he grasped the handle and opened the door, Wei Wei was a little disappointed. The room was empty, and there were not a room full of corpses as he thought. But this was what he expected. So after being slightly disappointed, Luo Lin went out and filled the room with bones again. Look at the various skeletons and bones in the room. Rowling prepared for a second experiment. He reached out to a skeleton and used the storage space. The next moment, the bones disappeared. Luo Lin felt happy at first, and then looked at the storage space and felt a little disappointed. Although the bones disappeared, they did not appear in his storage space. From this point of view, it seems that bones can't be brought out of the room of requirement. After all, there is no storage space, and it is even more impossible to take it out directly. Luo Lin already had a general understanding of the room of requirement. There's an upper limit to the room of requirement's responsiveness. Bones are fine, but corpses are not. Things in the room of requirement cannot be taken out, they can only be used inside. After knowing these 2 points, Luo Lin did not continue the experiment. For him now, it is enough to know these 2 key points. If you think of other aspects in the future, you can continue the experiment. Think of this. Luo Lin did not leave the room again, but began to use the bones and skeletons in the room to experiment with his undead magic. As a necromancer in his 70s, since Luo Lin's awakening, I really haven't used my undead magic to the fullest. At the beginning, many undead magics are useless when the level is low. After reaching a higher level, he already had a job in Azkaban and had a certain tacit understanding with the Ministry of Magic, and he could not use undead magic at will. This resulted in him using a lot of undead magic only once or twice, and some even never using it once. For example, one of the top spells in the Skeleton Magic series is summoning the Bone Dragon. He has never used this spell before. After all, the prerequisite for summoning a Bone Dragon requires at least 3 powerful biological bones, or a dragon skeleton. Luo Lin had never come into contact with the bones of 3 powerful creatures in more than a year before, let alone the bones of a dragon. You must know that what is called strong is clearly defined. Only creatures whose strength exceeds a certain limit can be called powerful. Calculated according to Luo Lin's professional level, he must be at least level 40 or above. And until now, the most powerful creature Luo Lin encountered was not at level 40. Naturally, there was no way for him to summon the Bone Dragon. But it's different now in the Room of Requirement. He had discovered the dragon's skeleton among a large pile of skeletons. There's more than one. After observation, Luo Lin found that the skeletons of these dragons must not be at level 40, but around level 30. If calculated according to the threshold of powerful creatures, these dragons are definitely not enough. But summoning the Bone Dragon is originally an undead spell targeting dragons. Summoning with the skeleton of a powerful creature is just an improved version, so the requirements will be higher. To use the dragon's skeleton directly, you only need level 20 or above. Certainly, using the skeleton of a powerful creature has its benefits. The more powerful the creature, the more powerful the Bone Dragon summoned. Use the skeleton of a creature above level 40 to summon a Bone Dragon. Once the Bone Dragon is summoned, it will be at least level 40, which is an advanced undead creature. And if you use a low-level dragon skeleton to summon, the summoned Bone Dragon was also of low level. But no matter how low the level of the Bone Dragon is, at least it is an intermediate undead creature. It's actually quite strong. The Flamestone Demon Luo Lin summoned before was an intermediate undead creature. In terms of strength, it can be said that there is no problem in defeating anyone else in Hogwarts except Dumbledore. Of course, this refers to a head-on confrontation. The wizard's methods are much more flexible than the Flamestone Demon. Look at these dragon skeletons in the room. Luo Lin put these dragon skeletons together. Summon the Bone Dragon. Huge undead mana poured out of Luo Lin's body, and then poured into the dragon skeletons in front of him. At the same time, a wave of soul power emerged. Countless soul powers continuously entered the dragon skeleton. After just a few minutes, Luo Lin stopped the input of undead laws and soul power, and the dragon skeletons in front of him began to tremble. Black-green light shone on these dragon skeletons. The dragon skeleton that was lying on the ground slowly stood up with a creaking sound from its body. The light of soul power and undead mana slowly converged. These dragon skeletons couldn't help but expand. Not a moment later, 4 huge bone dragons stood opposite Luo Lin. Black-green flames appeared in their hollow bone pupils. These flames flowed from the eyes to the whole body, covering their bodies. They seemed like messengers from hell. They all let out a roar belonging to the dragon. Roar. The entire Room of Requirement seemed to be shaking. Wait for the sound to disappear. The 4-headed bone dragon plopped down and knelt down in front of Luo Lin, silently. Look at these 4 huge bone dragons. A glint flashed in Luo Lin's eyes. The image of the 4-headed dragon is different, mainly reflected in the shape of the flames wrapped around them. Follow these shapes. Luo Lin could probably identify the type of 4-headed bone dragon. 2 of them were fire dragons when they were alive. One is a wind dragon, and the other is an earth dragon. But before death is before death. After death is after death. After being summoned into bone dragons, although they possess part of the great power they had during their lifetime, what is more important is the combination of their physical strength and soul power. Bone dragons, which are undead creatures, are very different from living dragons. But it was a pity for Luo Lin. Summoning Bone Dragon, the Bone Dragon summoned has no intelligence. The key is that these bone dragons have extremely incomplete souls and can obey his simple orders, but cannot understand too complex instructions. And because they already have souls, they cannot allow other souls to settle in. In other words, Luo Lin's soul servants cannot occupy the bodies of these summoned bone dragons. They can only occupy the initial dragon skeleton. But in that case, the dragon skeleton is not very different from the skeletons of other creatures. It's just that the special abilities on the dragon's bones are different. After all, the ordinary strength of a soul still depends on the power of his soul. The bone dragon, which cannot be summoned like the bone dragon, has great strength in itself. Luo Lin briefly tested the strength of the four-headed bone dragon in front of him. It's about the same as Black, but not as good as Malfoy and Longbottom. Of course, this is the strength of the soul. I don't know yet in actual combat, mainly because I haven't compared it. There are so many factors that affect actual combat that it is impossible to predict. But overall, the difference in their soul power is not very big. A bone dragon with better bones would most likely have the upper hand in a head-to-head encounter. If Black and the others use smart tactics, they may have the upper hand. Bang! Luo Lin thought. The fire dragon bone dragon on the far left suddenly leaned over and fell to the ground. The next moment, a gust of green wind picked up Luo Lin and landed on the back of the skull dragon. Then Bone Dragon stood up. On Rollins' command, he began flying low over the house. Fortunately, the roof of the room of requirement is quite high. The space is also relatively large. Although the bone dragon's body is huge, it can barely fly. But as soon as I fly for a while, I have to turn around, which is very unpleasant. After flying around for a few times, Luo Lin got off the bone dragon with some unfinished thoughts. The room of requirement is still too small for the bone dragon. He really wanted to stand on the bone dragon and fly freely across the sky and the earth. It's a pity that the bone dragon can't bring out the room of requirement. This is what he regrets most. But Luo Lin was very happy to be able to try summoning the bone dragon in the room of requirement. At least if you find suitable bones outside to summon the bone dragon in the future. He also had confidence in his heart. Wave. The four-headed bone dragon turned into a dragon bone again. Luo Lin put away the soul power that came back from the bone dragon. Start experimenting with your own ideas, mainly due to his attempts and utilization of a lot of undead magic. Soon, most of the night passed. Luo Lin glanced at his pocket watch. I found that the time had actually reached 5 o'clock in the morning. It was time for him to go back to sleep. Good thing it's Sunday. If it was Monday, he could only sleep for about 2 hours. Although 2 hours of deep sleep is enough to maintain energy for the day. But Luo Lin's habit is to sleep for at least 8 hours, part of which is deep sleep and part of which is letting nature take its course. He liked the feeling of being half asleep, half awake but not asleep. It's a pity that since becoming a necromancer, it had been a long time since he had dreamed about anything. His half-dream and half-awake state is a state of chaos. There is nothing in the dream, only a gray world. But even so, Luo Lin still enjoyed this feeling. This will make him feel that he is no different from ordinary people. The experiment lasted most of the night. Luo Lin figured out a lot of things and also had ideas for the use of some undead magic. Looking at the broken bones around him, he smiled with satisfaction. Not only was he satisfied with the fruits of his labor this night, but he was also satisfied with the room of requirement. He made a mess in the room of requirement tonight. When he comes back tomorrow, the place will be as good as before. He is almost like a scientist with endless experimental resources. Research as much as you want. It doesn't matter if you fail countless times. Resources are unlimited anyway. With such a happy mood, Luo Lin returned to the dormitory. Black Malfoy, Longbottom, and the others were still awake. Well, it should be said that they don't sleep in the first place. Saw Luo Lin coming back. They hurriedly came forward to say hello. Black helped Roland take off his coat. Malfoy helped Roland take off his shoes, and Longbottom was responsible for putting the shoes on the shoe rack. After putting away the shoes, Longbottom started to put in hot water for Luo Lin to take a bath. Luo Lin has become accustomed to this corrupt life. It's enough if you don't talk about clothes, food, and mouth. He felt that if he continued like this, he might become a giant baby while staying in the dormitory. But I enjoy it so much. If you become a giant baby, just become a giant baby. Take a bath. Sleep. The night passed in a blink of an eye. Luo Lin slept from about 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If it says 8 hours, it means 8 hours. At this time, there was no food available in the auditorium. Luo Lin had no choice but to eat some snacks and bread in the storage space to satisfy his stomach. Had a sumptuous dinner in the evening. At night, he came to the room of requirement again. Second visit to the room of requirement. Roland did nothing else, still trying various undead magics. But compared to yesterday, today his attempt was much bolder. This meant that every time he only had an hour or two, he would need to go out again and reset the entire room of requirement. There was still a lot to gain tonight. Luo Lin specially brought Black and the three of them with him this time. Blake and the others felt at home in the room of requirement, which was full of bones. Especially Malfoy. He was extremely relaxed. The atmosphere here is much better than outside. How great it would be if I could always live in a place like this. You can tell, Malfoy doesn't like places with too many living people. He prefers to stay in such gloomy places. By the way, the room of requirement at this time is really scary. There are bones everywhere, as well as many undead creatures created by Luo Lin. Green light, black mist, and yellow firelight intertwined together, making it look like an extremely evil place. If an ordinary wizard sees this scene, you might think you've arrived at a Death Eater's headquarters. After all, the most terrifying place they could imagine would be the Death Eater's base camp. Maybe some people think it's Azkaban. Rowling knew that this place was completely different from Azkaban. Azkaban is indeed quite spooky, but there are not so many bones. Malfoy once thought about planting countless undead in Azkaban. This suggestion was rejected by Luo Lin. There are still many prisoners in Azkaban. After all, the undead are the dead, and gathering in large numbers will produce a lot of negative energy, which is the undead energy in the cognition of the necromancer. These energies are quite harmful to the living. They will corrode the bodies of the living, pollute the souls of the living, and slowly assimilate the living. If the time is too long, they can even turn the living into a type of undead, the living dead. In other words, if Rowling places too many undead in Azkaban, there is a high probability that those prisoners of Azkaban will eventually become Malfoy's companions. It is worth mentioning, Luo Lin's soul servants do not have this kind of necromantic energy. The nature of their soul energy is basically the same as that of Luo Lin. Because the two are of the same origin, Luo Lin summons them and signs a contract with them, which will subtly change the nature of their souls. Wait until a certain amount of time. Each of them is equivalent to the soul of a little Luo Lin. They just have their own consciousness. Especially after entering the soul servant module, their souls will be further washed, becoming purer and closer to the essence of the undead. So when ordinary people face Black and others, there will be no indescribable discomfort like facing other undead. They could only visually detect that Blake and others were undead. If you rely solely on perception, Blake and the others are no different from normal people. There's only this quality. Only then can Black and the others have normal thinking. You must know that the undead are a type of dark creature. They are born under a certain rule, invaded by negative energy, and all of them are in a state of overwhelming negative energy. When you first become undead, you may still be able to maintain a peaceful attitude and a cool head. Once time goes by, even the strongest undead can become violent. Luo Lin, who owns the system, is different from his soul servants. They don't have to worry about that. Luo Lin can also rest assured that they are in contact with humans, so that one day an undead servant will not suddenly go crazy and start hurting people directly. If it were such an undead servant, he definitely wouldn't dare to let it go. Looking at Malfoy lying among the bones, Luo Lin slowly shook his head. Even if you can get rid of some of the habits of the undead, it is difficult to change this habit of being in contact with the energy of the undead. The same goes for Black and Longbottom. When they come to a place full of energy like the Room of Requirement, they will immediately relax a lot. Luo Lin didn't intend to let them do anything when he brought them in. Just wanted to get them together to do some experiments. For example, modify their bodies, allowing each bone in their body to play more special roles. This was also one of the focuses of his research yesterday. Judging from the current situation, most of the undead creatures that Luo Lin can come into contact with are related to skeletons. He really hasn't had much contact with other things in the world of Hogwarts. So for a long time to come, there's a high probability that Luo Lin's undead subordinates are also skeletons. He wanted to research more skeleton methods so that these skeletons could share his worries. For example, he will face some powerful opponents one day in the future. He didn't want to take action. Instead, he sent his own skeletons to take action. In this way, the skeleton needs to have quite good combat capabilities. For example, Black's current fighting ability is very single. They just use soul power. They have no problem with the use of soul power, such as soul barrier, soul fire, and soul chain. But in other ways, it's primitive. At least they developed their skeletal bodies very poorly. Luo Lin did not say who he must be his enemy. He didn't say who he had to defeat or destroy. He just thinks it's interesting to study these, and it's useful to be prepared for a rainy day. It's totally worth taking some time to research. In addition, he understands the overall plot trends of this world. Voldemort is resurrected. The Death Eaters under him will continue to act like monsters. One day, he will notice him as a necromancer and come to trouble him. In addition, those pureblood families and conservative wizards must also be very unhappy with him. Maybe one day they couldn't help but fight Luo Lin. Luo Lin couldn't fight with them by himself. He doesn't like to do it himself. He prefers to stay behind and command his undead army to destroy everything. This is one of the reasons why he is very interested in undead natural disasters. Necromancers who are over 70 levels are considered advanced necromancers. But there is still no way to ascend the Throne of Bones. Only by ascending the Throne of Bones can one be regarded as the true god of the undead to a certain extent. Only then can he say that he is not afraid of any threats. Now he may be stronger than the entire British wizarding world in terms of absolute strength. But his methods are actually methods of necromancy. There are no wizards in this world with as many means. So Luo Lin still has a certain sense of crisis sometimes. After all, who knows if a savior-level figure will suddenly appear in the magical world and happen to be able to restrain Rowling's undead magic. By then it will be too late to feel a sense of crisis. Sunday night. Rowling didn't spend much time in the Room of Requirement. After all, the Room of Requirement can come in at any time, whether it's the weekend or not. Monday is the time for classes. Luo Lin went back to bed early. After 8 hours of sleep, he came to the classroom refreshed and started a new week of lectures. This week is no different. At least that's the case for Rowling. His lectures are still very popular. The students are also more enthusiastic towards him, and it is very common to see him taking the initiative to say hello. Some students who particularly liked him would come closer and ask a few questions every time they saw him. This makes Luo Lin feel quite good every day. During the day, he lectures students in his classroom at Hogwarts. He would spend 2 or 3 hours at night studying the undead in a gloomy room full of skeletons. It can be said that every day is very fulfilling. 3 days of the third week passed in the blink of an eye. He spent every day so fully. His happy expression was noticed by everyone. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were both happy for him, because they also received feedback from little wizards. Luo Lin is very popular among the young wizards, and they also take the defense against the dark arts course very seriously. The most special thing is that Luo Lin never deducts points from students in any college. The extra points were added very diligently. As long as students actively answer questions in his class, he will give extra points to the corresponding college, although the amount added each time is not too much. But when a little adds up to a big sum, it's still a big number. Slytherin still ranks first in the Academy Cup points. Slytherin has won the House Cup 6 times in a row. If we still get first place this year, we will win the Academy Cup for the 7th consecutive time. This is something no young wizard in the academy wants to see. It can be said that the young wizards now have the same hatred, and they all hope that one house can defeat Slytherin, no matter who that house is. When it comes to the Academy Cup, Luo Lin couldn't help but want to complain. This is simply a very unfair competition in Hogwarts Forest. How to say, let the professors of Hogwarts deduct or add points to the students of the four houses. It seems like every professor has this power, which is fair. But in actual operation, this is obviously very unfair. As long as there is a shameless professor, this apparent fairness will be broken. This results in a certain college having an absolute advantage. That's right. The shameless professor that Rowling was talking about was Professor Snape. Leaving aside the other professors at Hogwarts, the deans of the four major colleges must generally care more about the students in their own colleges. But even so, except Snape, the deans of other houses, such as Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, are very fair in deducting and adding points. Especially Professor McGonagall. On the contrary, she was extremely strict with the young wizards of Gryffindor and deducted points without mercy. Professor Snape was different. This old bat is so blatantly biased towards Slater that even the little wizards can see it. He was ruthless in deducting points from other colleges, but it is almost never given to Slytherin House students. He is extremely stingy in giving extra points to students from other colleges, or even doesn't add them at all. It is very generous to give points to Slytherin House students. It can be said that this is completely a shameless double-standard monster. As the head of Slytherin, he was as biased towards Slytherin as possible, without any trace of the magnanimity that a dean should have. That's why Slytherin was able to win the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding Slytherin students are, it is impossible to achieve such results every year. Not to mention the facts. Slytherin students are no better than students from other houses. Even if you want to compare, Ravenclaw students are even better at learning. Slytherin students only relied on the eccentric Professor Snape to add up their points little by little to surpass other houses. This is a very shameless behavior, in Luo Lin's opinion. Shameless refers to Snape. The little wizards did nothing wrong. These little wizards were just trying to satisfy Snape's vanity of wanting to win the first place in the Academy Cup. That's right. Rowling thought this was Snape's vanity. Otherwise, what's the point of being so partial to Slytherin students just to compete for a house cup that has no effect on the dean? They didn't care much if they didn't see Professor McGonagall. Compared with the results of the Academy Cup, Professor McGonagall actually cares more about the results of the Quidditch match. Only Snape would do such an unfair thing. Once this person becomes shameless, there's really nothing others can do against him. Certainly, this is all from the perspective of a third party. If he were a Slytherin student, definitely thinks Snape is the best headmaster. Who doesn't want their dean to be more biased towards his students? What's the point of being fair? Can I get Academy Cup points? The glory of winning the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years is much more useful than the complaints of other Academy students. What's more, the students' complaints are of no use at all, and they can't affect Professor Snape, who doesn't care about face at all. Did Snape really not know his reputation in the Academy? He knows. But so what? He doesn't care. After all, others can't do anything to him. At this point, Luo Lin had to complain about the management of Hogwarts. What can I say about the management of Hogwarts? There is no management at all. As the principal, Dumbledore did almost nothing in management. Luo Lin now finally understood why he was so relaxed when he was watching Dumbledore working in the office. It can be said that Dumbledore spent far more energy on handling the letters sent by Fudge from the Ministry of Magic than he spent on Hogwarts. It was far less concerned than Dumbledore paid to Harry. Apart from speaking at various banquets, Dumbledore rarely participated in specific matters. Behavior like Snape's. It was obvious that he, the principal, should have warned him, but in the end, he allowed Professor Snape to continue doing this, allowing Slytherin to win the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Or it could be that he simply wasn't paying attention to the issue. After all, Luo Lin, who has read the original work, knows. After Harry went to school, Dumbledore quickly solved the problem. He also learned Snape's ways. At the end, he added enough points to Gryffindor, allowing Gryffindor to overtake Slater, ending Slytherin's dream of 7 consecutive championships. As soon as Harry arrived, Dumbledore made Gryffindor #1. Dumbledore relied on his ability and reputation to become the headmaster of Hogwarts. But it's hard to say how much effort he put into the management of Hogwarts. At least Luo Lin didn't see much of it. Most things in Hogwarts are handled by Professor McGonagall. Professor Flitwick will also help. Snape was the one holding back. Not helpful at all. They will also engage in these evil things in the school. Rowling also thought that maybe Snape did not have any selfish motives for himself, but anyone could see his partiality for Slytherin. Almost all the students in all the houses were somewhat dissatisfied with Snape, which was enough to explain the problem. No one wanted to take Snape's class, especially with the Slytherin students. The comparison is too obvious. It hurts to look at it. There is obviously a reason for Snape's bad reputation. Certainly, Rowling's assessment was mixed with his own subjective assessment of Snape. After all, who made Snape jump in front of him in the first place? He just didn't like Snape. And even if he didn't like Snape that much, students from Slytherin House and young wizards from other houses are treated equally, and they are never biased towards one side. He will not impose the grudges between 2 adults on children. This is absolutely not allowed in Luo Lin's opinion. And this is the most shameless thing about Snape. It was normal for Snape to hate James, although both of them are not good people. But the way James treated Snape was indeed excessive, and it was okay for Snape to take revenge on James. But revenge on James is revenge on James. Who do you want to show a child with a bad look? Everyone knows that disaster will not harm future generations. Say it again. James died not long after Harry was born. How much does James' matter have to do with Harry? In Rowling's opinion, Snape simply had a brain problem. But since they're all Death Eaters, it seems like there is something wrong with their brains. There are very few normal people among the Death Eaters. Think of this. Luo Lin felt a little bored. For a person like Snape, who has certain mental problems, even if he hits Snape, he doesn't seem to have any sense of accomplishment. Just be your own professor honestly. If Snape really came a mess with him, let's talk about it then. But for the position of Principal Dumbledore, Luo Lin has more ideas now. At such an old age, Dumbledore is no longer suitable to be the headmaster. He was too old school for running Hogwarts. It is not suitable for the current era. Luo Lin believes that both teaching and management need to keep pace with the times. Wizards must not develop with a complacent mentality. How is that different from the medieval warriors who were burned to death? Even Luo Lin is more radical. He believed that wizards should integrate into ordinary people's society. It doesn't have to be that the wizard's identity is revealed, but wizards and muggles cannot be divided into 2 groups. They're all obviously human. If we continue to separate ourselves like this, sooner or later there will be another hunting operation. Muggle technology is developing rapidly. The wizard's magic has been stagnant for a long time. At least the development of magic in wizard society is far inferior to the development of Muggle technology. Wait until Muggles have the power to crush wizards. By that time, wizards and humans had almost split into 2 groups. Do wizards still have a right to live? Rowling thought that was impossible. Wizards also need to participate in various affairs of Muggle society. Let the magical power of wizards and the technological power of Muggles complement each other. That way, wizards have their own value, which can be recognized by Muggles, so that the relationship between the 2 parties can be maintained in balance. If Rowling becomes the principal of Hogwarts, the first thing to do is to straighten out the school spirit and discipline of Hogwarts. It's almost the 21st century. The barbaric and disorderly wizarding rules should be swept into the trash heap of history. What remains must be something that actively contributes to development. Active reform and progress should be what wizards pursue. The wizarding world's attitude of keeping Muggles at arm's length obviously cannot last long. But it is too early to say this. Now Luo Lin just wants to be a professor of defense against the dark arts safely. As for whether or not he will become the principal of Hogwarts, or even the minister of the Ministry of Magic, it all depends on his mood and strength. If he has the power to crush the entire world, one day he suddenly wants to change the world. maybe he will take action to replace it. Anyway, based on Luo Lin's understanding of today's wizard society, after he takes over, he will never be worse than he is now. And it has overwhelming power. It's not like Voldemort, who put strength first. I don't care about any bullshit bloodline theory. He can confidently say that what he brings is progress. As for whether the Wizarding Society recognizes it or not, Luo Lin believes that they will definitely recognize it when the time comes. Just like that time, almost everyone surrendered to Voldemort. Talking about integrating Wizard Society and Muggle Society, Luo Lin couldn't help but think of another person, Dumbledore's good friend Grindelwald. Grindelwald can also be said to be a revolutionary. He and Dumbledore originally wanted to overturn the International Statute of Secrecy and establish a global hierarchical order led by wizards, allowing wizards to lead Muggles. As an idealist and a radical and stubborn revolutionary, Grindelwald and Dumbledore had differences and ultimately failed. However, Rowling still understands Grindelwald's mentality of wanting change. After all, the current relationship between wizards and Muggles is really unhealthy. It's just that Rowling doesn't agree with Grindelwald's philosophy. In his opinion, both wizards and Muggles are equal. It doesn't matter who leads whom, at least in the current world. There is no absolute difference in the power of wizards and Muggles. Moreover, it is impossible to govern a society purely by force. The social governance recognized by Luo Lin must be led by those who have the ability. Those who can go up, those who can't go down. This is a healthy social governance system. Both wizards and Muggles are subject to the law. The two just have different divisions of labor and rely on their own abilities to do different things. If all this can be divided into a class, Luo Lin disagreed very much. But objectively speaking, his ideas are relatively idealistic. Basically impossible given the reality. It's just that if there's an absolute force that can suppress everyone, as an absolute power, this set of things may not be impossible to implement. Voldemort could impose many things in Britain. If there is a strong man far beyond Voldemort, he can also change the world. The most powerful person in Luo Lin's imagination is naturally himself, as his level of necromancer continues to increase. Sooner or later, he will be able to reach the standard of this most powerful person. Whether he is willing to do it at that time, and what he will do depends on his thoughts at that time. By the way, where's Grindelwald now? Luo Lin couldn't help but think. He didn't read very seriously in his previous life, and he really wasn't very impressed with Grindelwald, who didn't have many roles. The most impressive thing is the love and death between Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Also, Grindelwald was killed by Voldemort in the end. As for where Grindelwald was imprisoned after being defeated by Dumbledore, Luo Lin really doesn't know. He silently noted this. If given the chance, he felt that he needed to find out about Grindelwald. After all, if he wants to be a powerful person in the future and promote changes in pragmatic society and Muggle society, there will definitely be a lot of hardworking men. Luo Lin is a relatively lazy person. Ask him to talk about plans, and he can come up with a lot of plans out of his head. But it would be a bit too difficult for him to actually do it. He prefers to be surrounded by people who understand his ideas. When the time comes, he will make plans and suppress everyone with his own force. It is then up to the people around him to execute his plan. He plays a supervisory and absolute power role. When I think of this, Luo Lin couldn't help but picture Blake and the others in his mind. Speaking of which, Black and the others seem to meet his requirements. It's just that Black and the others have only been born for a year, even though they have many common sense concepts in their minds since they were summoned. The experience in many aspects is also far inferior to that of humans who have lived for decades. They are more suitable to be kept around to deal with specific matters. There is definitely no problem in letting soul servants like Blake do things, but let them manage it. Luo Lin felt that it was highly unlikely. The advantage of a soul servant is that he is loyal and regards him as the supreme being. Everything is based on his interests and will never betray him. But it is precisely because of these benefits. The subjective initiative of soul servants is not strong enough, and they are not suitable for many things. This is one of the reasons why Rowling thought about recruiting someone like Grindelwald as his subordinate. Blake and the others are too young. If they really want to promote such a big thing as social change, they need experienced old people. Of course, the most important thing is that Luo Lin must have absolute power, able to suppress his subordinates. It would be best to have the life and death of these people in your hands. Then there is no need to worry that these people will delay what he has to do in order to fight for power and profit. After thinking so much, Luo Lin couldn't help but laugh. This is too far-fetched. It's anyone's guess whether something like this will happen by then. But he did want to meet Grindelwald. The man who launched revolutions in Europe and America is worth meeting. Time quickly came to Thursday of the third week. In the afternoon, in the office, Rowling and Professor Flitwick were chatting. Professor Snape had just gone out, and his face looked a little unhappy. "Rowling, what's wrong with Professor Snape? I think he hasn't been in a good mood since yesterday." Professor Flitwick couldn't help but ask. Although Snape has a bad face every day, Professor Flitwick has been with Snape for so long, and he can still tell whether Snape's mood has gotten better or worse. Luo Lin shrugged. "I didn't know that. You can also see that the relationship between Professor Snape and me is not so harmonious. He never pays much attention to me." Professor Flitwick smiled when he heard this. "Don't worry, Professor Snape is such a difficult person to get along with. Even though I have been colleagues with him for so many years, I still don't adapt to his personality. Just treat him as normal." Luo Lin nodded noncommittally. "I understand." The two chatted for a while. Professor Flitwick left the office. He was going to give a charms lesson to the fifth-year Gryffindor students. Luo Lin is also going to take a defense against the dark arts course. One class is over. When Luo Lin returned to the office again, what I saw was Professor Flitwick's somewhat puzzled expression. "Professor, what's wrong with you?" Luo Lin asked with some concern. Professor Flitwick shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just a little strange today. It's the first time I met Professor McGonagall, who came directly to the classroom to find students from their college. She seemed very excited." Professor McGonagall? Excited? To be honest, it was hard for Luo Lin to imagine what that scene was like. So far, Luo Lin has never seen Professor McGonagall's excited expression. Even when a magic mark was drawn on her face during the poker game, she had no special expression. What would make Professor McGonagall look excited? Professor Flitwick saw the confusion on Rowling's face, and his short body sat on the chair. "I know you can't understand it. In fact, I can't understand this kind of thing, so I sit here. Think. In my opinion, there really isn't anything that can excite Professor McGonagall." Luo Lin came back to his senses and nodded slightly. "It's hard for me to imagine anything that could make Professor McGonagall excited. Could it be that he encountered some happy event?" At this point, he lowered his voice. "Professor Flitwick, do you know about Professor McGonagall's emotional affairs? For example, does he have a lover or children?" Professor Flitwick blinked and then shook his head. "I don't know very well. I only know that Professor McGonagall was married to a gentleman from the Ministry of Magic. I have never heard anything about this gentleman since then. I was curious about these things and asked Dumbledore, but Dumbledore had a sad expression on his face at the time and did not tell me about Professor McGonagall. Judging from his expression, Professor McGonagall may have had a bad relationship experience before. I think that was what happened when she left Hogwarts and lived in Hogsmeade. Since she moved into the bedroom next to her office in Hogwarts, she has invested everything in Hogwarts. Gawazli. From then on, the only people who can influence Professor McGonagall are the young wizards at Hogwarts, her friend Professor Sprout, and maybe Dumbledore." After listening to Professor Flitwick, Luo Lin thought thoughtfully, "Is it because of Professor Sprout?" Just then, Professor McGonagall walked into the office with a broomstick in hand. "Look at this broomstick." An idea flashed in Luo Lin's mind. How could he forget this? There's one more thing that could excite Professor McGonagall. That's Quidditch.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.